This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4 Million by O. Henry. Chapter 1. Tobin's Palm. Tobin and me, the two of us, went down to Coney one day, for there was $4 between us, and Tobin had need of distractions. For there was Kate Mahorner, his sweetheart, of County Sligo, lost since she started for America 3 months before with $200, her own savings, and $100 from the sale of Tobin's inherited estate, a fine cottage and pig, on the Bog Shauna. And since the letter that Tobin got, saying that she had started to come to him, not a bit of news had he heard or seen of Katy Mahorner. Tobin advertised in the papers, but nothing could be found of the colleen. So to Coney me and Tobin went, thinking that a turn at the shoots and the smell of the popcorn might raise the heart in his bosom. But Tobin was a hard-headed man, and the sadness stuck in his skin. He ground his teeth at the crying balloons, he cursed the moving pictures, and though he would drink whenever asked, he scorned Punch and Judy, and was for licking the tin-type men as they came. So I gets him down a sideway on a boardwalk, where the attractions were some less violent. At a little 6x8 stall, Tobin halts, with a more human look in his eye. "'Tis here," says he, "I will be diverted. I'll have the palm of me hand investigated by the wonderful palmist of the Nile, and see if what is to be will be." Tobin was a believer in signs and the unnatural in nature. He possessed illegal convictions in his mind along the subjects of black cats, lucky numbers, and the weather predictions in the papers. We went into the enchanted chicken coop, which was fixed mysterious with red cloth and pictures of hands with lines crossin' 'em like a railroad centre. The sign over the door says it is Madame Zozo, the Egyptian palmist. There was a fat woman inside in a red jumper, with pot-hooks and beasties embroidered upon it. Tobin gives her 10 cents and extends one of his hands. She lifts Tobin's hand, which is own brother to the hoof of a dray-horse, and examines it to see whether 'tis a stone in the frog or a cast shoe he is come for. "Man," says this Madame Zozo, "the line of your fate shows—" "'Tis not me foot at all," says Tobin, interrupting. "Sure, 'tis no beauty, but ye hold the palm of me hand." "The line shows," says the madam, "that you've not arrived at your time of life without bad luck, and there's more to come. The Mount of Venus, or is that a stone bruise, shows that you've been in love. There's been trouble in your life on account of your sweetheart." "'Tis Katy Mahorner she has references with," whispered Tobin to me in a loud voice to one side. "I see," says the palmist, "a great deal of sorrow and tribulation with one whom ye cannot forget. I see the lines of designation point to the letter K and the letter M in her name." "Whist," says Tobin to me, "do ye hear that?" "Look out," goes on the palmist, "for a dark man and a light woman, for they'll both bring ye trouble. You'll make a voyage upon the water very soon, and have a financial loss. I see one line that brings good luck. There's a man coming into your life who will fetch ye good fortune. You'll know him when you see him by his crooked nose." "Is his name set down?" asks Tobin. "'Twill be convenient in the way of greeting when he backs up to dump off the good luck." "His name," says the palmist, thoughtful looking, "is not spelled out by the lines, but they indicate 'tis a long one, and the letter O should be in it. There's no more to tell. Good evening. Don't block up the door." "'Tis wonderful how she knows," says Tobin as we walk to the pier. As we squeeze through the gates, a nigger man sticks his lighted cigar against Tobin's ear, and there is trouble. Tobin hammers his neck, and the women squeal, and by presence of mind I drag the little man out of the way before the police comes. Tobin is always in an ugly mood when enjoying himself. On the boat going back, when the man calls, "Who wants the good-looking waiter?" Tobin tried to plead guilty, feeling the desire to blow the foam off a crock of suds, but when he felt in his pocket he found himself discharged for lack of evidence. Somebody had disturbed his change during the commotion. So we sat dry upon the stools, listening to the Dagoes fiddling on deck. If anything, Tobin was lower in spirits and less congenial with his misfortunes than when we started. On a seat against the railing was a young woman dressed suitable for red automobiles, with hair the color of an unsmoked meerschaum. In passing by, Tobin kicks her foot without intentions, and being polite to ladies when in drink, he tries to give his hat a twist while apologizing, but he knocks it off, and the wind carries it overboard. Tobin came back and sat down, and I began to look out for him, for the man's adversities were becoming frequent. He was apt, when pushed so close by hard luck, to kick the best-dressed man he could see and try to take command of the boat. Presently Tobin grabs my arm and says excited, "John," says he, "do ye know what we're doin'? We're taking a voyage upon the water." "There now," says I, "subdue yourself. The boat'll land in 10 minutes more." "Look," says he, "at the light lady upon the bench. Have ye forgotten the nigger man that burned me ear? And isn't the money I had gone? $1.65 it was." I thought he was no more than summing up his catastrophes so as to get violent with good excuse, as men will do, and I tried to make him understand such things was trifles. "Listen," says Tobin. "You've no ear for the gift of prophecy or the miracles of the inspired. What did the palmist lady tell ye out of me hand? 'Tis comin' true before your eyes. Look out,' says she, 'for a dark man and a light woman. They'll bring ye trouble.' Have ye forgot the nigger man, though he got some of it back from me fist? Can ye show me a lighter woman than the blonde lady that was the cause of me hat falling in the water? And where's the $1.65 I had in me vest when we left the shooting gallery?" The way Tobin put it, it did seem to corroborate the art of prediction, though it looked to me that these accidents could happen to anyone at Coney without the implication of palmistry. Tobin got up and walked around on deck, looking close at the passengers out of his little red eyes. I asked him the interpretation of his movements. You never know what Tobin has in his mind till he begins to carry it out. "Ye should know," says he, "I'm working out the salvation promised by the lines in me palm. I'm looking for the crooked-nosed man that's to bring the good luck. 'Tis all that will save us. John, did ye ever see a straighter-nosed gang of hellions in the days of your life?" 'Twas the 9:30 boat, and we landed and walked up town through 22nd Street, Tobin being without his hat. On a street corner, standing under a gas light and looking over the elevated road at the moon, was a man. A long man he was, dressed decent, with a cigar between his teeth, and I saw that his nose made 2 twists from bridge to end like the wiggle of a snake. Tobin saw it at the same time, and I heard him breathe hard like a horse when you take the saddle off. He went straight up to the man, and I went with him. "Good night to ye," Tobin says to the man. The man takes out his cigar and passes the compliment sociable. "Would ye hand us your name," asks Tobin, "and let us look at the size of it? It may be our duty to be acquainted with you." "My name," says the man polite, "is Frieden Hausman. Maximus G. Frieden Hausman." "'Tis the right length," says Tobin. "Do you spell it with an O anywhere down the stretch of it?" "I do not," says the man. "Can ye spell it with an O?" inquires Tobin, turning anxious. "If your conscience," says the man with the nose, "is indisposed toward foreign idioms, you might, to please yourself, smuggle the letter into the penultimate syllable." "'Tis well," says Tobin. "You're in the presence of John Malone and Daniel Tobin." "'Tis highly appreciated," says the man with a bow. "And now, since I cannot conceive that you would hold a spelling bee upon the street corner, will ye name some reasonable excuse for being at large?" "By the 2 signs," answers Tobin, trying to explain, "which ye display according to the reading of the Egyptian palmist from the sole of me hand. You've been nominated to offset with good luck the lines of trouble leading to the nigger man and the blonde lady with her feet crossed in the boat, besides the financial loss of $1.65, all so far fulfilled according to Hoyle." The man stopped smoking and looked at me. "Have ye any amendments," he asks, "to offer to that statement, or are ye one too? I thought by the looks of ye might have him in charge. None, says I to him, except that as one horseshoe resembles another, so are ye the picture of good luck as predicted by the hand of me friend. If not, then the lines of Danny's hand may have been crossed. I don't know. There's two of ye, says the man with the nose, looking up and down for the sight of a policeman. I've enjoyed your company immense. Good night. With that he shoves his cigar in his mouth and moves across the street, stepping fast. But Tobin sticks close to one side of him, and me at the other. What? Says he, stopping on the opposite sidewalk and pushing back his hat. Do you follow me? I tell you, he says, very loud, I'm proud to have met ye, but it is my desire to be rid of ye. I am off to me home. Do, says Tobin, leaning against his sleeve, do be off to your home, and I will sit at the door of it till ye come out in the morning. For the dependence is upon ye to obviate the curse of the nigger man, and the blonde lady, and the financial loss of the 165. 'Tis a strange hallucination, says the man, turning to me as a more reasonable lunatic. Hadn't ye better get him home? Listen, man, says I, Daniel Tobin is as sensible as he ever was. Maybe he's a bit deranged on account of having drink enough to disturb, but not enough to settle his wits. But he is no more than following out the legitimate path of his superstitions and predicaments, which I will explain to you. With that I relates the facts about the palmist lady, and how the finger of suspicion points to him as an instrument of good fortune. Now understand, I concludes, my position in this riot. I am the friend of me friend Tobin, according to me interpretations. 'Tis easy to be a friend to the prosperous, for it pays. 'Tis not hard to be a friend to the poor, for ye get puffed up by gratitude, and have your picture printed standing in front of a tenement with a scuttle of coal and an orphan in each hand. But it strains the art of friendship to be true friend to a born fool, and that's what I'm doing, says I, for in my opinion there's no fortune to be read from the palm of me hand that wasn't printed there with the handle of a pick. And though you've got the crookedest nose in New York City, I misdoubt that all the fortune-tellers doing business could milk good luck from ye. But the lines of Danny's hand pointed to ye fair, and I'll assist him to experiment with ye until he's convinced you're dry. After that the man turns sudden to laughing. He leans against a corner and laughs considerable. Then he claps me and Tobin on the backs of us, and takes us by an arm apiece. "'Tis my mistake," says he. "How could I be expecting anything so fine and wonderful to be turning the corner upon me? I came near being found unworthy. Hard by," says he, "is a café, snug and suitable for the entertainment of idiosyncrasies. Let us go there and have drink while we discuss the unavailability of the categorical." So saying, he marched me and Tobin to the back room of a saloon, and ordered the drinks, and laid the money on the table. He looks at me and Tobin like brothers of his, and we have the cigars. "Ye must know," says the man of destiny, "that me walk in life is one that is called the literary. I wander abroad benight, seeking idiosyncrasies in the masses and truth in the heavens above. When ye came upon me, I was in contemplation of the elevated road, in conjunction with the chief luminary of night. The rapid transit is poetry and art, the moon but a tedious dry body, moving by rote. But these are private opinions, for in the business of literature the conditions are reversed. 'Tis me hope to be writing a book to explain the strange things I have discovered in life." "You will put me in a book?" says Tobin, disgusted. "Will ye put me in a book?" "I will not," says the man, "for the covers will not hold ye. Not yet. The best I can do is to enjoy ye myself, for the time is not ripe for destroying the limitations of print. Ye would look fantastic in type. All alone by meself must I drink this cup of joy. But I thank ye, boys. I am truly grateful." "The talk of ye," says Tobin, blowing through his mustache and pounding the table with his fist, "is an eyesore to me patience. There was good luck promised out of the crook of your nose, but ye bear fruit like the bang of a drum. Ye resemble, with your noise of books, the wind blowing through a crack. Sure now, I would be thinking the palm of me hand lied, but for the coming true of the nigger man and the blonde lady and—" "Whist," says the long man. "Would ye be led astray by physiognomy? Me nose will do what it can within bounds. Let us have these glasses filled again, for 'tis good to keep idiosyncrasies well moistened, they being subject to deterioration in a dry moral atmosphere." So the man of literature makes good, to my notion, for he pays cheerful for everything, the capital of me and Tobin being exhausted by prediction. But Tobin is sore and drinks quiet, with the red showing in his eye. By and by we moved out, for 'twas 11 o'clock, and stands a bit upon the sidewalk. And then the man says we must be going home, and invites me and Tobin to walk that way. We arrives on a side street. 2 blocks away from there is a stretch of brick houses, with high stoops and iron fences. The man stops at one of them, and looks up at the top window, which he finds dark. "'Tis me humble dwelling," says he, "and I begin to perceive by the signs that me wife has retired to slumber. Therefore I will venture a bit in the way of hospitality. 'Tis me wish that ye enter the basement room where we dine, and partake of a reasonable refreshment. There will be some fine cold fowl and cheese, and a bottle or 2 of ale. Ye will be welcome to enter and eat, for I'm indebted to ye for diversions." The appetite and conscience of me and Tobin was congenial to the proposition, though 'twas sticking hard in Danny's superstitions to think that a few drinks and a cold lunch should represent the good fortune promised by the palm of his hand. "Step down the steps," says the man with the crooked nose, "and I will enter by the door above and let ye in. I will ask the new girl we have in the kitchen," says he, "to make ye a pot of coffee to drink before ye go. 'Tis fine coffee Katy Mahorner makes for a green girl just landed 3 months. Step in," says the man, "and I'll send her down to ye." End of Tobin's Palm.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4 Million by O. Henry. Chapter 2. The Gift of the Magi. $1.87. That was all, and 60 cents of it was in pennies. Pennies saved 1 and 2 at a time by bulldozing the grocer and the vegetable man and the butcher until one's cheeks burned with the silent imputation of parsimony that such close dealing implied. 3 times Della counted it, $1.87, and the next day would be Christmas. There was clearly nothing to do but flop down on the shabby little couch and howl, so Della did it, which instigates the moral reflection that life is made up of sobs, sniffles, and smiles, with sniffles predominating. While the mistress of the home is gradually subsiding from the first stage to the second, take a look at the home, a furnished flat at $8 per week. It did not exactly beggar description, but it certainly had that word on the lookout for the mendicancy squad. In the vestibule below was a letter box into which no letter would go, and an electric button from which no mortal finger could coax a ring. Also appertaining thereunto was a card bearing the name Mr. James Dillingham Young. The Dillingham had been flung to the breeze during a former period of prosperity, when its possessor was being paid $30 per week. Now, when the income was shrunk to $20, the letters of Dillingham looked blurred, as though they were thinking seriously of contracting to a modest and unassuming D. But whenever Mr. James Dillingham Young came home and reached his flat above, he was called Jim, and greatly hugged by Mrs. James Dillingham Young, already introduced to you as Della, which is all very good. Della finished her cry and attended to her cheeks with the powder rag. She stood by the window and looked out dully at a grey cat, walking a grey fence, in a grey backyard. Tomorrow would be Christmas Day, and she had only $1.87 with which to buy Jim a present. She had been saving every penny she could for months, with this result. $20 a week doesn't go far. Expenses had been greater than she had calculated. They always are. Only $1.87 to buy a present for Jim, her Jim. Many a happy hour she had spent planning for something nice for him, something fine and rare and sterling, something just a little bit nearer to being worthy of the honor of being owned by Jim. There was a pier glass between the windows of the room. Perhaps you've seen a pier glass in an $8 flat. A very thin and very agile person may, by observing his reflection in a rapid sequence of longitudinal strips, obtain a fairly accurate conception of his looks. Della, being slender, had mastered the art. Suddenly she whirled from the window and stood before the glass. Her eyes were shining brilliantly, but her face had lost its colour within 20 seconds. Rapidly she pulled down her hair and let it fall to its full length. Now there were two possessions of the James Dillingham Youngs in which they both took a mighty pride. One was Jim's gold watch that had been his father's and his grandfather's. The other was Della's hair. Had the Queen of Sheba lived in the flat across the air-shaft, Della would have let her hair hang out the window some day to dry, just to depreciate Her Majesty's jewels and gifts. Had King Solomon been the janitor, with all his treasures piled up in the basement, Jim would have pulled out his watch every time he passed, just to see him pluck at his beard from envy. So now Della's beautiful hair fell about her, rippling and shining like a cascade of brown waters. It reached below her knee and made itself almost a garment for her, and then she did it up again nervously and quickly. Once she faltered for a minute and stood still while a tear or two splashed on the worn red carpet. On went her old brown jacket, on went her old brown hat. With a whirl of skirts and with the brilliant sparkle still in her eyes, she fluttered out the door and down the stairs to the street. Where she stopped the sign read, "Madame Sofroni, hair goods of all kinds." One flight up Della ran, and collected herself, panting. Madame, large, too white, chilly, hardly looked like Sofroni. "Will you buy my hair?" asked Della. "I buy hair," said Madame. "Take your hat off and let's have a sight at the looks of it." Down rippled the brown cascade. $20, said Madame, lifting the mass with a practised hand. "Give it to me quick," said Della. Oh, and the next 2 hours tripped by on rosy wings. Forget the hashed metaphor. She was ransacking the stores for Jim's present. She found it at last. It surely had been made for Jim and no one else. There was no other like it in any of the stores, and she had turned all of them inside out. It was a platinum fob chain, simple and chaste in design, properly proclaiming its value by substance alone, and not by meretricious ornamentation, as all good things should do. It was even worthy of the watch. As soon as she saw it, she knew that it must be Jim's. It was like him. Quietness and value. The description applied to both. $21 they took from her for it, and she hurried home with the 87 cents. With that chain on his watch, Jim might be properly anxious about the time in any company. Grand as the watch was, he sometimes looked at it on the sly, on account of the old leather strap that he used in place of a chain. When Della reached home, her intoxication gave way a little to prudence and reason. She got out her curling irons, and lighted the gas and went to work repairing the ravages made by generosity added to love, which is always a tremendous task, dear friends, a mammoth task. Within 40 minutes her head was covered with tiny, close-lying curls that made her look wonderfully like a truant schoolboy. She looked at her reflection in the mirror long, carefully, and critically. "If Jim doesn't kill me," she said to herself, "before he takes a second look at me, he'll say I look like a Coney Island chorus girl. But what could I do? Oh, what could I do with $1.87? At 7 o'clock the coffee was made, and the frying pan was on the back of the stove hot and ready to cook the chops. Jim was never late. Della doubled the fob chain in her hand, and sat on the corner of the table near the door that he always entered. Then she heard his step on the stair away down on the first flight, and she turned white for just a moment. She had a habit of saying little silent prayers about the simplest everyday things, and now she whispered, "Please God, make him think I'm still pretty." The door opened, and Jim stepped in and closed it. He looked thin and very serious. Poor fellow, he was only 22, and to be burdened with a family. He needed a new overcoat, and he was without gloves. Jim stopped inside the door, as immovable as a setter at the scent of quail. His eyes were fixed upon Della, and there was an expression in them that she could not read, and it terrified her. It was not anger, nor surprise, nor disapproval, nor horror, nor any of the sentiments that she had been prepared for. He simply stared at her fixedly, with that peculiar expression on his face. Della wriggled off the table and went for him. "Jim, darling," she cried, "don't look at me that way. I had my hair cut off and sold, because I couldn't have lived through Christmas without giving you a present. It'll grow out again. You won't mind, will you? I just had to do it. My hair grows awfully fast. Say Merry Christmas, Jim, and let's be happy. You don't know what a beautiful nice gift I've got for you." "You've cut off your hair?" asked Jim laboriously, as if he had not arrived at that patent fact, yet even after the hardest mental labour. "Cut it off and sold it," said Della. "Don't you like me just as well anyhow? I'm me without my hair, aren't I?" Jim looked about the room curiously. "You say your hair is gone?" he said, with an air almost of idiocy. "You needn't look for it," said Della. "It's sold. I tell you, sold and gone too. It's Christmas Eve, boy. Be good to me, for it went for you. Maybe the hairs of my head were numbered," she went on with sudden serious sweetness, "but nobody could ever count my love for you. Shall I put the chops on, Jim?" Out of his trance, Jim seemed quickly to wake. He enfolded his Della. For 10 seconds let us regard with discreet scrutiny some inconsequential object in the other direction. $8 a week, or $1,000,000 a year, what's the difference? A mathematician or a wit would give you the wrong answer. The Magi brought valuable gifts, but that was not among them. This dark assertion will be illuminated later on. Jim drew a package from his overcoat and threw it upon the table. "Don't make any mistake, Dell," he said, "about me. I don't think there's anything in the way of a haircut, or a shave, or a shampoo that could make me like my girl any less. But if you'll unwrap that package, you may see why you had me going a while at first." White fingers and nimble tore at the string and paper, and then an ecstatic scream of joy, and then, alas, a quick feminine change to hysterical tears and wails, necessitating the immediate employment of all the comforting powers of the lord of the flat. For there lay the combs, the set of combs, side and back, that Della had worshipped long in a Broadway window. Beautiful combs, pure tortoise shell, with jewelled rims, just the shade to wear in the beautiful vanished hair. They were expensive combs, she knew, and her heart had simply craved and yearned over them without the least hope of possession. And now they were hers. But the tresses that should have adorned the coveted adornments were gone. But she hugged them to her bosom, and at length she was able to look up with dim eyes and a smile, and say, "My hair grows so fast, Jim." And then Della leaped up like a little singed cat and cried, "Oh, oh!" Jim had not yet seen his beautiful present. She held it out to him eagerly upon her open palm. The precious metal seemed to flash with the reflection of her bright and ardent spirit. "Isn't it a dandy, Jim? I hunted all over town to find it. You'll have to look at the time 100 times a day now. Give me your watch. I want to see how it looks on it." Instead of obeying, Jim tumbled down on the couch and put his hands under the back of his head and smiled. "Dell," said he, "let's put our Christmas presents away and keep 'em a while. They're too nice to use just at present. I sold the watch to get the money to buy your combs. And now suppose you put the chops on." The Magi, as you know, were wise men, wonderfully wise men, who brought gifts to the babe in the manger. They invented the art of giving Christmas presents. Being wise, their gifts were no doubt wise ones, possibly bearing the privilege of exchange in case of duplication. And here I have lamely related to you the uneventful chronicle of 2 foolish children in a flat, who most unwisely sacrificed for each other the greatest treasures of their house. But in a last word to the wise of these days, let it be said that of all who give gifts, these 2 were the wisest. Of all who give and receive gifts, such as they are wisest. Everywhere they are wisest. They are the Magi. End of Chapter 2, The Gift of the Magi. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4,000,000 by O. Henry. Chapter 3. The Cosmopolite in a Cafe. At midnight the cafe was crowded. By some chance the little table at which I sat had escaped the eye of incomers, and two vacant chairs at it extended their arms with venal hospitality to the influx of patrons. And then a cosmopolite sat in one of them, and I was glad, for I held a theory that since Adam no true citizen of the world has existed. We hear of them, and we see foreign labels on much luggage, but we find travellers instead of cosmopolites. I invoke your consideration of the scene, the marble-top tables, the range of leather-upholstered wall seats, the gay company, the ladies, dressed in demi-state toilettes, speaking in an exquisite visible chorus of taste, economy, opulence, or art, the sedulous and largesse-loving garçons, the music wisely catering to all with its raids upon the composers, the melange of talk and laughter, and, if you will, the Würzburger in the tall glass cones that bend to your lips as a ripe cherry sways on its branch to the beak of a robber jay. I was told by a sculptor from Mauch Chunk that the scene was truly Parisienne. My cosmopolite was named E. Rushmore Coghlan, and he will be heard from next summer at Coney Island. He is to establish a new attraction there, he informed me, offering kingly diversion. Then his conversation rang along parallels of latitude and longitude. He took the great round world in his hand, so to speak, familiarly, contemptuously, and it seemed no longer than the seed of a maraschino cherry in a table d'hôte grapefruit. He spoke disrespectfully of the equator. He skipped from continent to continent. He derided the zones. He mopped up the high seas with his napkin. With a wave of his hand he would speak of a certain bazaar in Hyderabad. Whiff! He would have you on skis in Lapland. Zip! Now you rode the breakers with the Kanakas at Kealakekiki. Presto! He dragged you through an Arkansas post-oak swamp, let you drive for a moment on the alkali plains of his Idaho ranch, then whirled you into the society of Viennese archdukes. Anon he would be telling you of a cold he acquired in a Chicago lake breeze, and how old Escamilla cured it in Buenos Aires with a hot infusion of the chuchula weed. You would have addressed a letter to E. Rushmore Coghlan, Esquire, the Earth, Solar System, the Universe, and have mailed it, feeling confident that it would be delivered to him. I was sure that I had found at last the one true cosmopolite since Adam, and I listened to his world-wide discourse, fearful lest I should discover in it the local note of the mere globe-trotter. But his opinions never fluttered or drooped. He was as impartial to cities, countries, and continents as the winds or gravitation. And as E. Rushmore Coghlan prattled of this little planet, I thought with glee of a great, almost cosmopolite, who wrote for the whole world and dictated himself to Bombay. In a poem he has to say that there is pride and rivalry between the cities of the earth, and that the men that breed from them they traffic up and down, but cling to their city's hem as a child to the mother's gown. And whenever they walk by roaring streets unknown, they remember their native city, most faithful, foolish, fond, making her mere breath name their bond upon their bond. And my glee was roused because I had caught Mr. Kipling napping. Here I had found a man not made from dust, one who had no narrow boasts of birthplace or country, one who, if he bragged at all, would brag of the whole round globe against the Martians and the inhabitants of the moon. Expression on these subjects was precipitated by E. Rushmore Coghlan by the third corner to our table. While Coghlan was describing to me the topography along the Siberian Railway, the orchestra glided into a medley. The concluding air was Dixie, and as the exhilarating notes tumbled forth, they were almost overpowered by a great clapping of hands from almost every table. It is worth a paragraph to say that this remarkable scene can be witnessed every evening in numerous cafes in the city of New York. Tons of brew have been consumed over theories to account for it. Some have conjectured hastily that all Southerners in town hie themselves to cafes at nightfall. This applause of the rebel air in a northern city does puzzle a little, but it is not insolvable. The war with Spain, many years' generous mint and watermelon crops, a few long-shot winners at the New Orleans race-track, and the brilliant banquets given by the Indiana and Kansas citizens who compose the North Carolina Society have made the South rather a fad in Manhattan. Your manicure will lisp softly that your left forefinger reminds her so much of a gentleman in Richmond, VA. Oh, certainly, but many a lady has to work now. The war, you know. When Dixie was being played, a dark-haired young man sprang up from somewhere with a Mosby guerrilla yell and waved frantically his soft-brimmed hat. Then he strayed through the smoke, dropped into the vacant chair at our table, and pulled out cigarettes. The evening was at the period when reserve is thawed. One of us mentioned 3 Würzburgers to the waiter. The dark-haired young man acknowledged his inclusion in the order by a smile and a nod. I hastened to ask him a question because I wanted to try out a theory I had. "Would you mind telling me," I began, "whether you are from—" The fist of E. Rushmore Coghlan banged the table, and I was jarred into silence. "Excuse me," said he, "that's a question I never liked to hear asked. What does it matter where a man is from? Is it fair to judge a man by his post-office address? Why, I've seen Kentuckians who hated whiskey, Virginians who weren't descended from Pocahontas, Indianians who hadn't written a novel, Mexicans who didn't wear velvet trousers with silver dollars sewed along the seams, funny Englishmen, spendthrift Yankees, cold-blooded Southerners, narrow-minded Westerners, and New Yorkers who were too busy to stop for an hour on the street to watch a one-armed grocer's clerk do up cranberries in paper bags. Let a man be a man, and don't handicap him with the label of any section." "Pardon me," I said, "but my curiosity was not altogether an idle one. I know the South, and when the band plays Dixie I like to observe. I have formed the belief that the man who applauds the air with special violence and ostensible sectional loyalty is invariably a native of either Sescos, New Jersey, or the district between Murray Hill Lyceum and the Harlem River, this city. I was about to put my opinions to the test by inquiring of this gentleman when you interrupted with your own, larger theory, I must confess. And now the dark-haired man spoke to me, and it became evident that his mind also moved along its own set of grooves. "I should like to be a periwinkle," said he mysteriously, "on the top of a valley, and sing too-rallaroo, rallaroo." This was clearly too obscure, so I turned again to Coghlan. "I've been around the world 12 times," said he. "I know an Esquimau in Upernavik who sends to Cincinnati for his neckties. I saw a goat-herder in Uruguay who won a prize in a Battle Creek breakfast food puzzle competition. I pay rent on a room in Cairo, Egypt, and another in Yokohama all the year round. I've got slippers waiting for me in a tea-house in Shanghai, and I don't have to tell 'em how to cook my eggs in Rio de Janeiro or Seattle. It's a mighty little old world. What's the use of bragging about being from the North, or the South, or the old manor house in the Dale, or Euclid Avenue, Cleveland, or Pike's Peak, or Fairfax County, Virginia, or Hooligan's Flats, or any place? It'll be a better world when we quit being fools about some mildewed town or 10 acres of swampland just because we happen to be born there." "You seem to be a genuine cosmopolite," I said admiringly, "but it also seems that you would decry patriotism." "A relic of the Stone Age," declared Coghlan warmly. "We are all brothers, Chinamen, Englishmen, Zulus, Patagonians, and the people in the bend of the Kaw River. Some day all this petty pride in one city or state or section or country will be wiped out, and we'll all be citizens of the world as we ought to be." "But while you are wandering in foreign lands," I persisted, "do not your thoughts revert to some spot, some dear and—" "Nary a spot," interrupted E. R. Coghlan flippantly. "The terrestrial, globular, planetary hunk of matter, slightly flattened at the poles, and known as the earth, is my abode. I've met a good many object-bound citizens of this country abroad. I've seen men from Chicago sit in a gondola in Venice, on a moonlit night and brag about their drainage canal. I've seen a Southerner, on being introduced to the King of England, hand that monarch, without batting his eyes, the information that his great-aunt on his mother's side was related by marriage to the Perkinses of Charleston. I knew a New Yorker who was kidnapped for ransom by some Afghanistan bandits. His people sent over the money, and he came back to Kabul with the agent. "Afghanistan?" the native said to him through an interpreter. "Well, not so slow, do you think?" "Oh, I don't know," says he, and he begins to tell them about a cab driver at 6th Avenue and Broadway. Those ideas don't suit me. I'm not tied down to anything that isn't 8,000 miles in diameter. Just put me down as E. Rushmore Coghlan, citizen of the terrestrial sphere. My cosmopolite made a large adieu and left me, for he thought he saw someone through the chatter and smoke whom he knew. So I was left with the would-be periwinkle, who was reduced to Würzburger without further ability to voice his aspirations to perch, melodious, upon the summit of a valley. I sat reflecting upon my evident cosmopolite, and wondering how the poet had managed to miss him. He was my discovery, and I believed in him. How was it? The men that breed from them, they traffic up and down, but cling to their city's hem as a child to the mother's gown. Not so E. Rushmore Coghlan, with the whole world for his— My meditations were interrupted by a tremendous noise and conflict in another part of the café. I saw above the heads of the seated patrons E. Rushmore Coghlan and a stranger to me engaged in terrific battle. They fought between the tables like Titans, and glasses crashed, and men caught up their hats and were knocked down, and a brunette screamed, and a blonde began to sing teasing. My cosmopolite was sustaining the pride and reputation of the earth, when the waiters closed in on both combatants with their famous flying wedge formation and bore them outside, still resisting. I called McCarthy, one of the French garçons, and asked him the cause of the conflict. "The man with the red tie, that was my cosmopolite," said he, "got hot on account of things said about the bum sidewalks and water supply of the place he come from by the other guy." "Why," said I, bewildered, "that man is a citizen of the world, a cosmopolite. He—" "Originally from Mattawamkeag, Maine, he said," continued McCarthy, "and he wouldn't stand for no knock in the place." End of A Cosmopolite in a Café. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4,000,000 by O. Henry. Chapter 4, Between Rounds. The May moon shone bright upon the private boarding-house of Mrs. Murphy. By reference to the almanac, a large amount of territory will be discovered upon which its rays also fell. Spring was in its heyday, with hay fever soon to follow. The parks were green with new leaves, and buyers for the western and southern trade. Flowers and summer resort agents were blowing. The air and answers to Lawson were growing milder. Hand organs, fountains, and pinochle were playing everywhere. The windows of Mrs. Murphy's boarding-house were open. A group of boarders were seated on the high stoop upon round, flat mats like German pancakes. In one of the second-floor front windows Mrs. McCaskey awaited her husband. Supper was cooling on the table. Its heat went into Mrs. McCaskey. At 9, Mr. McCaskey came. He carried his coat on his arm and his pipe in his teeth, and he apologized for disturbing the boarders on the steps as he selected spots of stone between them on which to set his size 9 width Ds. As he opened the door of his room, he received a surprise. Instead of the usual stove lid or potato masher for him to dodge, came only words. Mr. McCaskey reckoned that the benign May moon had softened the breast of his spouse. "I heard ye," came the oral substitutes for kitchenware. "Ye can apologize to riffraff on the streets for settin' your unhandy feet on the tails of their frocks, but she'd walk on the neck o' your wife the length of a clothesline, without so much as a kiss me fut, and I'm sure it's that long from rubberin' out the windy for ye, and the victuals cold as there's money to buy after drinking up your wages at Gallagher's every Saturday evenin', and the gas man here twice to-day for his." "Woman," said Mr. McCaskey, dashing his coat and hat upon a chair, "the noise of ye is an insult to me appetite. When ye run down politeness, ye take the mortar from between the bricks o' the foundations of society. 'Tis no more than exercisin' the acrimony of a gentleman when ye ask the descent of ladies blockin' the way for steppin' between them. Will ye bring the pig's face of ye out o' the windy, and see to the food?" Mrs. McCaskey arose heavily and went to the stove. There was something in her manner that warned Mr. McCaskey. When the corners of her mouth went down suddenly like a barometer, it usually foretold a fall of crockery and tinware. "Pig's face, is it?" said Mrs. McCaskey, and hurled a stewpan full of bacon and turnips at her lord. Mr. McCaskey was no novice at repartee. He knew what should follow the entree. On the table was a roast sirloin of pork, garnished with shamrocks. He retorted with this, and drew the appropriate return of a bread pudding in an earthen dish. A hunk of Swiss cheese, accurately thrown by her husband, stuck Mrs. McCaskey below one eye. When she replied with a well-aimed coffee-pot full of hot, black, semi-fragrant liquid, the battle, according to courses, should have ended. But Mr. McCaskey was no 50-cent table d'hôte. Let cheap bohemians consider coffee the end, if they would. Let them make that faux pas. He was foxier still. Finger bowls were not beyond the compass of his experience. They were not to be had in their pension Murphy, but their equivalent was at hand. Triumphantly he set the granite-ware wash-basin at the head of his matrimonial adversary. Mrs. McCaskey dodged in time. She reached for a flat-iron, with which, as a sort of cordial, she hoped to bring the gastronomical duel to a close. But a loud wailing scream downstairs caused both her and Mr. McCaskey to pause in a sort of involuntary armistice. On the sidewalk at the corner of the house, Policeman Cleary was standing with one ear upturned, listening to the crash of household utensils. "'Tis John McCaskey and his missus at it again," meditated the policeman. "I wonder shall I go up and stop the row? I will not. Married folks they are, and few pleasures they have. 'Twill not last long. Sure, they'll have to borrow more dishes to keep it up with." Just then came the loud scream below stairs, betokening fear or dire extremity. "'Tis probably the cat," said Policeman Cleary, and walked hastily in the other direction. The boarders on the step were fluttered. Mr. Toomey, an insurance solicitor by birth, and an investigator by profession, went inside to analyze the scream. He returned with the news that Mrs. Murphy's little boy Mike was lost. Following the messenger, out bounced Mrs. Murphy, 200 pounds in tears and hysterics, clutching the air and howling to the sky for the loss of 30 pounds of freckles and mischief. Bathos, truly, but Mr. Toomey sat down at the side of Miss Purdy, millinery, and their hands came together in sympathy. The two old maids, Mrs. Walsh, who complained every day about the noise in the halls, inquired immediately if anybody had looked behind the clock. Major Grigg, who sat by his fat wife on the top step, arose and buttoned his coat. "The little one lost?" he exclaimed. "I will scour the city." His wife never allowed him out after dark, but now she said, "Go, Ludwig," in a baritone voice. "Whoever can look upon that mother's grief without springing to her relief has a heart of stone." "Give me some 30 or 60 cents, my love," said the Major. "Lost children sometimes stray far. I may need car fares." Old man Denny, hall room, 4th floor back, who sat on the lowest step, trying to read a paper by the street lamp, turned over a page to follow up the article about the carpenter's strike. Mrs. Murphy shrieked to the moon, "Oh, Mike, for God's sake, where is me bit of a boy?" "When d'ye see him last?" asked old man Denny, with one eye on the report of the Building Trades League. "Oh," wailed Mrs. Murphy, "'twas yesterday, or maybe 4 hours ago. I dunno, but it's lost he is, me little boy Mike. He was playin' on the sidewalk only this marnin'. Or was it Wednesday? I'm that busy with work, 'tis hard to keep up with dates. But I've looked the house over from top to cellar, and it's gone he is. Ah, for the love of Heaven!" Silent, grim, colossal, the big city has ever stood against its revellers. They call it hard as iron. They say that no pulse of pity beats in its bosom. They compare its streets with lonely forests and deserts of lava. But beneath the hard crust of the lobster is found a delectable and luscious food. Perhaps a different simile would have been wiser. Still, nobody should take offence. We would call no one a lobster without good and sufficient claws. No calamity so touches the common heart of humanity as does the straying of a little child. Their feet are so uncertain and feeble. The ways are so steep and strange. Major Griggs hurried down to the corner and up the avenue into Billy's place. "Give me a rye high," he said to the servitor. "Haven't seen a bow-legged, dirty-faced little devil of a 6-year-old lost kid around here anywhere, have you?" Mr. Toomey retained Miss Purdy's hand on the steps. "Think of that dear little babe," said Miss Purdy, "lost from his mother's side, perhaps already fallen beneath the iron hoofs of galloping steeds. Oh, isn't it dreadful?" "Ain't that right?" agreed Mr. Toomey, squeezing her hand. "Say I start out and help look for 'em." "Perhaps," said Miss Purdy, "you should. But oh, Mr. Toomey, you are so dashing, so reckless. Suppose in your enthusiasm some accident should befall you. Then what?" Old man Denny read on about the arbitration agreement, with one finger on the lines. In the second-floor front, Mr. and Mrs. McCaskey came to the window to recover their second wind. Mr. McCaskey was stooping turnips out of his vest with a crooked forefinger, and his lady was wiping an eye that the salt of the pork roast had not benefited. They heard the outcry below, and thrust their heads out of the window. "'Tis little Mike is lost," said Mrs. McCaskey in a hushed voice. "The beautiful little trouble-making angel of a gossoon. The bit of a boy mislaid?" said Mr. McCaskey, leaning out of the window. "Why, now that's bad enough entirely. The childer, they be different. If 'twas a woman I'd be willing, for they leave peace behind 'em when they go." Disregarding the thrust, Mrs. McCaskey caught her husband's arm. "John," she said sentimentally, "Mrs. Murphy's little bye is lost. 'Tis a great city for losing little boys. 6 years old he was. John, 'tis the same age our little bye would have been if we'd had one 6 years ago." "We never did," said Mr. McCaskey, lingering with the fact. "But if we had, John, think what sorrow would be in our hearts this night, with our little Phelan run away and stolen in the city nowheres at all." "Ye talk foolishness," said Mr. McCaskey. "'Tis Pat he would be named, after me old father in Cantrim." "Ye lie," said Mrs. McCaskey without anger. "Me brother was worth 10 dozen bog-trotting McCaskeys. After him would the bye be named." She leaned over the window-sill and looked down at the hurrying and bustle below. "John," said Mrs. McCaskey softly, "I'm sorry I was hasty wid ye." "'Twas hasty puddin', as ye say," said her husband, "and hurry up turnips, and get a move on ye coffee. 'Twas what ye could call a quick lunch all right, and tell no lie." Mrs. McCaskey slipped her arm inside her husband's, and took his rough hand in hers. Listening at the crying of poor Mrs. Murphy, she said, "'Tis an awful thing for a bit of a bye to be lost in this great big city. If 'twas our little Phelan, John, I'd be breaking me heart." Awkwardly, Mr. McCaskey withdrew his hand, but he laid it around the nearing shoulder of his wife. "'Tis foolishness, of course," he said roughly, "but I'd be cut up myself if our little Pat was kidnapped or anything. But there never was any childer for us. Sometimes I've been ugly and hard wid ye, Judy. Forget it." They leaned together and looked down at the heart-drama being acted below. Long they sat thus. People surged along the sidewalk, crowding, questioning, filling the air with rumors and inconsequent surmises. Mrs. Murphy ploughed back and forth in their midst, like a soft mountain down, with plunged and audible cataract of tears. Couriers came and went. Loud voices and a renewed uproar were raised in front of the boarding-house. "What's up now, Judy?" asked Mr. McCaskey. "'Tis Mrs. Murphy's voice," said Mrs. McCaskey, harking. "She says she's finding little Mike asleep behind the roll of old linoleum under the bed in her room." Mr. McCaskey laughed loudly. "That's your Phelan," he shouted sardonically. "Divil a bit would a Pat ha' done that trick. If the bye we never had is strayed and stole, by the powers call him Phelan, and see him hide out under the bed like a mangy pup." Mrs. McCaskey rose heavily and went toward the dish-closet, with the corners of her mouth drawn down. Policeman Cleary came back around the corner as the crowd dispersed. Surprised, he upturned an ear toward the McCaskey apartment, where the crash of irons and chinaware and the ring of hurled kitchen utensils seemed as loud as before. Policeman Cleary took out his timepiece. "By the deported snakes!" he exclaimed. "John McCaskey and his lady have been fighting for an hour and a quarter by the watch. The missus could give him 40 pounds weight, strength to his arm." Policeman Cleary strolled back around the corner. Old man Denny folded his paper and hurried up the steps, just as Mrs. Murphy was about to lock the door for the night. End of Chapter 4, Between Rounds. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4 Million by O. Henry. Chapter 5. The Skylight Room. First, Mrs. Parker would show you the double parlours. You would not dare to interrupt her description of their advantages, and of the merits of the gentleman who had occupied them for 8 years. Then you would manage to stammer forth the confession that you were neither a doctor nor a dentist. Mrs. Parker's manner of receiving the admission was such that you could never afterward entertain the same feeling toward your parents, who had neglected to train you up in one of the professions that fitted Mrs. Parker's parlours. Next you ascended 1 flight of stairs, and looked at the 2nd floor back at $8. Convinced by her 2nd floor manner that it was worth the 12 that Mr. Toosenberry always paid for it until he left to take charge of his brother's orange plantation in Florida near Palm Beach, where Mrs. McIntyre always spent the winters, that had the double front room with private bath, you managed to babble that you wanted something still cheaper. If you survived Mrs. Parker's scorn, you were taken to look at Mr. Skidder's large hall room on the 3rd floor. Mr. Skidder's room was not vacant. He wrote plays and smoked cigarettes in it all day long, but every room hunter was made to visit his room to admire the lambrequins. After each visit Mr. Skidder, from the fright caused by possible eviction, would pay something on his rent. Then, oh then, if you still stood on 1 foot, with your hot hand clutching the 3 moist dollars in your pocket, and hoarsely proclaimed your hideous and culpable poverty, never more would Mrs. Parker be cicerone of yours. She would honk loudly the word "Clara." She would show you her back and march downstairs. Then Clara, the colored maid, would escort you up the carpeted ladder that served for the 4th flight, and show you the skylight room. It occupied 7 by 8 feet of floor space at the middle of the hall. On each side of it was a dark lumber closet or storeroom. In it was an iron cot, a washstand, and a chair. A shelf was the dresser. Its 4 bare walls seemed to close in upon you like the sides of a coffin. Your hand crept to your throat, you gasped, you looked up as from a well, and breathed once more. Through the glass of the little skylight you saw a square of blue infinity. $2, sir, Clara would say in her half-contemptuous, half-Tuskegenial tones. One day Miss Leeson came hunting for a room. She carried a typewriter made to be lugged around by a much larger lady. She was a very little girl, with eyes and hair that kept on growing after she had stopped, and that always looked as if they were saying, "Goodness me, why didn't you keep up with us?" Mrs. Parker showed her the double parlours. "In this closet," she said, "one could keep a skeleton or anesthetic or coal." "But I am neither a doctor nor a dentist," said Miss Leeson with a shiver. Mrs. Parker gave her the incredulous, pitying, sneering, icy stare that she kept for those who failed to qualify as doctors or dentists, and led the way to the 2nd floor back. $8? said Miss Leeson. "Dear me, I'm not Hetty if I do look green. I'm just a poor little working girl. Show me something higher and lower." Mr. Skidder jumped and strewed the floor with cigarette stubs at the rap on his door. "Excuse me, Mr. Skidder," said Mrs. Parker, with her demon's smile at his pale looks. I didn't know you were in. I asked the lady to have a look at your lambrequins. They're too lovely for anything," said Miss Leeson, smiling in exactly the way the angels do. After they had gone, Mr. Skidder got very busy erasing the tall, black-haired heroine from his latest, unproduced play, and inserting a small, roguish one, with heavy, bright hair and vivacious features. "Anna Held'll jump at it," said Mr. Skidder to himself, putting his feet up against the lambrequins, and disappearing in a cloud of smoke like an aerial cuttlefish. Presently the tocsin call of Clara sounded to the world the state of Miss Leeson's purse. A dark goblin seized her, mounted a Stygian stairway, thrust her into a vault with a glimmer of light in its top, and muttered the menacing and cabalistic words, $2. "I'll take it," sighed Miss Leeson, sinking down upon the squeaky iron bed. Every day Miss Leeson went out to work. At night she brought home papers with handwriting on them, and made copies with her typewriter. Sometimes she had no work at night. Then she would sit on the steps of the high stoop with the other roomers. Miss Leeson was not intended for a skylight room when the plans were drawn for her creation. She was gay-hearted and full of tender, whimsical fancies. Once she let Mr. Skidder read to her 3 acts of his great, unpublished comedy, It's No Kid, or The Heir of the Subway. There was rejoicing among the gentlemen roomers whenever Miss Leeson had time to sit on the steps for an hour or two, but Miss Longnecker, the tall blonde who taught in a public school, and said "Well, really" to everything you said, sat on the top step and sniffed. And Miss Dorn, who shot at the moving ducks at Coney every Sunday, and worked in a department store, sat on the bottom step and sniffed. Miss Leeson sat on the middle step, and the men would quickly group around her. Especially Mr. Skidder, who had cast her in his mind for the star part in a private, romantic, unspoken drama in real life, and especially Mr. Hoover, who was 45, fat, flush, and foolish, and especially very young Mr. Evans, who set up a hollow cough to induce her to ask him to leave off cigarettes. The men voted her the funniest and jolliest ever, but the sniffs on the top step and the lower step were implacable. I pray you let the drama halt while chorus stalks to the footlights and drops an epicedian tear upon the fatness of Mr. Hoover. Tune the pipes to the tragedy of tallow, the bane of bulk, the calamity of corpulence. Tried out, Falstaff might have rendered more romance to the ton than would have Romeo's rickety ribs to the ounce. A lover may sigh, but he must not puff. To the train of Momus are the fat men remanded. In vain beats the faithfullest heart above a 52-inch belt. Avaunt, Hoover! Hoover, 45, flush and foolish, might carry off Helen herself. Hoover, 45, flush, foolish, and fat, is meat for perdition. There was never a chance for you, Hoover. As Mrs. Parker's roomers sat thus one summer's evening, Miss Leeson looked up into the firmament and cried with her little gay laugh, "Why, there's Billy Jackson! I can see him from down here, too." All looked up, some at the windows of skyscrapers, some casting about for an airship, Jackson guided. "It's that star," explained Miss Leeson, pointing with a tiny finger. "Not the big one that twinkles, the steady blue one near it. I can see it every night through my skylight. I named it Billy Jackson." "Well, really," said Miss Longnecker, "I didn't know you were an astronomer, Miss Leeson." "Oh, yes," said the small stargazer, "I know as much as any of them about the style of sleeves they're going to wear next fall in Mars." "Well, really," said Miss Longnecker, "the star you refer to is Gamma, of the constellation Cassiopeia. It is nearly of the second magnitude, and its meridian passages—" "Oh," said the very young Mr. Evans, "I think Billy Jackson is a much better name for it." "Same here," said Mr. Hoover, loudly breathing defiance to Miss Longnecker. "I think Miss Leeson has just as much right to name stars as any of those old astrologers had." "Well, really," said Miss Longnecker. "I wonder whether it's a shooting star," remarked Miss Dorn. "I hit 9 ducks and a rabbit out of 10 in the gallery at Coney Sunday." "He doesn't show up very well from down here," said Miss Leeson. "You ought to see him from my room. You know, you can see stars even in the daytime from the bottom of a well. At night my room is like the shaft of a coal mine. It makes Billy Jackson look like the big diamond pin that Night fastens her kimono with." There came a time after that when Miss Leeson brought no formidable papers home to copy, and when she went out in the morning, instead of working, she went from office to office, and let her heart melt away in the drip of cold refusals transmitted through insolent office boys. This went on. There came an evening when she wearily climbed Mrs. Parker's stoop at the hour when she always returned from her dinner at the restaurant. But she had had no dinner. As she stepped into the hall, Mr. Hoover met her and seized his chance. He asked her to marry him, and his fatness hovered above her like an avalanche. She dodged and caught the balustrade. He tried for her hand, and she raised it and smote him weakly in the face. Step by step she went up, dragging herself by the railing. She passed Mr. Skidder's door as he was red-inking a stage direction for Myrtle Delorme, Miss Leeson, in his unaccepted comedy, to pirouette across stage from left to the side of the Count. Up the carpeted ladder she crawled at last, and opened the door of the skylight room. She was too weak to light the lamp or to undress. She fell upon the iron cot, her fragile body scarcely hollowing the worn springs, and in that erebus of the skylight room she slowly raised her heavy eyelids and smiled. For Billy Jackson was shining down on her, calm and bright and constant through the skylight. There was no world about her. She was sunk in a pit of blackness, with but that small square of pallid light framing the star that she had so whimsically and oh so ineffectually named. Miss Longnecker must be right. It was Gamma, of the constellation Cassiopeia, and not Billy Jackson. And yet she could not let it be Gamma. As she lay on her back, she tried twice to raise her arm. The third time she got two thin fingers to her lips, and blew a kiss out of the black pit to Billy Jackson. Her arm fell back limply. "Good-bye, Billy," she murmured faintly. "You're millions of miles away, and you won't even twinkle once. But you kept where I could see you most of the time up there, where there wasn't anything else but darkness to look at, didn't you? Millions of miles. Good-bye, Billy Jackson." Clara, the colored maid, found the door locked at 10 the next day, and they forced it open. Vinegar and the slapping of wrists and burnt feathers proving of no avail, someone ran to phone for an ambulance. In due time it backed up to the door, with much gong clanging, and the capable young medico in his white linen coat, ready, active, confident, with his smooth face, half debonair, half grim, danced up the steps. "Ambulance call to 49, he said briefly. "What's the trouble?" "Oh, yes, doctor," sniffed Mrs. Parker, as though her trouble that there should be trouble in the house was the greater. "I can't think what can be the matter with her. Nothing we could do would bring her to. It's a young woman, Miss Elsie, yes, a Miss Elsie Leeson, never before in my house." "What room?" cried the doctor in a terrible voice, to which Mrs. Parker was a stranger. "The skylight room. It—" Evidently the ambulance doctor was familiar with the location of skylight rooms. He was gone up the stairs 4 at a time. Mrs. Parker followed slowly, as her dignity demanded. On the first landing she met him coming back, bearing the astronomer in his arms. He stopped and let loose the practised scalpel of his tongue, not loudly. Gradually Mrs. Parker crumpled as a stiff garment that slips down from a nail. Ever afterward there remained crumples in her mind and body. Sometimes her curious roomers would ask her what the doctor said to her. "Let that be," she would answer. "If I can get forgiveness for having heard it, I will be satisfied." The ambulance physician strode with his burden through the pack of hounds that followed the curiosity chase, and even they fell back along the sidewalk abashed, for his face was that of one who bears his own dead. They noticed that he did not lay down upon the bed prepared for it in the ambulance the form that he carried, and all that he said was, "Drive like hell, Wilson," to the driver. That is all. Is it a story? In the next morning's paper I saw a little news item, and the last sentence of it may help you, as it helped me to weld the incidents together. It recounted the reception into Bellevue Hospital of a young woman who had been removed from number 49 East Street, suffering from debility induced by starvation. It concluded with these words: "Dr. William Jackson, the ambulance physician who attended the case, says the patient will recover." End of Chapter 5, The Skylight Room. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4 Million by O. Henry. Chapter 6. A Service of Love. When one loves one's art, no service seems too hard. That is our premise. This story shall draw a conclusion from it, and show at the same time that the premise is incorrect. That will be a new thing in logic, and a feat in storytelling somewhat older than the Great Wall of China. Joe Larrabee came out of the post-oak flats of the Middle West, pulsing with a genius for pictorial art. At 6 he drew a picture of the town pump, with a prominent citizen passing it hastily. This effort was framed and hung in the drugstore window, by the side of the ear of corn with an uneven number of rows. At 20 he left for New York, with a flowing necktie, and a capital tied up somewhat closer. Delia Carruthers did things in 6 octaves so promisingly in a pine-tree village in the South that her relatives chipped in enough in her chip hat for her to go north and finish. They could not see her, but that is our story. Joe and Delia met in an atelier where a number of art and music students had gathered to discuss chiaroscuro, Wagner, music, Rembrandt's works, pictures, Waldenteuffel, wallpaper, Chopin, and Oolong. Joe and Delia became enamored one of the other, or each of the other, as you please, and in a short time were married. For, see above, when one loves one's art, no service seems too hard. Mr. and Mrs. Larrabee began housekeeping in a flat. It was a lonesome flat, something like the A sharp way down at the left-hand end of the keyboard, and they were happy, for they had their art, and they had each other, and my advice to the rich young man would be, sell all thou hast and give it to the poor. Janitor for the privilege of living in a flat with your art and your Delia. Flat dwellers shall endorse my dictum that theirs is the only true happiness. If a home is happy, it cannot fit too close. Let the dresser collapse and become a billiard table. Let the mantel turn into a rowing machine, the escritoire to a spare bedchamber, the washstand to an upright piano. Let the 4 walls come together, if they will, so you and your Delia are between. But if home be the other kind, let it be wide and long. Enter you at the Golden Gate, hang your hat on Hatteras, your cape on Cape Horn, and go out by the Labrador. Joe was painting in the class of the great magister. You know his fame. His fees are high, his lessons are light. His highlights have brought him renown. Delia was studying under Rosenstock. You know his repute as a disturber of the piano keys. They were mighty happy as long as their money lasted. So is every... but I will not be cynical. Their aims were very clear and defined. Joe was to become capable very soon of turning out pictures that old gentlemen with thin side whiskers and thick pocket-books would sandbag one another in his studio for the privilege of buying. Delia was to become familiar and then contemptuous with music, so that when she saw the orchestra seats and boxes unsold, she could have sore throat and lobster in a private dining-room and refuse to go on the stage. But the best, in my opinion, was the home life in the little flat, the ardent, voluble chats after the day's study, the cosy dinners and fresh light breakfasts, the interchange of ambitions interwoven each with the others, or else inconsiderable, the mutual help and inspiration, and overlook my artlessness, stuffed olives and cheese sandwiches at 11 p.m. But after a while art flagged. It sometimes does, even if some switchman doesn't flag it, everything going out and nothing coming in, as the vulgarians say. Money was lacking to pay Mr. Magister and Herr Rosenstock their prices. When one loves one's art, no service seems too hard. So Delia said she must give music lessons to keep the chafing dish bubbling. For 2 or 3 days she went out canvassing for pupils. One evening she came home elated. "Joe, dear," she said gleefully, "I've a pupil. I know the loveliest people, General A.B. Pinckney's daughter, on 71st Street. Such a splendid house, Joe. You ought to see the front door. Byzantine, I think you would call it. And inside? Oh, Joe, I never saw anything like it before. My pupil is his daughter Clementina. I dearly love her already. She's a delicate thing, dresses always in white, and the sweetest, simplest manners. Only 18 years old. I'm to give 3 lessons a week, and just think, Joe, $5 a lesson. I don't mind it a bit, for when I get 2 or 3 more pupils, I can resume my lessons with Herr Rosenstock. Now smooth out that wrinkle between your brows, dear. Let's have a nice supper." "That's all right for you, Delie," said Joe, attacking a can of peas with a carving knife and a hatchet. "How about me? Do you think I'm going to let you hustle for wages while I philander in the regions of high art? Not by the bones of Benvenuto Cellini. I guess I can sell papers or lay cobblestones and bring in $1 or 2. Delia came and hung about his neck. "Joe, dear, you're silly. You must keep on at your studies. It is not as if I had quit my music and gone to work at something else. While I teach, I learn. I'm always with my music. I can live as happily as millionaires on $15 a week. You mustn't think of leaving Mr. Magister." "All right," said Joe, reaching for the blue scalloped vegetable dish, "but I hate for you to be giving lessons. It isn't art. But you're a trump and a dear to do it." "When one loves one's art, no service seems too hard," said Delia. "Magister praised the sky in that sketch I made in the park," said Joe. "Tinkle gave me permission to hang 2 of them in his window. I may sell one if the right kind of a moneyed idiot sees them." "I'm sure you will," said Delia sweetly. "And now let's be thankful for General Pinckney and this veal roast." During all the next week the Larrabees had an early breakfast. Joe was enthusiastic about some morning effect sketches he was doing in Central Park, and Delia packed him off breakfasted, coddled, praised, and kissed at 7 o'clock. Art is an engaging mistress. It was most times 7 o'clock when he returned in the evening. At the end of the week Delia, sweetly proud but languid, triumphantly tossed 3 $5 bills on the 8x10 centre table of the 8x10-foot flat parlour. "Sometimes," she said a little wearily, "Clementina tries me. I'm afraid she doesn't practice enough, and I have to tell her the same thing so often. Then she always dresses entirely in white, and that does get monotonous. But General Pinckney is the dearest old man. I wish you could know him, Joe. He comes in sometimes when I am with Clementina at the piano. He is a widower, you know, and stands there pulling his white goatee." "And how are the semi-quavers and the demi-semi-quavers progressing?" he always asks. "I wish you could see the wainscoting in that drawing-room, Joe, and those Astrakhan rug poteras. And Clementina has such a funny little cough. I hope she's stronger than she looks. Oh, I really am getting attached to her. She is so gentle and high-bred. General Pinckney's brother was once minister to Bolivia." And then Joe, with the air of a Monte Cristo, drew forth a 10, a 5, a 2, and a 1, all legal tender notes, and laid them beside Delia's earnings. "Sold that watercolour of the obelisk to a man from Peoria," he announced overwhelmingly. "Don't joke with me," said Delia. "Not from Peoria?" "All the way. I wish you could see him, Delie. Fat man with a woolen muffler and a quill toothpick. He saw the sketch in Tinkle's window, and thought it was a windmill at first. He was game, though, and bought it anyhow. He ordered another, an oil sketch of the Lackawanna freight depot, to take back with him. Music lessons. Oh, I guess art is still in it." "I'm so glad you've kept on," said Delia heartily. "You're bound to win, dear. $33? We've never had so much to spend before. We'll have oysters tonight." "And filet mignon with champignons," said Joe. "Where is the olive fork?" On the next Saturday evening Joe reached home first. He spread his $18 on the parlour table, and washed what seemed to be a great deal of dark paint from his hands. Half an hour later Delia arrived, her right hand tied up in a shapeless bundle of wraps and bandages. "How is this?" asked Joe after the usual greetings. Delia laughed, but not very joyously. Clementina, she explained, insisted upon a Welsh rabbit after her lesson. She is such a queer girl. Welsh rabbits at 5 in the afternoon. The General was there. You should have seen him run for the chafing dish, Joe, just as if there wasn't a servant in the house. I know Clementina isn't in good health. She's so nervous. In serving the rabbit she spilled a great lot of it, boiling hot, over my hand and wrist. It hurt awfully, Joe, and the dear girl was so sorry. But General Pinckney, Joe, that old man nearly went distracted. He rushed downstairs and sent somebody, they said the furnace man or somebody in the basement, out to a drug-store for some oil and things to bind it up with. It doesn't hurt so much now. "What's this?" asked Joe, taking the hand tenderly and pulling at some white strands beneath the bandages. "It's something soft," said Delia, "that had oil on it. Oh, Joe, did you sell another sketch?" She had seen the money on the table. "Did I?" said Joe. "Just ask the man from Peoria. He got his depot today, and he isn't sure, but he thinks he wants another parkscape and a view on the Hudson. What time this afternoon did you burn your hand, Delie?" 5 o'clock, I think," said Delie plaintively. "The iron, I mean the rabbit, came off the fire about that time. You ought to have seen General Pinckney, Joe, when—" "Sit down here a moment, Delie," said Joe. He drew her to the couch, sat beside her, and put his arm across her shoulders. "What have you been doing for the last 2 weeks, Delie?" he asked. She braved it for a moment or two, with an eye full of love and stubbornness, and murmured a phrase or two vaguely of General Pinckney, but at length down went her head, and out came the truth and tears. "I couldn't get any pupils," she confessed, "and I couldn't bear to have you give up your lessons. I got a place ironing shirts in that big 24th Street laundry, and I think I did very well to make up both General Pinckney and Clementina, don't you, Joe? When a girl in the laundry set down a hot iron on my hand this afternoon, I was all the way home making up that story about the Welsh rabbit. You're not angry, are you, Joe? If I hadn't got the work, you mightn't have sold your sketches to that man from Peoria." "He wasn't from Peoria," said Joe slowly. "Well, it doesn't matter where he was from. How clever you are, Joe! And kiss me, Joe. What made you ever suspect that I wasn't giving music lessons to Clementina?" "I didn't," said Joe, "until tonight, and I wouldn't have then, only I sent up this cotton waste in oil from the engine-room this afternoon for a girl upstairs who had her hand burned with a smoothing iron. I've been firing the engine in that laundry for the last 2 weeks." "Then you didn't—" "My purchaser from Peoria," said Joe, "and General Pinckney are both creations of the same art, but you wouldn't call it either painting or music." And then they both laughed, and Joe began, "When one loves one's art, no service seems—" But Delia stopped him with her hand on his lips. "No," she said, "just when one loves." End of A Service of Love. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4 Million by O. Henry. Chapter 7. The Coming Out of Maggie. Every Saturday night the Cloverleaf Social Club gave a hop in the hall of the Give and Take Athletic Association on the East Side. In order to attend one of these dances, you must be a member of the Give and Take, or if you belong to the division that starts off with the right foot in waltzing, you must work in Rheingold's paper-box factory. Still, any Cloverleaf was privileged to escort or be escorted by an outsider to a single dance. But mostly each Give and Take brought the paper-box girl that he affected, and few strangers could boast of having shaken a foot at the regular hops. Maggie Toole, on account of her dull eyes, broad mouth, and left-handed style of footwork in the two-step, went to the dances with Anna McCarty and her fellow. Anna and Maggie worked side by side in the factory, and were the greatest chums ever. So Anna always made Jimmy Burns take her by Maggie's house every Saturday night, so that her friend could go to the dance with them. The Give and Take Athletic Association lived up to its name. The hall of the association in Orchard Street was fitted out with muscle-making inventions. With the fibres thus builded up, the members were wont to engage the police and rival social and athletic organizations in joyous combat. Between these more serious occupations, the Saturday night hop with the paper-box factory girls came as a refining influence and as an efficient screen. For sometimes the tip went round, and if you were among the elect that tiptoed up the dark back stairway, you might see as neat and satisfying a little welterweight affair to a finish as ever happened inside the ropes. On Saturdays, Rheingold's paper-box factory closed at 3 p.m. On one such afternoon Anna and Maggie walked homeward together. At Maggie's door Anna said as usual, "Be ready at 7 sharp, Mag, and Jimmy and me'll come by for you." But what was this? Instead of the customary humble and grateful thanks from the non-escorted one, there was to be perceived a high-poised head, a prideful dimpling at the corners of the broad mouth, and almost a sparkle in a dull brown eye. "Thanks, Anna," said Maggie, "but you and Jimmy needn't bother tonight. I've a gentleman friend that's coming round to escort me to the hop." The comely Anna pounced upon her friend, shook her, chided and beseeched her. Maggie Toole catch a fellow! Plain, dear, loyal, unattractive Maggie, so sweet as a chum, so unsought for a two-step or a moonlit bench in the little park. How was it? When did it happen? Who was it? "You'll see tonight," said Maggie, flushed with the wine of the first grapes she had gathered in Cupid's vineyard. "He's swell all right. He's 2 inches taller than Jimmy, and an up-to-date dresser. I'll introduce him, Anna, just as soon as we get to the hall." Anna and Jimmy were among the first clover-leafs to arrive that evening. Anna's eyes were brightly fixed upon the door of the hall, to catch the first glimpse of her friend's catch. At 8:30 Miss Toole swept into the hall with her escort. Quickly her triumphant eye discovered her chum under the wing of her faithful Jimmy. "Oh, gee!" cried Anna. "Mag, ain't that a hit? Oh, no! Swell! Fella? Well, I guess! Style? Look at 'em!" "Go as far as you like," said Jimmy with sandpaper in his voice. "Cop him out if you want him. These new guys always win out with the push. Don't mind me. He don't squeeze all the limes, I guess." "Huh!" "Shut up, Jimmy. You know what I mean. I'm glad for Mag. First fellow she ever had. Oh, here they come." Across the floor Maggie sailed like a coquettish yacht convoyed by a stately cruiser, and truly her companion justified the encomiums of the faithful chum. He stood 2 inches taller than the average give-and-take athlete. His dark hair curled, his eyes and his teeth flashed whenever he bestowed his frequent smiles. The young men of the Cloverleaf Club pinned not their faith to the graces of person as much as they did to its prowess, its achievements in hand-to-hand conflicts, and its preservation from the legal duress that constantly menaced it. The member of the association who would bind a paper-box maiden to his conquering chariot scorned to employ Beau Brummel airs. They were not considered honourable methods of warfare. The swelling biceps, the coat straining at its buttons over the chest, the air of conscious conviction of the supreme eminence of the male in the cosmogony of creation, even a calm display of bow legs as subduing and enchanting agents in the gentle tourneys of Cupid. These were the approved arms and ammunition of the Cloverleaf gallants. They viewed, then, genuflections and alluring poses of this visitor with their chins at a new angle. A friend of mine, Mr. Terry O'Sullivan, was Maggie's formula of introduction. She led him around the room, presenting him to each new arriving Cloverleaf. Almost was she pretty now, with the unique luminosity in her eyes that comes to a girl with her first suitor and a kitten with its first mouse. "Maggie O'Toole's got a fellow at last," was the word that went round among the paper-box girls. "Pipe Mag's floor-walker." Thus the give-and-takes expressed their indifferent contempt. Usually at the weekly hops Maggie kept a spot on the wall warm with her back. She felt and showed so much gratitude whenever a self-sacrificing partner invited her to dance that his pleasure was cheapened and diminished. She had even grown used to noticing Anna joggle the reluctant Jimmy with her elbow as a signal for him to invite her chum to walk over his feet through a two-step. But tonight the pumpkin had turned to a coach and six. Terry O'Sullivan was a victorious Prince Charming, and Maggie Toole winged her first butterfly flight. And though our troops of fairyland be mixed with those of entomology, they shall not spill one drop of ambrosia from the rose-colored melody of Maggie's one perfect night. The girls besieged her for introductions to her fellow. The Cloverleaf young men, after 2 years of blindness, suddenly perceived charms in Miss Toole. They flexed their compelling muscles before her, and bespoke her for the dance. Thus she scored, but to Terry O'Sullivan the honours of the evening fell thick and fast. He shook his curls, he smiled, and went easily through the 7 motions for acquiring grace in your own room, before an open window 10 minutes each day. He danced like a faun. He introduced manner and style and atmosphere. His words came trippingly upon his tongue, and he waltzed twice in succession with the paper-box girl that Dempsey Donovan brought. Dempsey was the leader of the association. He wore a dress suit, and could chin the bar twice with one hand. He was one of the Big Mike O'Sullivan's lieutenants, and was never troubled by trouble. No cop dared to arrest him. Whenever he broke a push-cart man's head, or shot a member of the Henrik B. Sweeney Outing and Literary Association in the kneecap, an officer would drop around and say, "The cap'n like to see ye a few minutes round to the office, when ye have time, Dempsey, me boy." But there would be sundry gentlemen there with large gold fob chains and black cigars, and somebody would tell a funny story, and then Dempsey would go back and work half an hour with the 6-pound dumbbells. So doing a tight-rope act on a wire stretched across Niagara was a safe terpsichorean performance compared with waltzing twice with Dempsey Donovan's paper-box girl. At 10 o'clock the jolly round face of Big Mike O'Sullivan shone at the door for 5 minutes upon the scene. He always looked in for 5 minutes, smiled at the girls, and handed out real perfectos to the delighted boys. Dempsey Donovan was at his elbow instantly, talking rapidly. Big Mike looked carefully at the dancers, smiled, shook his head, and departed. The music stopped. The dancers scattered to the chairs along the walls. Terry O'Sullivan, with his entrancing bow, relinquished a pretty girl in blue to her partner, and started back to find Maggie. Dempsey intercepted him in the middle of the floor. Some fine instinct that Rome must have bequeathed to us caused nearly every one to turn and look at them. There was a subtle feeling that 2 gladiators had met in the arena. 2 or 3 give-and-takes with tight coat-sleeves drew nearer. "One moment, Mr. O'Sullivan," said Dempsey. "I hope you're enjoying yourself. Where did you say you live?" The 2 gladiators were well matched. Dempsey had perhaps 10 pounds of weight to give away. The O'Sullivan had breadth with quickness. Dempsey had a glacial eye, a dominating slit of a mouth, an indestructible jaw, a complexion like a belle's, and the coolness of a champion. The visitor showed more fire in his contempt, and less control over his conspicuous sneer. They were enemies by the law, written when the rocks were molten. They were each too splendid, too mighty, too incomparable to divide preeminence. One only must survive. "I live on Grand," said O'Sullivan insolently. "No trouble to find me at home. Where do you live?" Dempsey ignored the question. "You say your name's O'Sullivan," he went on. "Well, Big Mike says he never saw you before." "Lots of things he never saw," said the favourite of the hop. "As a rule," went on Dempsey, huskily sweet, "O'Sullivans in this district know one another. You escorted one of our lady members here, and we want a chance to make good. If you've got a family tree, let's see a few historical O'Sullivans' buds come out on it. Or do you want us to dig it out of you by the roots?" "Suppose you mind your own business," suggested O'Sullivan blandly. Dempsey's eyes brightened. He held up an inspired forefinger, as though a brilliant idea had struck him. "I've got it now," he said cordially. "It was just a little mistake. You ain't no O'Sullivan. You are a ring-tailed monkey. Excuse us for not recognizing you at first." O'Sullivan's eye flashed. He made a quick movement, but Andy Geoghegan was there and caught his arm. Dempsey nodded at Andy and William McMahon, the secretary of the club, and walked rapidly toward a door at the rear of the hall. Two other members of the Give and Take Association swiftly joined the little group. Terry O'Sullivan was now in the hands of the Board of Rules and Social Referees. They spoke to him briefly and softly, and conducted him out through the same door at the rear. This movement on the part of the Cloverleaf members requires a word of elucidation. Back of the association hall was a smaller room rented by the club. In this room personal difficulties that arose on the ballroom floor were settled, man to man, with the weapons of nature, under the supervision of the board. No lady could say that she had witnessed a fight at a Cloverleaf hop in several years. Its gentlemen members guaranteed that. So easily and smoothly had Dempsey and the board done their preliminary work that many in the hall had not noticed the checking of the fascinating O'Sullivan's social triumph. Among these was Maggie. She looked about for her escort. "Smoke up," said Rose Cassidy. "Wasn't you on? Demps Donovan picked a scrap with your Lizzie boy. They've waltzed out to the slaughter-room with him. How's my hair look done up this way, Mag?" Maggie laid a hand on the bosom of her cheesecloth waist. "Gone to fight with Dempsey?" she said breathlessly. "They've got to be stopped. Dempsey Donovan can't fight him. Why, he'll kill him." "Ah, why do you care?" said Rosa. "Don't some of 'em fight every hop?" But Maggie was off, darting her zigzag way through the maze of dancers. She burst through the rear door of the dark hall, and then threw her solid shoulder against the door of the room of single combat. It gave way, and in the instant that she entered, her eye caught the scene. The board standing about with open watches, Dempsey Donovan in his shirt-sleeves dancing, light-footed, with the wary grace of the modern pugilist, within easy reach of his adversary. Terry O'Sullivan standing with arms folded and a murderous look in his dark eyes, and without slacking the speed of her entrance, she leaped forward with a scream, leaped in time to catch and hang upon the arm of O'Sullivan that had suddenly uplifted, and to whisk from it the long, bright stiletto that he had drawn from his bosom. The knife fell and rang upon the floor. Cold steel drawn in the rooms of the Give and Take Association. Such a thing had never happened before. Every one stood motionless for a minute. Andy Geoghegan kicked the stiletto with the toe of his shoe curiously, like an antiquarian who has come upon some ancient weapon unknown to his learning. Then O'Sullivan hissed something unintelligible between his teeth. Dempsey and the board exchanged looks. Then Dempsey looked at O'Sullivan without anger, as one looks at a stray dog, and nodded his head in the direction of the door. "The back stairs, Giuseppe," he said briefly. "Somebody'll pitch your hat down after you." Maggie walked up to Dempsey Donovan. There was a brilliant spot of red in her cheeks, down which slow tears were running. But she looked him bravely in the eye. "I knew it, Dempsey," she said, as her eyes grew dull even in their tears. "I knew he was a guinea. His name's Tony Spinelli. I hurried in when they told me you and him was scrappin'. Them guineas always carries knives. But you don't understand, Dempsey. I never had a fellow in my life. I got tired of comin' with Anna and Jimmy every night, so I fixed it with him to call himself O'Sullivan, and brought him along. I knew there'd be nothin' doin' for him if he came as a dago. I guess I'll resign from the club now." Dempsey turned to Annie Geoghegan. "Chuck that cheese-slicer out of the window," he said, "and tell him inside that Mr. O'Sullivan has had a telephone message to go down to Tammany Hall." He then turned back to Maggie. "Say, Mag," he said, "I'll see you home. How about next Saturday night? Will you come to the hop with me if I call around for you?" It was remarkable how quickly Maggie's eyes could change from dull to a shining brown. "With you, Dempsey?" she stammered. "Say, will a duck swim?" End of The Coming Out of Maggie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4,000,000 by O. Henry. Chapter 8. Man About Town. There are 2 or 3 things that I wanted to know. I do not care about a mystery, so I began to inquire. It took me 2 weeks to find out what women carry in dress suit cases. Then I began to ask why a mattress is made in 2 pieces. This serious query was at first received with suspicion, because it sounded like a conundrum. I was at last assured that its double form of construction was designed to make lighter the burden of woman who makes up beds. I was so foolish as to persist, begging to know why, then, they were not made into equal pieces, whereupon I was shunned. The third draught that I craved from the fount of knowledge was enlightenment concerning the character known as a man about town. He was more vague in my mind than a type should be. We must have a concrete idea of anything, even if it be an imaginary idea, before we can comprehend it. Now I have a mental picture of John Doe that is as clear as a steel engraving. His eyes are weak blue, he wears a brown vest and a shiny black serge coat. He stands always in the sunshine, chewing something, and he keeps half shutting his pocket-knife and opening it again with his thumb. And if the man higher up is ever found, take my assurance for it, he will be a large, pale man, with blue wristlets showing under his cuffs, and he will be sitting to have his shoes polished within sound of a bowling alley, and there will be somewhere about him Torcases. But the canvas of my imagination, when it came to limning the man about town, was blank. I fancied that he had a detachable sneer, like the smile of a Cheshire cat, and attached cuffs, and that was all, whereupon I asked a newspaper reporter about him. "Why," said he, "a man about town, something between a rounder and a clubman. He isn't exactly— well, he fits in between Mrs. Fish's receptions and private boxing bouts. He doesn't— well, he doesn't belong either to the Lotus Club or to the Jerry McGigohian Galvanized Iron Workers, Apprentices Left Hook Chowder Association. I don't exactly know how to describe him to you. You'll see him everywhere there's anything doing. Yes, I suppose he's a type. Dress clothes every evening, knows the ropes, calls every policeman and waiter in town by their first names. No, he never travels with the hydrogen derivatives. You generally see him alone, or with another man." My friend the reporter left me, and I wandered further afield. By this time the 3,126 electric lights on the Rialto were alit. People passed, but they held me not. Paphian eyes rayed upon me and left me unscathed. Diners, heimgangers, shop-girls, confidence-men, panhandlers, actors, highwaymen, millionaires, and outlanders scurried, skipped, strolled, sneaked, swaggered, and scurried by me. But I took no note of them. I knew them all. I had read their hearts. They had served. I wanted my man about town. He was a hype, and to drop him would be an error, a typograph. But no, let us continue. Let us continue with a moral digression. To see a family reading the Sunday paper gratifies. The sections have been separated. Papa is earnestly scanning the page that pictures the young lady exercising before an open window and bending. But there! Mamma is interested in trying to guess the missing letters in the word NWYO_K. The oldest girls are eagerly perusing the financial reports, for a certain young man remarked last Sunday night that he had taken a flyer in QX and Z. Willie, the 18-year-old son, who attends the New York public school, is absorbed in the weekly article describing how to make over an old skirt, for he hopes to take a prize in sewing on graduation day. Grandma is holding to the comic supplement with a 2 hours grip, and little Toddy, the baby, is rocking along the best she can with the real estate transfers. This view is intended to be reassuring, for it is desirable that a few lines of this story be skipped, for it introduces strong drink. I went into a cafe and while it was being mixed, I asked the man who grabs up your hot Scotch spoon as soon as you lay it down, what he understood by the term epithet, description, designation, characterization, or appellation, viz., a man about town. "Why," said he carefully, "it means a fly guy that's wise to the all-night push, see? It's a hot sport that you can't bump to the rail anywhere between the flat-irons, see? I guess that's about what it means." I thanked him and departed. On the sidewalk a Salvation lassie shook her contribution receptacle gently against my waistcoat pocket. "Would you mind telling me," I asked her, "if you've ever met with the character commonly denominated as a man about town during your daily wanderings?" "I think I know whom you mean," she answered with a gentle smile. "We see them in the same places night after night. They are the devil's bodyguard, and if the soldiers of any army are as faithful as they are, their commanders are well served. We go among them, diverting a few pennies from their wickedness to the Lord's service." She shook the box again, and I dropped a dime into it. In front of a glittering hotel a friend of mine, a critic, was climbing from a cab. He seemed at leisure, and I put my question to him. He answered me conscientiously, as I was sure he would. "There is a type of man about town in New York," he answered. "The term is quite familiar to me, but I don't think I was ever called upon to define the character before. It would be difficult to point you out an exact specimen. I would say offhand that it is a man who had a hopeless case of the peculiar New York disease of wanting to see and know. At 6 o'clock each day life begins with him. He follows rigidly the conventions of dress and manners, but in the business of poking his nose into places where he does not belong, he could give pointers to a civet cat or a jackdaw. He is the man who has chased Bohemia about the town from Rathskeller to Roof Garden and from Hester Street to Harlem, until you can't find a place in the city where they don't cut their spaghetti with a knife. Your man about town has done that. He is always on the scent of something new. He is curiosity, impudence, and omnipresence. Hansoms were made for him, and gold-banded cigars, and the curse of music at dinner. There are not so many of him, but his minority report is adopted everywhere. I'm glad you brought up the subject. I felt the influence of this nocturnal blight upon our city, but I never thought to analyze it before. I can see now that your man about town should have been classified long ago. In his wake spring up wine agents and cloak models, and the orchestra plays "Let's All Go Up to Maud's" for him by request instead of Handel. He makes his rounds every evening, while you and I see the elephant once a week. When the cigar store is raided he winks at the officer, familiar with his ground, and walks away immune, while you and I search among the presidents for names, and among the stars for addresses to give the desk sergeant. My friend the critic paused to acquire breath for fresh eloquence. I seized my advantage. "You have classified him," I cried with joy. "You have painted his portrait in the gallery of city types. But I must meet one face to face. I must study the man about town at first hand. Where shall I find him? How shall I know him?" Without seeming to hear me, the critic went on. And his cab driver was waiting for his fare, too. "He is the sublimated essence of butt-in, the refined intrinsic extract of rubber, the concentrated, purified, irrefutable, unavoidable spirit of curiosity and inquisitiveness. A new sensation is the breath in his nostrils. When his experience is exhausted he explores new fields, with the indefatigability of a—" "Excuse me," I interrupted, "but can you produce one of this type? It is a new thing to me. I must study it. I will search the town over until I find one. Its habitat must be here on Broadway." "I am about to dine here," said my friend. "Come inside. If there is a man about town present, I will point him out to you. I know most of the regular patrons here." "I am not dining yet," I said to him. "You will excuse me. I'm going to find my man about town this night, if I have to rake New York from the Battery to Little Coney Island." I left the hotel and walked down Broadway. The pursuit of my type gave a pleasant savour of life and interest to the air I breathed. I was glad to be in a city so great, so complex and diversified. Leisurely and with something of an air, I strolled along with my heart expanding at the thought that I was a citizen of great Gotham, a sharer in its magnificence and pleasures, a partaker in its glory and prestige. I turned to cross the street. I heard something buzz like a bee, and then I took a long, pleasant ride with Santos Dumont. When I opened my eyes, I remembered a smell of gasoline, and I said aloud, "Hasn't it passed yet?" A hospital nurse laid a hand that was not particularly soft upon my brow that was not at all fevered. A young doctor came along, grinned, and handed me a morning newspaper. "Want to see how it happened?" he asked cheerily. I read the article. Its headlines began where I heard the buzzing leave off the night before. It closed with these lines: "Bellevue Hospital, where it was said that his injuries were not serious. He appeared to be a typical man about town." End of Chapter 8. Man About Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4,000,000 by O. Henry. Chapter 9. The Cop and the Anthem. On his bench in Madison Square, Soapy moved uneasily. When wild geese honk high of nights, and when women without sealskin coats grow kind to their husbands, and when Soapy moves uneasily on his bench in the park, you may know that winter is near at hand. A dead leaf fell in Soapy's lap. That was Jack Frost's card. Jack is kind to the regular denizens of Madison Square, and gives fair warning of his annual call. At the corners of 4 streets he hands his pasteboard to the north wind, footman of the mansion of all outdoors, so that the inhabitants thereof may make ready. Soapy's mind became cognizant of the fact that the time had come for him to resolve himself into a singular committee of ways and means to provide against the coming rigour. Therefore he moved uneasily on his bench. The hibernatorial ambitions of Soapy were not of the highest. In them there were no considerations of Mediterranean cruises, of soporific southern skies drifting in the Vesuvian Bay. 3 months on the island was what his soul craved. 3 months of assured board and bed and congenial company, safe from Boreas and bluecoats, seemed to Soapy the essence of things desirable. For years the hospitable Blackwells had been his winter quarters, just as his more fortunate fellow New Yorkers had bought their tickets to Palm Beach and the Riviera each winter. So Soapy made his humble arrangements for his annual higaera to the island. And now the time was come. On the previous night 3 Sabbath newspapers, distributed beneath his coat, about his ankles and over his lap, had failed to repulse the cold as he slept on his bench near the spurting fountain in the ancient square. So the island loomed big and timely in Soapy's mind. He scorned the provisions made in the name of charity for the city's dependents. In Soapy's opinion, the law was more benign than philanthropy. There was an endless round of institutions, municipal and eliminatory, on which he might set out and receive lodging and food accordant with the simple life. But to one of Soapy's proud spirit the gifts of charity are encumbered. If not in coin, you must pay in humiliation of spirit for every benefit received at the hands of philanthropy. As Caesar had his Brutus, every bed of charity must have its toll of a bath, every loaf of bread its compensation of a private and personal inquisition. Wherefore it is better to be a guest of the law, which, though conducted by rules, does not meddle unduly with a gentleman's private affairs. Soapy, having decided to go to the island, at once set about accomplishing his desire. There were many ways of doing this. The pleasantest was to dine luxuriously at some expensive restaurant, and then, after declaring insolvency, be handed over quietly and without uproar to a policeman. An accommodating magistrate would do the rest. Soapy left his bench and strolled out of the square and across the level sea of asphalt, where Broadway and Fifth Avenue flow together. Up Broadway he turned, and halted at a glittering café, where are gathered together nightly the choicest products of the grape, the silkworm, and the protoplasm. Soapy had confidence in himself from the lowest button of his vest upward. He was shaven, and his coat was decent, and his neat black, ready-tied four-in-hand had been presented to him by a lady missionary on Thanksgiving Day. If he could reach a table in the restaurant unsuspected, success would be his. The portion of him that would show above the table would raise no doubt in the waiter's mind. A roasted mallard duck, thought Soapy, would be about the thing, with a bottle of Chablis, and then camembert, a demi-tasse, and a cigar. $1 for the cigar would be enough. The total would not be so high as to call forth any supreme manifestation of revenge from the cafe management. Yet the meat would leave him filled and happy for the journey to his winter refuge. But as Soapy set foot inside the restaurant door, the head waiter's eye fell upon his frayed trousers and decadent shoes. Strong and ready hands turned him about and conveyed him in silence and haste to the sidewalk and averted the ignoble fate of the menaced Mallard. Soapy turned off Broadway. It seemed that his route to the coveted island was not to be an Epicurean one. Some other way of entering into limbo must be thought of. At a corner of Sixth Avenue, electric lights and cunningly displayed wares behind plate glass made a shop window conspicuous. Soapy took a cobblestone and dashed it through the glass. People came running round the corner, a policeman in the lead. Soapy stood still, with his hands in his pockets, and smiled at the sight of brass buttons. "Where's the man that done that?" inquired the officer excitedly. "Don't you figure out that I might have had something to do with it?" said Soapy, not without sarcasm, but friendly, as one greets good fortune. The policeman's mind refused to accept Soapy even as a clue. Men who smash windows do not remain to parley with the law's minions. They take to their heels, and policeman saw a man halfway down the block running to catch a car. With drawn club he joined in the pursuit. Soapy, with disgust in his heart, loafed along, twice unsuccessful. On the opposite side of the street was a restaurant of no great pretensions. It catered to large appetites and modest purses. Its crockery and atmosphere were thick, its soup and napery thin. Into this place Soapy took his accusive shoes and tell-tale trousers without challenge. At a table he sat and consumed beefsteak, flapjacks, doughnuts, and pie, and then to the waiter he betrayed the fact that the minutest coin and himself were strangers. "Now get busy and call a cop," said Soapy. "Don't keep a gentleman waiting." "No cop for youse," said the waiter, with a voice like butter cakes, and an eye like the cherry in a Manhattan cocktail. "Hey, Con." Neatly upon his left ear, on the callous pavement, two waiters pitched Soapy. He arose joint by joint, as a carpenter's rule opens, and beat the dust from his clothes. Arrest seemed but a rosy dream. The island seemed very far away. A policeman who stood before a drug-store 2 doors away laughed and walked down the street. 5 blocks Soapy travelled before his courage permitted him to woo capture again. This time the opportunity presented what he fatuously termed to himself a cinch. A young woman of a modest and pleasing guise was standing before a show window, gazing with sprightly interest at its display of shaving mugs and inkstands, and 2 yards from the window a large policeman of severe demeanour leaned against a water-plug. It was Soapy's design to assume the role of the despicable and execrated masher. The refined and elegant appearance of his victim, and the contiguity of the conscientious cop encouraged him to believe that he would soon feel the pleasant official clutch upon his arm that would ensure his winter quarters on the right little tight little isle. Soapy straightened the lady missionary's ready-made tie, dragged his shrinking cuffs into the open, set his hat at a killing cant, and sidled toward the young woman. He made eyes at her, was taken with sudden coughs and hems, smiled, smirked, and went brazenly through the impudent and contemptible litany of the masher. With half an eye Soapy saw that the policeman was watching him fixedly. The young woman moved away a few steps, and again bestowed her absorbed attention upon the shaving mugs. Soapy followed, boldly stepping to her side, raised his hat, and said, "Ah, there, Bedelia, don't you want to come and play in my yard?" The policeman was still looking. The persecuted young woman had but to beckon a finger, and Soapy would be practically en route for his insular haven. Already he imagined he could feel the cosy warmth of the station house. The young woman faced him, and stretching out a hand, caught Soapy's coat-sleeve. "Sure, Mike," she said joyfully, "if you'll blow me to a pail of suds. I'd have spoke to you sooner, but the cop was watching." With the young woman playing the clingy ivy to his oak, Soapy walked past the policeman, overcome with gloom. He seemed doomed to liberty. At the next corner he shook off his companion and ran. He halted in the district where by night are found the lightest streets, hearts, vows, and librettos. Women in furs and men in greatcoats moved gaily in the wintry air. A sudden fear seized Soapy that some dreadful enchantment had rendered him immune to arrest. The thought brought a little of panic upon it, and when he came upon another policeman lounging grandly in front of a transplendent theatre, he caught at the immediate straw of disorderly conduct. On the sidewalk, Soapy began to yell drunken gibberish at the top of his harsh voice. He danced, howled, raved, and otherwise disturbed the welkin. The policeman twirled his club, turned his back to Soapy, and remarked to a citizen, "'Tis one of them Yale lads celebratin' the goose egg they give to the Hartford College. Noisy, but no harm. We've instructions to lave them be." Disconsolate, Soapy ceased his unavailing racket. Would never a policeman lay hands on him? In his fancy the island seemed an unattainable Arcadia. He buttoned his thin coat against the chilling wind. In a cigar store he saw a well-dressed man lighting a cigar at a swinging light. His silk umbrella he had set by the door on entering. Soapy stepped inside, secured the umbrella, and sauntered off with it slowly. The man at the cigar light followed hastily. "My umbrella," he said sternly. "Oh, is it?" sneered Soapy, adding insult to petite larceny. "Well, why don't you call a policeman? I took it. Your umbrella! Why don't you call a cop? There stands one on the corner." The umbrella owner slowed his steps. Soapy did likewise, with a presentiment that luck would again run against him. The policeman looked at the two curiously. "Of course," said the umbrella man, "that is, well, you know how these mistakes occur. If it's your umbrella, I hope you'll excuse me. I picked it up this morning in a restaurant. If you recognize it as yours, why, I hope you'll—" "Of course it's mine," said Soapy viciously. The ex-umbrella man retreated. The policeman hurried to assist a tall blonde in an opera cloak across the street in front of a streetcar that was approaching 2 blocks away. Soapy walked eastward through a street damaged by improvements. He hurled the umbrella wrathfully into an excavation. He muttered against the men who wear helmets and carry clubs. Because he wanted to fall into their clutches, they seemed to regard him as a king who could do no wrong. At length Soapy reached one of the avenues to the east, where the glitter and turmoil was but faint. He set his face down this toward Madison Square, for the homing instinct survives even when the home is a park bench. But on an unusually quiet corner Soapy came to a standstill. Here was an old church, quaint and rambling and gabled. Through one violet-stained window a soft light glowed, where no doubt the organist loitered over the keys, making sure of his mastery of the coming Sabbath anthem. For there drifted out to Soapy's ears sweet music that caught and held him transfixed against the convolutions of the iron fence. The moon was above, lustrous and serene. Vehicles and pedestrians were few. Sparrows twittered sleepily in the eaves. For a little while the scene might have been a country churchyard. And the anthem that the organist played cemented Soapy to the iron fence, for he had known it well in the days when his life contained such things as mothers and roses and ambitions and friends and immaculate thoughts and collars. The conjunction of Soapy's receptive state of mind and the influences about the old church wrought a sudden and wonderful change in his soul. He viewed with swift horror the pit into which he had tumbled, the degraded days, unworthy desires, dead hopes, wrecked faculties, and base motives that made up his existence. And also in a moment his heart responded thrillingly to this novel mood. An instantaneous and strong impulse moved him to battle with his desperate fate. He would pull himself out of the mire. He would make a man of himself again. He would conquer the evil that had taken possession of him. There was time. He was comparatively young yet. He would resurrect his old eager ambitions and pursue them without faltering. Those solemn but sweet organ notes had set up a revolution in him. Tomorrow he would go into the roaring downtown district and find work. A fur importer had once offered him a place as driver. He would find him tomorrow and ask for the position. He would be somebody in the world. He would— Soapy felt a hand laid on his arm. He looked quickly around into the broad face of a policeman. "What are you doing here?" asked the officer. "Nothin'." said Soapy. "Then come along," said the policeman. 3 months on the island, said the magistrate in the police court the next morning. End of Chapter 9. The Cop and the Anthem. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4 Million by O. Henry, Chapter 10, An Adjustment of Nature. In an art exhibition the other day, I saw a painting that had been sold for $5,000. The painter was a young scrub out of the West named Kraft, who had a favorite food and a pet theory. His pabulum was an unquenchable belief in the unerring artistic adjustment of nature. His theory was fixed around corned beef hash with poached egg. There was a story behind the picture, so I went home and let it drip out of a fountain pen. The idea of Kraft. But that is not the beginning of the story. 3 years ago, Kraft, Bill Judkins, a poet, and I took our meals at Cypher's on 8th Avenue. I say took. When we had money, Cypher got it off of us, as he expressed it. We had no credit. We went in, called for food, and ate it. We paid, or we did not pay. We had confidence in Cypher's sullenness and smouldering ferocity. Deep down in his sunless soul, he was either a prince, a fool, or an artist. He sat at a worm-eaten desk, covered with files of waiters' checks, so old that I was sure the bottomest one was for claims that Hendrik Hudson had eaten and paid for. Cypher had the power, in common with Napoleon III and the goggle-eyed Perch, of throwing a film over his eyes, rendering opaque the windows of his soul. Once, when we left him unpaid, with egregious excuses, I looked back and saw him shaking with inaudible laughter behind his film. Now and then we paid up back scores. But the chief thing at Cypher's was Milly. Milly was a waitress. She was a grand example of Kraft's theory of the artistic adjustment of nature. She belonged, largely, to waiting, as Minerva did to the art of scrapping, or Venus to the science of serious flirtation. Pedestaled and in bronze, she might have stood with the noblest of her heroic sisters, as liver and bacon enlivening the world. She belonged to Cypher's. You expected to see her colossal figure loom through that reeking blue cloud of smoke from frying fat, just as you expect the Palisades to appear through a drifting Hudson River fog. There, amid the steam of vegetables and the vapours of acres of ham and the crash of crockery, the clatter of steel, the screaming of short orders, the cries of the hungering, and all the horrid tumult of feeding man, surrounded by swarms of the buzzing winged beast bequeathed us by Pharaoh, Milly steered her magnificent way like some great liner cleaving among the canoes of howling savages. Our goddess of grub was built on lines so majestic that they could be followed only with awe. Her sleeves were always rolled above her elbows. She could have taken us 3 musketeers in her 2 hands and dropped us out of the window. She had seen fewer years than any of us, but she was of such superb evehood and simplicity that she mothered us from the beginning. Cypher's store of eatables she poured out upon us with royal indifference to price and quantity, as from a cornucopia that knew no exhaustion. Her voice rang like a great silver bell. Her smile was many-toothed and frequent. She seemed like a yellow sunrise on mountain tops. I never saw her, but I thought of the Yosemite. And yet somehow I could never think of her as existing outside of Cypher's. There nature had placed her, and she had taken root and grown mightily. She seemed happy, and took her few poor dollars on Saturday nights with the flushed pleasure of a child that receives an unexpected donation. It was Kraft who first voiced the fear that each of us must have held latently. It came up apropos, of course, of certain questions of art at which we were hammering. One of us compared the harmony existing between a Haydn symphony and pistachio ice cream to the exquisite congruity between Milly and Cypher's. "There's a certain fate hanging over Milly," said Kraft, "and if it overtakes her, she is lost to Cypher's and to us. she will grow fat?" asked Judkins fearsomely. "She will go to night school and become refined?" I ventured anxiously. "It is this," said Kraft, punctuating in a puddle of spilled coffee with a stiff forefinger. "Caesar had his Brutus. The cotton has its ballworm. The chorus girl has her Pittsburgher. The summer boarder has his poison ivy. The hero has his Carnegie medal. Art has its Morgan. The rose has its—" "Speak," I interrupted, much perturbed. "You do not think that Milly will begin to lace?" "One day," concluded Kraft solemnly, "there will come to Cypher's for a plate of beans a millionaire lumberman from Wisconsin, and he will marry Milly." "Never!" exclaimed Judkins and I in horror. "A lumberman," repeated Kraft hoarsely. "And a millionaire lumberman," I sighed despairingly. "From Wisconsin," groaned Judkins. We agreed that the awful fate seemed to menace her. Few things were less improbable. Milly, like some vast virgin stretch of pine woods, was made to catch the lumberman's eye, and well we knew the habits of the Badgers, once fortune smiled upon them. Straight to New York they hie, and lay their goods at the feet of the girl who serves them beans in a beanery. Why, the alphabet itself connives. The Sunday newspaper's headliner's work is cut for him. "Winsome waitress wins wealthy Wisconsin woodsman." For a while we felt that Milly was on the verge of being lost to us. It was our love of the unerring, artistic adjustment of nature that inspired us. We could not give her over to a lumberman, doubly accursed by wealth and provincialism. We shuddered to think of Milly, with her voice modulated and her elbows covered, pouring tea in the marble tepee of a tree murderer. No, in Cypher's she belonged, in the bacon smoke, the cabbage perfume, the grand Wagnerian chorus of hauled ironstone china and rattling casters. Our fears must have been prophetic, for on that same evening the Wildwood discharged upon us Milly's preordained confiscator, our fee to adjustment and order. But Alaska, and not Wisconsin, bore the burden of the visitation. We were at our supper of beef stew and dried apples, when he trotted in, as if on the heels of a dog team, and made one of the mess at our table. With the freedom of the camps he assaulted our ears, and claimed the fellowship of men lost in the wilds of a hash house. We embraced him as a specimen, and in 3 minutes we had all but died for one another as friends. He was rugged and bearded and wind-dried. He had just come off the trail, he said, at one of the North River ferries. I fancied I could see the snow-dust of Chillicoot yet powdering his shoulders. And there he strewed the table with the nuggets, stuffed ptarmigans, beadwork, and seal pelts of the returned Klondiker, and began to prate to us of his millions. Bank drafts for 2 millions was his summing up, and 1,000 a day piling up from my claims. Now I want some beef stew and canned peaches. I never got off the train since I mushed out of Seattle, and I'm hungry. The stuff the niggers feed you on Pullmans don't count. You gentlemen order what you want. And then Milly loomed up with 1,000 dishes on her bare arm, loomed up big and white and pink and awful as Mount St. Elias, with a smile like day breaking in a gulch. And the Klondiker threw down his pelts and nuggets as dross, and let his jaw fall halfway, and stared at her. You could almost see the diamond tiaras on Milly's brow, and the hand-embroidered silk Paris gowns that he meant to buy for her. At last the ballworm had attacked the cotton. The poison ivy was reaching out its tendrils to entwine the summer border. The millionaire lumberman, thinly disguised as the Alaskan miner, was about to engulf our Milly and upset nature's adjustment. Kraft was the first to act. He leaped up and pounded the Klondiker's back. "Come out and drink," he shouted. "Drink first and eat afterward." Judkins seized one arm and I the other. Gaily, roaringly, irresistibly, in jolly good fellow style, we dragged him from the restaurant to a cafe, stuffing his pockets with his embalmed birds and indigestible nuggets. There he rumbled a roughly good-humored protest. "That's the girl for my money," he declared. "She can eat out of my skillet the rest of her life. Why, I never see such a fine girl. I'm going back there and ask her to marry me. I guess she won't want to sling hash any more when she sees the pile of dust I've got." "You'll take another whiskey and milk now," Kraft persuaded, with Satan's smile. I thought you up-country fellows were better sports." Kraft spent his puny store of coin at the bar, then gave Judkins and me an appealing look that we went down to the last dime we had in toasting our guest. Then, when our ammunition was gone, and the Klondiker, still somewhat sober, began to babble again of Milly, Kraft whispered into his ear such a polite barbed insult relating to people who were miserly with their funds, that the miner crashed down handful after handful of silver notes, calling for all the fluids in the world to drown the imputation. Thus the work was accomplished. With his own guns we drove him from the field, and then we had him carted to a distant small hotel and put to bed with his nuggets and baby sealskins stuffed around him. "He will never find Cyphers again," said Kraft. "He will propose to the first white apron he sees in a dairy restaurant tomorrow, and Milly, I mean the natural adjustment, is saved." And back to Cyphers went we three, and finding customers scarce, we joined hands and did an Indian dance with Milly in the centre. This, I say, happened 3 years ago, and about that time a little luck descended upon us three, and we were enabled to buy costlier and less wholesome food than Cyphers. Our paths separated, and I saw Kraft no more and Judkins seldom. But as I said, I saw a painting the other day that was sold for $5,000. The title was Boadicea, and the figure seemed to fill all out of doors. But of all the picture's admirers who stood before it, I believed I was the only one who longed for Boadicea to stalk from her frame, bringing me corned beef hash with poached egg. I turned away to see Kraft. His satanic eyes were the same. His hair was worse tangled, but his clothes had been made by a tailor. "I didn't know," I said to him. "We've bought a cottage in the Bronx with the money," said he. "Any evening at 7. "Then," said I, "when you led us against the lumberman, the Klondiker, it wasn't altogether on account of the unerring artistic adjustment of nature?" "Well, not altogether," said Kraft, with a grin. End of Chapter 10. An Adjustment of Nature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4 Million by O. Henry. Chapter 10. Memoirs of a Yellow Dog. I don't suppose it will knock any of you people off your perch to read a contribution from an animal. Mr. Kipling and a good many others have demonstrated the fact that animals can express themselves in remunerative English, and no magazine goes to press nowadays without an animal story in it, except the old-style monthlies that are still running pictures of Brian and the Montpellier horror. But you needn't look for any stuck-up literature in my piece, such as Baru the bear, and Snakeu the snake, and Tamanu the tiger talk in the Jungle Books. A yellow dog that spent most of his life in a cheap New York flat, sleeping in a corner on an old sateen underskirt, the one she spilled port wine on at the lady longshoreman's banquet, mustn't be expected to perform any tricks with the art of speech. I was born a yellow pup. Date, locality, pedigree, and weight unknown. The first thing I can recollect, an old woman had me in a basket at Broadway and 23rd, trying to sell me to a fat lady. Old Mother Hubbard was boosting me to beat the band as a genuine Pomeranian, Hambletonian, Red Irish, Cochin China Stoke Pogus fox terrier. The fat lady chased a V around among the samples of gross-grain flannelette in her shopping bag till she cornered it and gave up. From that moment I was a pet, a mamma's own wootsy squidlums. Say, gentle reader, did you ever have a 200-pound woman breathing a flavor of camembert cheese and peau d'Espagne pick you up and wallop her nose all over you, remarking all the time in an Emma Eames tone of voice, "Oh, oozum, oodlum, doodlum, woodlum, toodlum, bitsy witsy squidlums?" From a pedigreed yellow pup I grew up to be an anonymous yellow cur, looking like a cross between an Angora cat and a box of lemons. But my mistress never tumbled. She thought that the 2 primeval pups that Noah chased into the ark were but a collateral branch of my ancestors. It took 2 policemen to keep her from entering me at the Madison Square Garden for the Siberian Bloodhound Prize. I'll tell you about that flat. The house was the ordinary thing in New York, paved with Parian marble in the front entrance and cobblestones above the first floor. Our flat was 3, well, not flights, climbs up. My mistress rented it unfurnished and put in the regular things: 1903 antique upholstered parlor set, old chromo of geishas in a Harlem tea-house, rubber plant, and husband. By serious, there was a biped I felt sorry for. He was a little man with sandy hair and whiskers a good deal like mine. Henpecked? Well, toucans and flamingos and pelicans all had their bills in him. He wiped the dishes and listened to my mistress tell about the cheap, ragged things the lady with the squirrel-skin coat on the second floor hung out on her line to dry, and every evening while she was getting supper she made him take me out on the end of a string for a walk. If men knew how women pass the time when they are alone, they'd never marry. Laura Jean Gibby, peanut brittle, a little almond cream on the neck muscles, dishes unwashed, half an hour's talk with the iceman, reading a package of old letters, a couple of pickles and 2 bottles of malt extract, 1 hour peeking through a hole in the window shade into the flat across the air shaft. That's about all there is to it. 20 minutes before time for him to come home from work she straightens up the house, fixes her rat so it won't show, and gets out a lot of sewing for a 10-minute bluff. I led a dog's life in that flat. Most all day I lay there in my corner, watching the fat woman kill time. I slept sometimes and had pipe dreams about being out chasing cats into basements and growling at old ladies with black mittens, as a dog was intended to do. Then she would pounce upon me with a lot of that drivelling poodle palaver and kiss me on the nose. But what could I do? A dog can't chew cloves. I began to feel sorry for hubby. Dog my cats if I didn't. We'd look so much alike that people noticed it when we went out, so we shook the streets that Morgan's cab drives down and took to climbing the piles of last December snow on the streets where cheap people live. One evening when we were thus promenading, and I was trying to look like a prize St. Bernard, and the old man was trying to look like he wouldn't have murdered the first organ-grinder he heard play Mendelssohn's Wedding March, I looked up at him and said in my way, "What are you looking so sour about, you oakum-trimmed lobster? She don't kiss you. You don't have to sit on her lap and listen to talk that would make the book of a musical comedy sound like the maxims of Epictetus. You ought to be thankful you're not a dog. Brace up, Benedict, and bid the blues begone." The matrimonial mishap looked down at me with almost canine intelligence in his face. "Why, doggy," says he, "good doggy, you almost look like you could speak. What is it, doggy? Cats?" Cats could speak! But of course he couldn't understand. Humans were denied the speech of animals. The only common ground of communication upon which dogs and men can get together is in fiction. In the flat across the hall from us lived a lady with a black and tan terrier. Her husband strung it and took it out every evening, but he always came home cheerful and whistling. One day I touched noses with the black and white in the hall, and I struck him for an elucidation. "See here, Wiggle and Skip," I says, "you know that it ain't the nature of a real man to play dry nurse to a dog in public. I never saw one leashed to a bow-wow yet that didn't look like he'd like to lick every other man that looked at him. But your boss comes in every day as perky and set up as an amateur prestidigitator doing the egg trick. How does he do it? Don't tell me he likes it." "Him?" says the black and tan. "Why, he uses nature's own remedy. He gets splifficated. At first, when we go out, he's as shy as the man on the steamer who would rather play Pedro when they make 'em all the jackpots. By the time we've been in 8 saloons, he don't care whether the thing on the end of his line is a dog or a catfish. I've lost 2 inches of my tail trying to side-sweep those swinging doors." The pointer I got from that terrier, vaudeville please copy, sent me to thinking. One evening about 6 o'clock my mistress ordered him to get busy and do the ozone act for Lovey. I have concealed it until now, but that is what she called me. The black and tan was called Tweetness. I consider that I have the bulge on him, as far as you could chase a rabbit. Still, Lovey is something of a nomenclatural tin can on the tail of one's self-respect. At a quiet place on a safe street, I tightened the line of my custodian in front of an attractive, refined saloon. I made a dead-ahead scramble for the doors, whining like a dog in the press despatches that lets the family know that little Alice is bogged while gathering lilies in the brook. "Why, darn my eyes," said the old man with a grin, "darn my eyes if the saffron-colored son of a seltzer lemonade ain't asking me to take in a drink. Let me see, how long's it been since I saved shoe leather by keeping one foot on the footrest? I believe I'll—" I knew I had him. Hot scotches he took, sitting at a table. For an hour he kept the Campbells coming. I sat by his side rapping for the waiter with my tail, and eating free lunch such as a mamma in her flat never equaled with her homemade truck bought at a delicatessen store 8 minutes before Papa comes home. When the products of Scotland were all exhausted except the rye bread, the old man unwound me from the table leg and played me outside like a fisherman plays a salmon. Out there he took off my collar and threw it into the street. "Poor doggie," says he, "good doggie, she shan't kiss you any more. 'S a darn shame. Good doggie, go away and get run over by a streetcar and be happy." I refused to leave. I leaped and frisked around the old man's legs, happy as a pug on a rug. "You old flea-headed woodchuck chaser," I said to him, "you moon-baying, rabbit-pointing, egg-stealing old beagle, can't you see I don't want to leave you? Can't you see that we're both pups in the wood, and the missus is the cruel uncle after you with the dish-towel, and me with the flea liniment and a pink bow to tie on my tail? Why not cut that all out and be pards forevermore?" Maybe you'll say he didn't understand. Maybe he didn't. But he kind of got a grip on the hot scotches and stood still for a minute, thinking. "Doggie," says he finally, "we don't live more than a dozen lives on this earth, and very few of us live to be more than 300. If I ever see that flat any more, I'm a flat, and if you do, you're flatter, and that's no flattery. I'm offering 60 to 1 that Westward Ho wins out by the length of a dachshund." There was no string, but I frolicked along with my master to the 23rd Street ferry, and the cats on the route saw reason to give thanks that prehensile claws had been given them. On the Jersey side my master said to a stranger who stood eating a currant bun, "Me and my doggie, we are bound for the Rocky Mountains." But what pleased me most was when my old man pulled at both of my ears until I howled, and said, "You common monkey-headed, rat-tailed, sulphur-colored son of a doormat, do you know what I'm going to call you?" I thought of Lovey, and I whined dolefully. "I'm going to call you Pete," says my master, and if I'd had 5 tails, I couldn't have done enough wagging to do justice to the occasion. End of The Memoirs of a Yellow Dog.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4 Million by O. Henry. Chapter 12. The Love Philtre of Ike Schoenstein. The Blue Light Drug Store is downtown, between the Bowery and First Avenue, where the distance between the two streets is the shortest. The Blue Light does not consider that pharmacy is a thing of bric-a-brac, scent, and ice-cream soda. If you ask it for a painkiller, it will not give you a bonbon. The Blue Light scorns the labor-saving arts of modern pharmacy. It macerates its opium and percolates its own laudanum and paregoric. To this day pills are made behind its tall prescription desk, pills rolled out onto its pill tile, divided with a spatula, rolled with the finger and thumb, dusted with calcined magnesia, and delivered in little round pasteboard pill boxes. The store is on a corner about which coveys of ragged-plumed, hilarious children play and become candidates for the cough drops and soothing syrups that wait for them inside. Ike Schoenstein was the night clerk of the Blue Light, and the friend of his customers. Thus it is on the East Side, where the heart of pharmacy is not glacé. There, as it should be, the druggist is a counselor, a confessor, an adviser, an able and willing missionary and mentor whose learning is respected, whose occult wisdom is venerated, and whose medicine is often poured untasted into the gutter. Therefore, Ikey's coniform, bespectacled nose and narrow, knowledge-bowed figure was well known in the vicinity of the blue light, and his advice and notice were much desired. Ikey roomed and breakfasted at Mrs. Riddle's 2 squares away. Mrs. Riddle had a daughter named Rosie. The circumlocution has been in vain. You might have guessed it. Ikey adored Rosie. She tinctured all his thoughts. She was like the compound extract of all that was chemically pure and officinal. The dispensatory contained nothing equal to her, but Ikey was timid, and his hopes remained insoluble in the menstruum of his backwardness and fears. Behind his counter he was a superior being, calmly conscious of special knowledge and worth. Outside he was a weak-kneed, purblind, motorman-cursed rambler, with ill-fitting clothes stained with chemicals, and smelling of socotrine aloes and valerianate of ammonia. The fly in Ikey's ointment, thrice welcome, pas trop, was Chunk McGowan. Mr. McGowan was also striving to catch the bright smiles tossed about by Rosie, but he was no outfielder as Ikey was. He picked them off the bat. At the same time he was Ikey's friend and customer, and often dropped in at the Blue Light drug store to have a bruise painted with iodine, or get a cut rubber plastered after a pleasant evening spent along the Bowery. One afternoon McGowan drifted in his silent, easy way, and sat, calmly, smooth-faced, hard, indomitable, good-natured, upon a stool. "Ikey," said he, when his friend had fetched his mortar and sat opposite grinding gum benzoin into a powder, "get busy with your ear. It's drugs for me if you've got the line I need." Ikey scanned the countenance of Mr. McGowan for the usual evidences of conflict, but found none. "Take your coat off," he ordered. "I guess already that you've been stuck in the ribs with a knife. I have many times told you those Dagos would do you up." Mr. McGowan smiled. "Not them," he said. "Not any Dagos. But you've located the diagnosis all right enough. It's under my coat, near the ribs. Say, Ikey, Rosie and me are going to run away and get married tonight." Ikey's left forefinger was doubled over the edge of the mortar, holding it steady. He gave it a wild rap with the pestle, but felt it not. Meanwhile Mr. McGowan's smile faded to a look of perplexed gloom. "That is," he continued, "if she keeps in the notion until the time comes. We've been laying pipes for the getaway for 2 weeks. One day she says she will. The same evening she says nixie. We've agreed on tonight, and Rosie's stuck to the affirmative this time for 2 whole days. But it's 5 hours yet till the time, and I'm afraid she'll stand me up when it comes to the scratch." "You said you wanted drugs," remarked Ikey. Mr. McGowan looked ill at ease and harassed, a condition opposed to his usual line of demeanor. He made a patent medicine almanac into a roll and fitted it with unprofitable carefulness about his finger. "I wouldn't have this double handicap make a false start tonight for $1,000,000, he said. "I've got a little flat up in Harlem all ready, with chrysanthemums on the table and a kettle ready to boil, and I've engaged a pulpit pounder to be ready at his house for us at 9:30. It's got to come off. And if Rosie don't change her mind again—" Mr. McGowan ceased, a prey to his doubts. "I don't see then yet," said Ikey shortly, "what makes it that you talk of drugs, or what I can be doing about it." "Old man Riddle don't like me a little bit," went on the uneasy suitor, bent upon marshalling his arguments. "For a week he hasn't let Rosie step outside the door with me. If it wasn't for losing a boarder they'd have bounced me long ago. I'm making $20 a week, and she'll never regret flying the coop with Chunk McGowan." "You will excuse me, Chunk," said Ikey. "I must make a prescription that is to be called for soon." "Say," said McGowan, looking up suddenly. "Say, Ikey, ain't there a drug of some kind of powders that'll make a girl like you better if you give 'em to her?" Ikey's lip beneath his nose curled with the scorn of superior enlightenment, but before he could answer McGowan continued, "Tim Lacey told me he got some once from a croaker uptown and fed 'em to his girl in soda water. From the very first dose he was ace high, and everybody else looked like 30 cents to her. They was married in less than 2 weeks." Strong and simple was Chuck McGowan. A better reader of men than Ikey was could have seen that his tough frame was strung upon fine wires. Like a good general who was about to invade the enemy's territory, he was seeking to guard every point against possible failure. "I thought," went on Chuck hopefully, "that if I had one of them powders to give Rosie when I see her at supper tonight, it might brace her up and keep her from reneging on the proposition to skip. I guess she don't need a mule team to drag her away, but women are better at coaching than they are at running bases. If the stuff'll work just for a couple of hours, it'll do the trick." "When is this foolishness of running away to be happening?" asked Ikey. 9 o'clock, said Mr. McGowan. "Supper's at 7. At 8 Rosie goes to bed with a headache. At 9 old Parvenzano lets me through to his backyard, where there's a board off Riddle's fence next door. I go under her window and help her down the fire escape. We've got to make it early on the preacher's account. It's all dead easy if Rosie don't balk when the flag drops. Can you fix me up one of them powders, Ikey?" Ikey Schoenstein rubbed his nose slowly. "Chunk," said he, "it is of drugs of that nature that pharmaceuticists must have much carefulness. To you alone of my acquaintance would I entrust a powder like that, but for you I shall make it, and you shall see how it makes Rosie to think of you." Ikey went behind the prescription desk. There he crushed to a powder 2 soluble tablets, each containing 1/4 of a grain of morphia. To them he added a little sugar of milk to increase the bulk, and folded the mixture neatly in a white paper. Taken by an adult, this powder would ensure several hours of heavy slumber without danger to the sleeper. This he handed to Chunk McGowan, telling him to administer it in a liquid if possible, and received the hearty thanks of the backyard Lochinvar. The subtlety of Ikey's action becomes apparent upon recital of his subsequent move. He sent a messenger for Mr. Riddle and disclosed the plans of Mr. McGowan for eloping with Rosie. Mr. Riddle was a stout man, brick-dusty of complexion and sudden in action. "Much obliged," he said briefly to Ikey. "The lazy Irish loafer. My own room's just above Rosie's. I'll just go up there myself after supper and load the shotgun and wait. If he comes in my backyard he'll go away in an ambulance instead of a bridal chaise." With Rosie held in the clutches of Morpheus for a many hours' deep slumber, and the bloodthirsty parent waiting armed and forewarned, Ikey felt that his rival was close indeed upon discomfiture. All night in the Blue Light Drug Store he waited at his duties for chance news of the tragedy, but none came. At 8 o'clock in the morning the day clerk arrived, and Ikey started hurriedly for Mrs. Riddle's to learn the outcome. And lo, as he stepped out of the store, who but Chunk McGowan sprang from a passing streetcar and grasped his hand. Chunk McGowan, with a victor's smile and flushed with joy. "Pulled it off," said Chuck with Elysium in his grin. "Rosie hit the fire escape on time to a second, and we was under the wire at Reverend's at 9:30 1/4. She's up at the flat. She cooked eggs this morning in a blue kimono. Lord, how lucky I am. You must pace up some day, Ikey, and feed with us. I've got a job down near the bridge, and that's where I'm heading for now." The powder?" stammered Ikey. "Oh, that stuff you gave me?" said Chunk, broadening his grin. "Well, it was this way. I sat down at the supper table last night at Riddle's, and I looked at Rosie, and I says to myself, 'Chunk, if you get the girl, get her on the square. Don't try any hocus-pocus with a thoroughbred like her.' And I keeps the paper you give me in my pocket. And then my lamps fall on another party present, who, I says to myself, is failin' in a proper affection toward his comin' son-in-law. So I watches my chance and dumps that powder in old man Riddle's coffee. See?" End of The Love Philtre of Ikey Schoenstein. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4 Million by O. Henry. Chapter 13. Mammon and the Archer. Old Anthony Rockwall, retired manufacturer and proprietor of Rockwall's Eureka Soap, looked out of the library window of his Fifth Avenue mansion and grinned. His neighbor to the left, the aristocratic clubman G. Van Shoylite Suffolk Jones, came out to his waiting motor car, wrinkling a contumelious nostril as usual at the Italian Renaissance sculpture of the Soap Palace's front elevation. "Stuck-up old statuette of nothing doing," commented the ex-soap king. "The Eden Musel'll get that old frozen Nestle road yet if he don't watch out. I'll have this house painted red, white, and blue next summer, and see if that'll make his Dutch nose turn up any higher." And then Anthony Rockwall, who never cared for bells, went to the door of his library and shouted, "Mike!" in the same voice that had once chipped off pieces of the welkin on the Kansas prairies. "Tell my son," said Anthony to the answering menial, "to come in here before he leaves the house." When young Rockwall entered the library, the old man laid aside his newspaper, looked at him with a kindly grimness on his big, smooth, ruddy countenance, rumpled his mop of white hair with one hand, and rattled the keys in his pocket with the other. "Richard," said Anthony Rockwall, "what do you pay for the soap that you use?" Richard, only 6 months home from college, was startled a little. He had not yet taken the measure of this sire of his, who was as full of unexpectednesses as a girl at her first party. $6 a dozen, I think, Dad." "And your clothes?" "I suppose about $60 as a rule." "You're a gentleman," said Anthony decidedly. "I've heard of these young bloods spending $24 a dozen for soap and going over the 100 mark for clothes. You've got as much money to waste as any of 'em, yet you stick to what's decent and moderate. Now I use the old Eureka, not only for sentiment, but it's the purest soap made. Whenever you pay more than 10 cents a cake for soap, you buy bad perfumes and labels. But 50 cents is doing very well for a young man in your generation, position, and condition. As I said, you're a gentleman. They say it takes 3 generations to make one. They're off. Money'll do it as slick as soap grease. It's made you one. By hokey, it's almost made one of me. I'm nearly as impolite and disagreeable and ill-mannered as these 2 old Knickerbocker gents on each side of me that can't sleep of nights because I bought in between 'em." "There are some things that money can't accomplish," remarked young Rockwall rather gloomily. "Now don't say that," said old Anthony, shocked. "I bet my money on money every time. I've been through the encyclopedia down to Y, looking for something you can't buy with it, and I expect to have to take up the appendix next week. I'm for money against the field. Tell me something money won't buy." "For one thing," answered Richard, rankling a little, "it won't buy one into the exclusive circles of society." "Oh ho, won't it?" thundered the champion of the root of evil. "You tell me where your exclusive circles would be if the first Astor hadn't paid the money to pay for his steerage passage over." Richard sighed. "That's what I was coming to," said the old man less boisterously. "That's why I asked you to come in. There's something going wrong with you, boy. I've been noticing it for 2 weeks. Out with it. I guess I could lay my hands on 11 millions within 24 hours, besides the real estate. If it's your liver, there's the Rambler down in the bay, cold and ready to steam down to the Bahamas in 2 days." "Not a bad guess, Dad. You haven't missed it far." "Ah," said Anthony keenly, "what's her name?" Richard began to walk up and down the library floor. There was enough comradeship and sympathy in this crude old father of his to draw his confidence. "Why don't you ask her?" demanded old Anthony. "She'll jump at you. You've got the money and the looks, and you're a decent boy. Your hands are clean. You've got no Eureka soap on 'em. You've been to college, but she'll overlook that." "I haven't had a chance," said Richard. "Make one," said Anthony. "Take her for a walk in the park, or a straw ride, or walk home with her from church. Chance! Tchah! You don't know the social mill, Dad. She's part of the stream that turns it. Every hour and minute of her time is arranged for days in advance. I must have that girl, Dad, or this town is a blackjack swamp forevermore. And I can't write it. I can't do that." "Tut," said the old man. "Do you mean to tell me that with all the money I've got you can't get an hour or two of a girl's time for yourself? I've put it off too late. She's going to sail for Europe at noonday after tomorrow for a 2-year stay. I'm to see her alone tomorrow evening for a few minutes. She's at Larchmont now at her aunt's. I can't go there, but I'm allowed to meet her with a cab at the Grand Central Station tomorrow evening at the 8:30 train. We drive down Broadway to Wallack's at a gallop, where her mother and a box party will be waiting for us in the lobby." "Do you think she would listen to a declaration from me during the 6 or 8 minutes under those circumstances?" "No. And what chance would I have in the theatre or afterward?" "None. No, Dad, this is one tangle that your money can't unravel. We can't buy 1 minute of time with cash. If we could, rich people would live longer. There's no hope of getting a talk with Miss Lantry before she sails." "All right, Richard, my boy," said old Anthony cheerfully. "You may run along down to your club now. I'm glad it ain't your liver. But don't forget to burn a few punk sticks in the Joss house to the great god Mazumba from time to time. You say money won't buy time? Well, of course you can't order eternity wrapped up and delivered at your residence for a price, but I've seen Father Time get pretty bad stone bruises on his heels when he was walking through the gold diggings." That night came Aunt Ellen, gentle, sentimental, wrinkled, sighing, oppressed by wealth, into Brother Anthony at his evening paper, and began discourse on the subject of lovers' woes. "He told me all about it," said Brother Anthony, yawning. "I told him my bank account was at his service. Then he began to knock money. Said money couldn't help. Said the rules of society couldn't be bucked for a yard by a team of 10 millionaires. "Oh, Anthony," sighed Aunt Ellen, "I wish you would not think so much of money. Wealth is nothing where a true affection is concerned. Love is all-powerful. If he had only spoken earlier, she could not have refused our Richard, but now I fear it is too late. He will have no opportunity to address her. All your gold cannot bring happiness to your son." At 8 o'clock the next evening, Aunt Ellen took a quaint old gold ring from a moth-eaten case and gave it to Richard. "Wear it tonight, nephew," she begged. "Your mother gave it to me. Good luck and love she said it brought. She asked me to give it to you when you had found the one you loved." Young Rockwall took the ring reverently and tried it on his smallest finger. It slipped as far as the second joint and stopped. He took it off and stuffed it into his vest pocket after the manner of man. Then he phoned for his cab. At the station he captured Miss Lantry out of the gadding mob at 8:32. "We mustn't keep Mamma and the others waiting," she said. "To Wallack's Theatre as fast as you can drive," said Richard loyally. They whirled up 42nd to Broadway, and then down the white-starred lane that leads from the soft meadows of sunset to the rocky hills of morning. At 34th Street young Richard quickly thrust up the trap and ordered the cabman to stop. "I've dropped a ring," he apologized as he climbed out. "It was my mother's. I'd hate to lose it. I won't detain you a minute. I saw where it fell." In less than a minute he was back in the cab with the ring. But within that minute a cross-town car had stopped directly in front of the cab. The cabman tried to pass to the left, but a heavy express wagon cut him off. He tried the right and had to back away from a furniture van that had no business to be there. He tried to back out, but dropped his reins and swore dutifully. He was blockaded in a tangled mess of vehicles and horses. One of those street blockades had occurred that sometimes tie up commerce and movement quite suddenly in the big city. "Why don't you drive on?" said Miss Lantry impatiently. "We'll be late." Richard stood up in the cab and looked around. He saw a congested flood of wagons, trucks, cabs, vans, and streetcars filling the vast space where Broadway, 6th Avenue, and 43rd Street cross one another as a 26-inch maiden fills her 22-inch girdle. And still, from all the cross streets, they were hurrying and rattling toward the converging point at full speed, and hurling themselves into the struggling mass, locking wheels and adding their drivers' imprecations to the clamor. The entire traffic of Manhattan seemed to have jammed itself around them. The oldest New Yorker among the thousands of spectators that lined the sidewalks had not witnessed a street blockade of the proportions of this one. "I'm very sorry," said Richard, as he resumed his seat, "but it looks as if we're stuck. They won't get this jumble loose up in an hour. It was my fault. If I hadn't dropped the ring, we—" "Let me see the ring," said Miss Lantry. "Now that it can't be helped, I don't care. I think theatres are stupid anyway." At 11 o'clock that night somebody tapped lightly on Anthony Rockwall's door. "Come in," shouted Anthony, who was in a red dressing-gown, reading a book of piractical activities. Somebody was Aunt Ellen, looking like a gray-haired angel that had been left on earth by mistake. "They're engaged, Anthony," she said softly. "She has promised to marry our Richard. On their way to the theatre there was a street blockade. It was 2 hours before the cab could get out of it. And oh, brother Anthony, don't you ever boast of the power of money again. A little emblem of true love, a little ring that symbolized unending and unmercenary affection, was the cause of our Richard finding his happiness. He dropped it in the street and got out to recover it, and before they could continue the blockade occurred. He spoke to his love and won her there while the cab was hemmed in. Money is dross compared with true love, Anthony." "All right," said old Anthony. "I'm glad the boy has got what he wanted. I told him I wouldn't spare any expense in the matter if—" "But, brother Anthony, what good could your money have done?" "Sister," said Anthony Rockwall, "I've got my pirate in a devil of a scrape. His ship has just been scuttled, and he's too good a judge of the value of money to let drown. I wish you would let me go on with this chapter." The story should end here. I wish it would as heartily as you who read it wish it did, but we must go to the bottom of the well for truth. The next day a person with red hands and a blue polka-dot necktie, who called himself Kelly, called at Anthony Rockwall's house, and was at once received in the library. "Well," said Anthony, reaching for his check-book, "it was a good bilin of soap. Let's see, you had 5,000 in cash?" "I paid out 300 more of my own," said Kelly. "I had to go a little above the estimate. I got the express wagons and cabs, mostly for $5, but the trucks and 2-horse teams mostly raised me to 10. The motormen wanted 10, and some of the loaded teams 20. The cops struck me hardest. $50 I paid too, and the rest 25 and 20. But didn't it work beautiful, Mr. Rockwall? I'm glad William A. Brady wasn't onto that little outdoor vehicle mob scene. I wouldn't want William to break his heart with jealousy. And never a rehearsal either. The boys was on time to the fraction of a second. It was 2 hours before a snake could get below Greeley's statue." 1,300. There you are, Kelly," said Anthony, tearing off a check. "Your 1,000 and the 300 you were out. You don't despise money, do you, Kelly?" "Me?" said Kelly. "I can lick the man that invented poverty." Anthony called Kelly when he was at the door. "You didn't notice," said he, "anywhere in the tie-up, a kind of a fat boy without any clothes on shooting arrows around with a bow, did you?" "Why, no," said Kelly, mystified. "I didn't. If he was like you say, maybe the cops pinched him before I got there." "I thought the little rascal wouldn't be on hand," chuckled Anthony. "Good-bye, Kelly." End of Mammon and the Archer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4 Million by O. Henry. Chapter 14. Springtime à la carte. It was a day in March. Never, never begin a story this way when you write one. No opening could possibly be worse. It is unimaginative, flat, dry, and likely to consist of mere wind. But in this instance it is allowable, for the following paragraph, which should have inaugurated the narrative, is too wildly extravagant and preposterous to be flaunted in the face of the reader without preparation. Sarah was crying over her bill of fare. Think of a New York girl shedding tears on the menu card. To account for this you will be allowed to guess that the lobsters were all out, or that she had sworn ice cream off during Lent, or that she had ordered onions, or that she had just come from a Hackett matinee, and then all these theories being wrong, you will please let the story proceed. The gentleman who announced that the world was an oyster, which he with his sword would open, made a larger hit than he deserved. It is not difficult to open an oyster with a sword. But did you ever notice anyone try to open the terrestrial bivalve with a typewriter? Like to wait for a dozen raw opened that way? Sarah had managed to pry apart the shells with her unhandy weapon far enough to nibble a wee bit at the cold and clammy world within. She knew no more shorthand than if she had been a graduate in stenography just let slip upon the world by a business college. So, not being able to stenog, she could not enter that bright galaxy of office talent. She was a freelance typewriter and canvassed for odd jobs of copying. The most brilliant and crowning feat of Sarah's battle with the world was the deal she made with Schulenburg's home restaurant. The restaurant was next door to the old red brick in which she hall-roomed. One evening after dining at Schulenburg's 40-cent 5-course table d'hôte, served as fast as you throw the 5 baseballs at the colored gentleman's head, Sarah took away with her the bill of fare. It was written in an almost unreadable script, neither English nor German, and so arranged that if you were not careful you began with a toothpick and rice pudding and ended with soup and the day of the week. The next day Sarah showed Schulenburg a neat card on which the menu was beautifully typewritten, with the viands temptingly marshalled under their right and proper heads from hors d'oeuvres to not responsible for overcoats and umbrellas. Schulenburg became a naturalized citizen on the spot. Before Sarah left him she had him willingly committed to an agreement. She was to furnish typewritten bills of fare for the 21 tables in the restaurant, a new bill for each day's dinner, and new ones for breakfast and lunch, as often as changes occurred in the food or as neatness required. In return for this, Schulenburg was to send 3 meals per diem to Sarah's hall room by a waiter, an obsequious one if possible, and furnish her each afternoon with a pencil draft of what fate had in store for Schulenburg's customers on the morrow. Mutual satisfaction resulted from the agreement. Schulenburg's patrons now knew what the food they ate was called, even if its nature sometimes puzzled them. And Sarah had food during a cold, dull winter, which was the main thing with her. And then the almanac lied, and said that spring had come. Spring comes when it comes. The frozen snows of January still lay like adamant in the cross-town streets. The hand organs still played in the good old summer time, with their December vivacity and expression. Men began to make 30-day notes to buy Easter dresses. Janitors shut off steam. When these things happen, one may know that the city is still in the clutches of winter. One afternoon Sarah shivered in her elegant hall bedroom. House heated, scrupulously clean conveniences seemed to be appreciated. She had no work to do except Schulenburg's menu cards. Sarah sat in her squeaky willow rocker and looked out the window. The calendar on the wall kept crying to her, "Springtime is here, Sarah. Springtime is here, I tell you. Look at me, Sarah. My figures show it. You've got a neat figure yourself, Sarah, a nice springtime figure. Why do you look out the window so sadly?" Sarah's room was at the back of the house. Looking out the window she could see the windowless rear brick wall of the box factory on the next street. But the wall was clearest crystal, and Sarah was looking down a grassy lane shaded with cherry trees and elms and bordered with raspberry bushes and Cherokee roses. Spring's real harbingers are too subtle for the eye and ear. Some must have the flowering crocus, the wood-staring dogwood, the voice of bluebird, even so gross a reminder as the farewell handshake of the retiring buckwheat and oyster before they can welcome the lady in green to their dull bosoms. But to old Earth's choicest kin there came straight, sweet messages from his newest bride, telling them they shall be no stepchildren unless they choose to be. On the previous summer Sarah had gone into the country and loved a farmer. In writing your story never hark back thus. It is bad art and cripples interest. Let it march, march. Sarah stayed 2 weeks at Sunnybrook Farm. There she learned to love old Farmer Franklin's son, Walter. Farmers have been loved and wedded and turned out to grass in less time. But young Walter Franklin was a modern agriculturist. He had a telephone in his cow-house, and he could figure up exactly what effect next year's Canada wheat crop would have on potatoes planted in the dark of the moon. It was in this shaded and raspberried lane that Walter had wooed and won her, and together they had sat and woven a crown of dandelions for her hair. He had immoderately praised the effect of the yellow blossoms against her brown tresses, and she had left the chaplet there and walked back to the house, swinging her straw sailor in her hands. They were to marry in the spring, at the very first signs of spring, Walter said. And Sarah came back to the city to pound her typewriter. A knock at the door dispelled Sarah's visions of that happy day. A waiter had brought the rough pencil draft of the home restaurant's next-day fare in old Schulenburg's angular hand. Sarah sat down to her typewriter and slipped a card between the rollers. She was a nimble worker. Generally, in an hour and a half, the 21 menu cards were written and ready. Today there were more changes on the bill of fare than usual. The soups were lighter. Pork was eliminated from the entrees, figuring only with Russian turnips among the roasts. The gracious spirit of spring pervaded the entire menu. Lamb, that lately capered on the greening hillsides, was becoming exploited with the sauce that commemorated its gambols. The song of the oyster, though not silenced, was diminuendo con amor. The frying pan seemed to be held inactive behind the beneficent bars of the broiler. The pie list swelled. The richer puddings had vanished. The sausage, with his drapery wrapped about him, barely lingered in a pleasant thanatopsis with the buckwheats and the sweet but doomed maple. Sarah's fingers danced like midgets over a summer stream. Down through the courses she worked, giving each item its position according to its length with an accurate eye. Just above the desserts came the list of vegetables: carrots and peas, asparagus on toast, the perennial tomatoes, and corn and succotash, lima beans, cabbage, and then— Sarah was crying over her bill of fare. Tears from the depths of some divine despair rose in her heart and gathered to her eyes. Down went her head on the little typewriter stand, and the keyboard rattled a dry accompaniment to her moist sobs. For she had received no letter from Walter in 2 weeks, and the next item on the bill of fare was dandelions. Dandelions with some kind of egg, but bother the egg. Dandelions, with whose golden blooms Walter had crowned her his queen of love and future bride. Dandelions, the harbingers of spring, her sorrow's crown of sorrow, reminder of her happiest days. Madam, I dare you to smile until you suffer this test. Let the Marshal Niel roses that Percy brought you on the night you gave him your heart be served as a salad with French dressing before your eyes at a Schulenburg table d'hôte. Had Juliet so seen her love tokens dishonored, the sooner would she have sought the Lethian herbs of the good apothecary. But what a witch is spring! Into the great cold city of stone and iron a message had to be sent. There was none to convey it but the little hardy courier of the fields, with his rough green coat and modest air. He is a true soldier of fortune, this Don de Lion, this lion's tooth, as the French chefs call him. Flowered, he will assist at love-making, wreathed in my lady's nut-brown hair, young and callow and unblossomed. He goes into the boiling pot and delivers the word of his sovereign mistress. By and by Sarah forced back her tears. The cards must be written, but still, in a faint golden glow from her dandelion dream, she fingered the typewriter keys absently for a little while, with her mind and heart in the meadow lane with her young farmer. But soon she came swiftly back to the rock-bound lanes of Manhattan, and the typewriter began to rattle and jump like a strike-breaker's motor-car. At 6 o'clock the waiter brought her dinner and carried away the typewritten bill of fare. When Sarah ate she set aside, with a sigh, the dish of dandelions with its crowning ovarious accompaniment. As this dark mass had been transformed from a bright and love-endorsed flower to be an ignominious vegetable, so had her summer hopes wilted and perished. Love may, as Shakespeare said, feed on itself. But Sarah could not bring herself to eat the dandelions that had graced, as ornaments, the first spiritual banquet of her heart's true affection. At 7:30 the couple in the next room began to quarrel. The man in the room above sought for A on his flute. The gas went a little lower, 3 coal wagons started to unload, the only sound of which the phonograph is jealous. Cats on the back fences slowly retreated toward Mukden. By these signs Sarah knew that it was time for her to read. She got out The Cloister and the Hearth, the best non-selling book of the month, settled her feet on her trunk, and began to wander with Gerard. The front doorbell rang. The landlady answered it. Sarah left Gerard and Denny's treed by a bear, and listened. Oh, yes, you would, just as she did. Then a strong voice was heard in the hall below, and Sarah jumped for her door, leaving the book on the floor and the first round easilies the bear. You have guessed it. She reached the top of the stairs just as her farmer came up, 3 at a jump, and reaped and garnered her, with nothing left for the gleaners. Why haven't you written? Oh, why? Cried Sarah. New York is a pretty large town, said Walter Franklin. I came in a week ago to your old address. I found that you went away on a Thursday. That consoled some. It eliminated the possible Friday bad luck. But it didn't prevent my hunting for you with police and otherwise ever since. I wrote, said Sarah vehemently. Never got it. Then how did you find me? The young farmer smiled a springtime smile. I dropped into that home restaurant next door this evening, said he. I don't care who knows it. I like a dish of some kind of greens at this time of the year. I ran my eye down that nice typewritten bill of fare, looking for something in that line. When I got below cabbage, I turned my chair over and hollered for the proprietor. He told me where you lived. I remember, sighed Sarah happily. That was dandelions below cabbage. I'd know that cranky capital W way above the line that your typewriter makes anywhere in the world, said Franklin. Why, there's no W in dandelions, said Sarah in surprise. The young man drew the bill of fare from his pocket and pointed to a line. Sarah recognized the first card she had written that afternoon. There was still the rayed splotch of the upper right-hand corner where a tear had fallen, but over the spot where one should have read the name of the meadow plant, the clinging memory of their golden blossoms had allowed her fingers to strike strange keys. Between the red cabbage and the stuffed green peppers was the item, Dearest Walter, with hard-boiled egg. End of Springtime à la carte. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4 Million by O. Henry. Chapter 15. The Green Door. Suppose you should be walking down Broadway after dinner, with 10 minutes allotted to the consummation of your cigar while you are choosing between a diverting tragedy and something serious in the way of vaudeville. Suddenly a hand is laid upon your arm. You turn to look into the thrilling eyes of a beautiful woman, wonderful in diamonds and Russian sables. She thrusts hurriedly into your hand an extremely hot-buttered roll, flashes out a tiny pair of scissors, snips off the second button of your overcoat, meaningly ejaculates the one word parallelogram, and swiftly flies down a cross street, looking back fearfully over her shoulder. That would be adventure. Would you accept it? Not you. You would flush with embarrassment. You would sheepishly drop the roll and continue down Broadway, fumbling feebly for the missing button. This you would do unless you are one of the blessed few in whom the pure spirit of adventure is not dead. True adventurers have never been plentiful. They who are set down in print as such have been mostly business men with newly invented methods. They have been out after the things they wanted, golden fleeces, holy grails, lady loves, treasure, crowns, and fame. The true adventurer goes forth aimless and uncalculating to meet and greet unknown fate. A fine example was the prodigal son, when he started back home. Half-adventurers, brave and splendid figures, have been numerous. From the Crusades to the Palisades, they have enriched the arts of history and fiction and the trade of historical fiction. But each of them had a prize to win, a goal to kick, an axe to grind, a race to run, a new thrust in tierce to deliver, a name to carve, a crow to pick. So they were not followers of true adventure. In the big city, the twin spirits, romance and adventure, are always abroad seeking worthy wooers. As we roam the streets, they slyly peep at us and challenge us in 20 different guises. Without knowing why, we look up suddenly to see in a window a face that seems to belong to our gallery of intimate portraits. In a sleeping thoroughfare, we hear a cry of agony and fear coming from an empty and shuttered house. Instead of at our familiar curb, a cab driver deposits us before a strange door, which one, with a smile, opens for us and bids us enter. A slip of paper, written upon, flutters down to our feet from the high lattices of chance. We exchange glances of instantaneous hate, affection, and fear with hurrying strangers in the passing crowds. A sudden douse of rain, and an umbrella may be sheltering the daughter of the full moon and the first cousin of the sidereal system. At every corner handkerchiefs drop, fingers beckon, eyes besiege, and the lost, the lonely, the rapturous, the mysterious, the perilous, changing clues of adventure are slipped onto our fingers. But few of us are willing to hold and follow them. We are grown stiff with the ramrod of convention down our backs. We pass on, and some day we come, at the end of a very dull life, to reflect that our romance has been a pallid thing of a marriage or two, a satin rosette kept in a safe deposit drawer, and a lifelong feud with a steam radiator. Rudolf Steiner was a true adventurer. Few were the evenings on which he did not go forth from his hall bedchamber in search of the unexpected and the egregious. The most interesting thing in life seemed to him to be what might lie just around the next corner. Sometimes his willingness to tempt fate led him into strange paths. Twice he had spent the night in a station house. Again and again he'd found himself the dupe of ingenious and mercenary tricksters. His watch and money had been the price of one flattering allurement, but with undiminished ardor he picked up every glove cast before him into the merry lists of adventure. One evening Rudolf was strolling along a cross-town street in the older central part of the city. Two streams of people filled the sidewalks, the home hurrying, and that restless contingent that abandons home for a spacious welcome of the 1,000-candle-power table d'hôte. The young adventurer was of pleasing presence, and moved serenely and watchfully. By daylight he was a salesman in a piano store. He wore his tie drawn through a topaz ring instead of fastened with a stick-pin, and once he had written to the editor of a magazine that Junie's Love Test by Miss Libby had been the book that had most influenced his life. During his walk a violent chattering of teeth in a glass case on the sidewalk seemed at first to draw his attention, with a qualm, to a restaurant before which it was set, but a second glance revealed the electric letters of a dentist's sign high above the next door. A giant negro, fantastically dressed in a red embroidered coat, yellow trousers, and a military cap, discreetly distributed cards to those of the passing crowd who consented to take them. This mode of dentistic advertising was a common sight to Rudolf. Usually he passed the dispenser of the dentist's cards without reducing his store. But tonight the African slipped one into his hand so deftly that he retained it there, smiling a little at the successful feat. When he had traveled a few yards further he glanced at the card indifferently. Surprised, he turned it over and looked again with interest. One side of the card was blank. On the other was written in ink 3 words, "The Green Door." And then Rudolf saw, 3 steps in front of him, a man throw down the card the negro had given him as he passed. Rudolf picked it up. It was printed with the dentist's name and address and the usual schedule of plate work and bridge work and crowns, and spacious promises of painless operations. The adventurous piano salesman halted at the corner and considered. Then he crossed the street, walked down a block, recrossed and joined the upward current of people again. Without seeming to notice the negro as he passed the second time, he carelessly took the card that was handed him. 10 steps away he inspected it. In the same handwriting that appeared on the first card, "The Green Door" was inscribed upon it. 3 or 4 cards were tossed to the pavement by pedestrians both following and leading him. These fell blank side up. Rudolph turned them over. Every one bore the printed legend of the dental parlors. Rarely did the arch sprite adventure need to beckon twice to Rudolf Steiner, his true follower, but twice it had been done, and the quest was on. Rudolph walked slowly back to where the giant negro stood by the case of rattling teeth. This time as he passed he received no card. In spite of his gaudy and ridiculous garb, the Ethiopian displayed a natural barbaric dignity as he stood, offering the cards suavely to some, allowing others to pass unmolested. Every half-minute he chanted a harsh, unintelligible phrase akin to the jabber of car conductors and grand opera. And not only did he withhold a card this time, but it seemed to Rudolph that he received from the shining and massive black countenance a look of cold, almost contemptuous disdain. The look stung the adventurer. He read in it a silent accusation that he had been found wanting. Whatever the mysterious written words on the card might mean, the black had selected him twice from the throng for their recipient, and now seemed to have condemned him as deficient in the wit and spirit to engage the enigma. Standing aside from the rush, the young man made a rapid estimate of the building in which he conceived that his adventure must lie. 5 stories high it rose. A small restaurant occupied the basement. The first floor, now closed, seemed to house millinery or furs. The second floor, by the winking electric letters, was the dentist's. Above this, a polyglot babel of signs struggled to indicate the abodes of palmists, dressmakers, musicians, and doctors. Still higher up, draped curtains and milk bottles, white on the window-sills, proclaimed the regions of domesticity. After concluding his survey, Rudolph walked briskly up the high flight of stone steps into the house. Up 2 flights of the carpeted stairway he continued, and at its top paused. The hallway there was dimly lighted by 2 pale jets of gas, one far to his right, the other nearer to his left. He looked toward the nearer light and saw, within its wan halo, a green door. For one moment he hesitated. Then he seemed to see the contumelious sneer of the African juggler of cards, and then he walked straight to the green door and knocked against it. Moments like those that passed before his knock was answered measure the quick breath of true adventure. What might not be behind those green panels? Gamesters at play, cunning rogues baiting their traps with subtle skill, beauty in love with courage, and thus planning to be sought by it, danger, death, love, disappointment, ridicule. Any of these might respond to that temerarious rap. A faint rustle was heard inside, and the door slowly opened. A girl, not yet 20, stood there, white-faced and tottering. She loosed the knob and swayed weakly, groping with one hand. Rudolph caught her and laid her on a faded couch that stood against the wall. He closed the door and took a swift glance around the room by the light of a flickering gas jet. Neat but extreme poverty was the story that he read. The girl lay still, as if in a faint. Rudolph looked around the room excitedly for a barrel. People must be rolled upon a barrel who— No, that was for drowned persons. He began to fan her with his hat. That was successful, for he struck her nose with the brim of his derby and she opened her eyes. And then the young man saw that hers, indeed, was the one missing face from his heart's gallery of intimate portraits. The frank gray eyes, the little nose, turning pertly outward, the chestnut hair, curling like the tendrils of a pea vine, seemed the right end and reward of all his wonderful adventures. But the face was woefully thin and pale. The girl looked at him calmly and then smiled. "Fainted, didn't I?" she said weakly. "Well, who wouldn't? You try going without anything to eat for 3 days and see." "Himmel!" exclaimed Rudolph, jumping up. "Wait till I come back." He dashed out the green door and down the stairs. In 20 minutes he was back again, kicking at the door with his toe for her to open it. With both arms he hugged an array of wares from the grocery and the restaurant. On the table he laid them: bread and butter, cold meats, cakes, pies, pickles, oysters, a roasted chicken, a bottle of milk, and one of red-hot tea. "This is ridiculous," said Rudolph blusteringly, "to go without eating. You must quit making election bets of this kind. Supper is ready." He helped her to a chair at the table and asked, "Is there a cup for the tea?" "On the shelf by the window," she answered. When he turned again with the cup, he saw her, with eyes shining rapturously, beginning upon a huge dill pickle that she had rooted out from the paper bags with a woman's unerring instinct. He took it from her laughingly and poured the cup full of milk. "Drink that first," he ordered. "Then you shall have some tea, then a chicken wing. If you are very good, you shall have a pickle tomorrow. And now, if you'll allow me to be your guest, we'll have supper." He drew up the other chair. The tea brightened the girl's eyes and brought back some of her color. She began to eat with a sort of dainty ferocity, like some starved wild animal. She seemed to regard the young man's presence and the aid he had rendered her as a natural thing, not as though she undervalued the conventions, but as one whose great stress gave her the right to put aside the artificial of the human. But gradually, with the return of strength and comfort, came also a sense of the little conventions that belong, and she began to tell him her little story. It was one of 1,000 such as the city yawns at every day. The shop girl's story of insufficient wages, further reduced by fines that go to swell the store's profits, of time lost through illness, then of lost positions, lost hope, and the knock of the adventurer upon the green door. But to Rudolph the history sounded as big as the Iliad or the crisis in Junie's love test. "To think of you going through all that!" he exclaimed. "It was something fierce," said the girl solemnly. "And you have no relatives or friends in the city?" "None whatever." "I am all alone in the world, too," said Rudolph after a pause. "I am glad of that," said the girl promptly, and somehow it pleased the young man to hear that she approved of his bereft condition. Very suddenly her eyelids dropped and she sighed deeply. "I'm awfully sleepy," she said, "and I feel so good." Then Rudolph rose and took his hat. "I'll say good night. A long night's sleep will be fine for you." He held out his hand and she took it and said good night. But her eyes asked a question so eloquently, so frankly and pathetically, that he answered it with words. "Oh, I'm coming back tomorrow to see how you are getting along. You can't get rid of me so easily." Then at the door, as though the way of his coming had been so much less important than the fact that he had come, she asked, "How did you come to knock at my door?" He looked at her for a moment, remembering the cards, and felt a sudden jealous pain. What if they had fallen into other hands as adventurous as his? Quickly he decided that she must never know the truth. He would never let her know that he was aware of the strange expedient to which she had been driven by her great distress. "One of our piano tuners lives in this house," he said. "I knocked at your door by mistake." The last thing he saw in the room, before the green door closed, was her smile. At the end of the stairway he paused and looked curiously about him. Then he went along the hallway to its other end, and coming back, ascended to the floor above and continued his puzzled explorations. Every door that he found in the house was painted green. Wondering, he descended to the sidewalk. The fantastic African was still there. Rudolph confronted him with his 2 cards in his hand. "Will you tell me why you gave me these cards and what they mean?" he asked. In a broad, good-natured grin, the Negro exhibited a splendid advertisement of his master's profession. "Dar it is, boss," he said, pointing down the street. "But I 'spect you is a little late for the first act." Looking the way he pointed, Rudolph saw above the entrance to a theater the blazing electric sign of its new play, The Green Door. "I'm informed dat it's a first-rate show, sah," said the Negro. "De agent what represents it presented me with $1, sah, to distribute a few of his cards along with the doctor's. May I offer you one of de doctor's cards, sir?" At the corner of the block in which he lived, Rudolph stopped for a glass of beer and a cigar. When he had come out with his lighted weed, he buttoned his coat, pushed back his hat, and said stoutly to the lamp-post on the corner, "All the same, I believe it was the hand of fate that doped out the way for me to find her." Which conclusion, under the circumstance, certainly admits Rudolf Steiner to the ranks of the true followers of romance and adventure. End of The Green Door. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4 Million by O. Henry. Chapter 16. From the Cabbie's Seat. The cabbie has his point of view. It is more single-minded, perhaps, than that of a follower of any other calling. From the high swaying seat of his hansom he looks upon his fellow men as nomadic particles, of no account except when possessed of migratory desires. He is Jehu, and you are goods in transit. Be you president or vagabond, to cabby you are only a fare. He takes you up, cracks his whip, joggles your vertebrae, and sets you down. When time for payment arrives, if you exhibit a familiarity with legal rates, you come to know what contempt is. If you find that you have left your pocketbook behind, you are made to realize the mildness of Dante's imagination. It is not an extravagant theory that the cabbiness' singleness of purpose and concentrated view of life are the results of the hansom's peculiar construction. The cock of the roost sits aloft like Jupiter on an unshareable seat, holding your fate between two thongs of inconstant leather. Helpless, ridiculous, confined, bobbing like a toy mandarin, you sit like a rat in a trap. You, before whom butlers cringe on solid land, and must squeak upward through a slit in your peripatetic sarcophagus to make your feeble wishes known. Then, in a cab, you are not even an occupant, you are contents. You are a cargo at sea, and the cherub that sits up aloft has Davy Jones's street and number by heart. One night there were sounds of revelry in the big brick tenement house next door, but one to McGarry's family café. The sounds seemed to emanate from the apartments of the Walsh family. The sidewalk was obstructed by an assortment of interested neighbors, who opened a lane from time to time for a hurrying messenger bearing from McGarry's goods pertinent to festivity and diversion. The sidewalk contingent was engaged in comment and discussion, from which it made no effort to eliminate the news that Nora Walsh was being married. In the fullness of time there was an irruption of the merrymakers to the sidewalk. The uninvited guests enveloped and permeated them, and upon the night air rose joyous cries, congratulations, laughter, and unclassified noises born of McGarry's oblations to the hymeneal scene. Close to the curb stood Jerry O'Donovan's cab. Nighthawk was Jerry called, but no more lustrous or cleaner hansom than his ever closed its door upon point lace and November violets. And Jerry's horse! I am within bounds when I tell you that he was stuffed with oats until one of those old ladies who leave their dishes unwashed at home and go about having expressmen arrested would have smiled, yes, smiled, to have seen him. Among the shifting, sonorous, pulsing crowd, glimpses could be had of Jerry's high hat, battered by the winds and rains of many years, of his nose like a carrot, battered by the frolicsome, athletic progeny of millionaires, and by the contumacious fares, of his brass-buttoned green coat, admired in the vicinity of McGarry's. It was plain that Jerry had usurped the functions of his cab, and was carrying a load. Indeed, the figure may be extended, and he be likened to a bread-wagon, if we admit the testimony of a youthful spectator, who was heard to remark, "Jerry has got a bun." From somewhere among the throng in the street, or else out of the thin stream of pedestrians, a young woman tripped and stood by the cab. The professional hawk's eye of Jerry caught the movement. He made a lurch for the cab, overturning 3 or 4 onlookers and himself. No! He caught the cap of a water-plug and kept his feet. Like a sailor shinnying up the Ratlins during a squall, Jerry mounted to his professional seat. Once he was there, McGarry's liquids were baffled. He see-sawed on the mizzenmast of his craft, as safe as a steeplejack rigged to the flagpole of a skyscraper. "Step in, lady," said Jerry, gathering his lines. The young woman stepped into the cab. The doors shut with a bang. Jerry's whip cracked in the air. The crowd in the gutter scattered, and the fine hansom dashed away across town. When the oat-spry horse had hedged a little his first spurt of speed, Jerry broke the lid of his cab and called down through the aperture in the voice of a cracked megaphone trying to please, "Where now will ye be drivin' to?" "Anywhere you please," came the answer, musical and contented. "'Tis drivin' for pleasure she is," thought Jerry, and then he suggested as a matter of course, "Take a thrip round the park, lady? 'Twill be elegant, cool, and fine." "Just as you like," answered the fare, pleasantly. The cab headed for Fifth Avenue and sped up that perfect street. Jerry bounced and swayed in his seat. The potent fluids of McGarry's were disquieted, and they sent anew fumes to his head. He sang an ancient song of Killisnook and brandished his whip like a baton. Inside the cab the fare sat up straight on the cushions, looking to right and left at the lights and houses. Even in the shadowed hansom her eyes shone like stars at twilight. When they reached 59th Street, Jerry's head was bobbing and his reins were slack. But his horse turned in through the park gate and began the old familiar nocturnal round. And then the fare leaned back, entranced, and breathed deep the clean, wholesome odors of grass and leaf and bloom. And the wise beast in the shafts, knowing his ground, stuck into his by-the-hour gait and kept to the right of the road. Habit also struggled successfully against Jerry's increasing torpor. He raised the hatch of his storm-tossed vessel and made the inquiry that cabbies do make in the park. "Like stop at the casino, lady? Gizzer freshums and listen to music? Everybody stops." "I think that would be nice," said the fare. They reined up with a plunge at the casino entrance. The cab doors flew open. The fare stepped directly upon the floor. At once she was caught in a web of ravishing music, and dazzled by a panorama of lights and colors. Someone slipped a little square card into her hand, on which was printed a number, 34. She looked around and saw her cab 20 yards away, already lining up in its place among the waiting mass of carriages, cabs, and motor cars. Then a man who seemed to be all shirt-front danced backward before her, and next she was seated at a little table by a railing, over which climbed a jessamine vine. There seemed to be a wordless invitation to purchase. She consulted a collection of small coins in a thin purse, and received from them license to order a glass of beer. There she sat, inhaling and absorbing it all, the new-colored, new-shaped life in a fairy palace in an enchanted wood. At 50 tables sat princes and queens, clad in all the silks and gems of the world, and now and then one of them would look curiously at Jerry's fare. They saw a plain figure dressed in a pink silk of the kind that is tempered by the word foulard, and a plain face that wove a look of love of life that the queens envied. Twice the long hands of the clock went round. Royalties thinned from their alfresco thrones, and buzzed or clattered away in their vehicles of state. The music retired into cases of wood and bags of leather and baize. Waiters removed cloths pointedly near the plain figure sitting almost alone. Jerry's fare rose, and held out her numbered card simply. "Is there anything coming on the ticket?" she asked. A waiter told her it was her cab check, that she should give it to the man at the entrance. This man took it and called the number. Only 3 hansoms stood in line. The driver of one of them went and routed out Jerry asleep in his cab. He swore deeply, climbed to the captain's bridge, and steered his craft to the pier. His fare entered, and the cab whirled into the cool fastnesses of the park along the shortest homeward cuts. At the gate a glimmer of reason in the form of sudden suspicion seized upon Jerry's beclouded mind. 1 or 2 things occurred to him. He stopped his horse, raised the trap, and dropped his phonographic voice like a lead plummet through the aperture. "I want to see $4 before going any further on the trip. Have ye got the dough?" $4? Laughed the fare softly. Dear me, no, I've only got a few pennies and a dime or two. Jerry shut down the trap and slashed his oak-fed horse. The clatter of hoofs strangled but could not drown the sound of his profanity. He shouted choking and gargling curses at the starry heavens. He cut viciously with his whip at passing vehicles. He scattered fierce and ever-changing oaths and imprecations along the streets, so that a late truck driver crawling homeward heard and was abashed. But he knew his recourse, and made for it at a gallop. At the house with the green lights beside the steps he pulled up. He flung wide the cab doors and tumbled heavily to the ground. "Come on, you," he said roughly. His fare came forth with the casino dreamy smile still on her plain face. Jerry took her by the arm and led her into the police station. A gray-mustached sergeant looked keenly across the desk. He and the cabby were no strangers. "Sergeant," began Jerry in his old raucous, martyred, thunderous tone of complaint, "I've got a fare here that—" Jerry paused. He drew a knotted red hand across his brow. The fog set up by McGarry was beginning to clear away. "A fare, Sergeant," he continued with a grin, "that I want to introduce to ye. It's me wife that I married at old man Walsh's this evening, and a divil of a time we had, 'tis true. Shake hands with the sergeant, Nora, and we'll be off to home." Before stepping into the cab, Nora sighed profoundly. "I've had such a nice time, Jerry," said she. End of Chapter 16. From the Cabby's Seat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4 Million by O. Henry. Chapter 17. An Unfinished Story. We no longer groan and heap ashes upon our heads when the flames of Tophet are mentioned, for even the preachers have begun to tell us that God is radium, or ether, or some scientific compound, and that the worst we wicked ones may expect is a chemical reaction. This is a pleasing hypothesis, but there lingers yet some of the old goodly terror of orthodoxy. There are but two subjects upon which one may discourse with a free imagination, and without the possibility of being controverted. You may talk of your dreams, and you may tell what you heard a parrot say. Both Morpheus and the bird are incompetent witnesses, and your listener dare not attack your recital. The baseless fabric of a vision, then, shall furnish my theme, chosen with apologies and regrets, instead of the more limited field of Pretty Polly's small talk. I had a dream that was so far removed from the higher criticism that it had to do with the ancient, respectable, and lamented bar of judgment theory. Gabriel had played his trump, and those of us who could not follow suit were arraigned for examination. I noticed at one side a gathering of professional bondsmen in solemn black and collars that buttoned behind, but it seemed there was some trouble about their real estate titles, and they did not appear to be getting any of us out. A fly cop, an angel policeman, flew over to me and took me by the left wing. Near at hand was a group of very prosperous-looking spirits arraigned for judgment. "Do you belong with that bunch?" the policeman asked. "Who are they?" was my answer. "Why," said he, "they are—" But this irrelevant stuff is taking up space that the story should occupy. Dulcie worked in a department store. She sold Hamburg edging or stuffed peppers or automobiles, or other little trinkets such as they keep in department stores. Of what she earned, Dulcie received $6 per week. The remainder was credited to her and debted to somebody else's account in the ledger kept by G. Oh, Primal Energy, you say, Reverend Doctor. Well then, in the ledger of Primal Energy. During her first year in the store, Dulcie was paid $5 per week. It would be instructive to know how she lived on that amount. Don't care? Very well. Probably you are interested in larger amounts. $6 is a larger amount. I will tell you how she lived on $6 per week. One afternoon at 6, when Dulcie was sticking her hat pin within 1/8 of an inch of her medulla oblongata, she said to her chum Sadie, the girl that waits on you with her left side, "Say, Sadie, I made a date for dinner this evening with Piggy." "You never did!" exclaimed Sadie admiringly. "Well, ain't you the lucky one? Piggy's an awful swell. He always takes a girl to swell places. He took Blanche up to the Hoffman House one evening, where they have swell music, and you see a lot of swells. You'll have a swell time, Dulce." Dulcie hurried homeward. Her eyes were shining, and her cheeks showed the delicate pink of real life's approaching dawn. It was Friday, and she had 50 cents left of her last week's wages. The streets were filled with the rush-hour floods of people. The electric lights of Broadway were glowing, calling moths from miles, from leagues, from hundreds of leagues out of darkness around, to come in and attend the singeing school. Men in accurate clothes, with faces like those carved on cherry stones by the old salts in sailors' homes, turned and stared at Dulcie as she sped, unheeding, past them. Manhattan, the night-blooming cereus, was beginning to unfold its dead-white, heavy-odored petals. Dulcie stopped in at a store where goods were cheap, and bought an imitation lace collar with her 50 cents. That money was to have been spent otherwise. 15 cents for supper, 10 cents for breakfast, 10 cents for lunch. Another dime was to be added to her small store of savings, and 5 cents was to be squandered for licorice drops. The kind that made your cheek look like the toothache and last as long. The licorice was an extravagance, almost a carouse, but what is life without pleasures? Dulcie lived in a furnished room. There is this difference between a furnished room and a boarding house. In a furnished room, other people do not know it when you go hungry. Dulcie went up to her room, the 3rd floor back in a West Side brownstone front. She lit the gas. Scientists tell us that the diamond is the hardest substance known. Their mistake. Landladies know of a compound besides which the diamond is as putty. They pack it in the tips of gas burners, and one may stand on a chair and dig at it in vain until one's fingers are pink and bruised. A hairpin will not remove it. Therefore, let us call it immovable. So Dulcie lit the gas. In its 1/4 candle power glow we will observe the room. Couch, bed, dresser, table, washstand, chair. Of this much the landlady was guilty. The rest was Dulcie's. On the dresser were her treasures: a gilt china vase presented to her by Sadie, a calendar issued by a pickle works, a book on the divination of dreams, some rice powder in a glass dish, and a cluster of artificial cherries tied with a pink ribbon. Against the wrinkly mirror stood pictures of General Kitchener, William Muldoon, the Duchess of Marlborough, and Benvenuto Cellini. Against one wall was a plaster of Paris plaque of an O'Callaghan in a Roman helmet. Near it was a violent oleograph of a lemon-colored child assaulting an inflammatory butterfly. This was Dulcie's final judgment in art, but it had never been upset. Her rest had never been disturbed by whispers of stolen copes. No critic had elevated his eyebrows at her infantile entomologist. Piggy was to call for her at 7. While she swiftly makes ready, let us discreetly face the other way and gossip. For the room Dulcie paid $2 per week. On weekdays her breakfast cost 10 cents. She made coffee and cooked an egg over the gaslight while she was dressing. On Sunday mornings she feasted royally on veal chops and pineapple fritters at Billy's restaurant, at a cost of 25 cents, and tipped the waitress 10 cents. New York presents so many temptations for one to run into extravagance. She had her lunches in the department store restaurant at a cost of 60 cents for the week. Dinners were $1.05. The evening papers, show me a New Yorker going without his daily paper, came to 6 cents, and 2 Sunday papers, one for the personal column and the other to read, were 10 cents. The total amounts to $4.76. Now, one has to buy clothes and— I give it up. I hear of wonderful bargains in fabrics, and of miracles performed with needle and thread, but I am in doubt. I hold my pen poised in vain when I would add to Dulcie's life some of those joys that belong to women by virtue of all the unwritten, sacred, natural, inactive ordinances of the equity of heaven. Twice she had been to Coney Island, and had ridden the hobby horses. 'Tis a weary thing to count your pleasures by summers instead of by hours. Piggy needs but a word. When the girls named him, an undeserving stigma was cast upon the noble family of swine. The words of 3 letters lesson in the old blue spelling book begins with Piggy's biography. He was fat, he had the soul of a rat, and the habits of a bat, and the magnanimity of a cat. He wore expensive clothes, and was a connoisseur in starvation. He could look at a shop girl and tell you to an hour how long it had been since she had eaten anything more nourishing than marshmallows and tea. He hung about the shopping districts and prowled around in department stores with his invitations to dinner. Men who escort dogs upon the streets at the end of a string look down upon him. He is a type. I can dwell upon him no longer. My pen is not the kind intended for him. I am no carpenter. At 10 minutes to 7 Dulcie was ready. She looked at herself in the wrinkly mirror. The reflection was satisfactory. The dark blue dress, fitting without a wrinkle, the hat with its jaunty black feather, the but slightly soiled gloves, all representing self-denial, even of food itself, were vastly becoming. Dulcie forgot everything else for a moment except that she was beautiful, and that life was about to lift a corner of its mysterious veil for her to observe its wonders. No gentleman had ever asked her out before. Now she was going for a brief moment into the glitter and exalted show. The girls said that Piggy was a spender. There would be a grand dinner and music, and splendidly dressed ladies to look at, and things to eat that strangely twisted the girls' jaws when they tried to tell about them. No doubt she would be asked out again. There was a blue pungy suit in a window that she knew, by saving 20 cents a week instead of 10, in, let's see, it would run into years, but there was a second-hand store in 7th Avenue where— Somebody knocked at the door. Dulcie opened it. The landlady stood there with a spurious smile, sniffing for cooking by stolen gas. "A gentleman's downstairs to see you," she said. "Name is Mr. Wiggins." By such epithet was Piggy known to unfortunate ones who had to take him seriously. Dulcie turned to the dresser to get her handkerchief, and then she stopped still, and bit her underlip hard. While looking in the mirror she had seen Fairyland and herself, a princess, just awakening from a long slumber. She had forgotten one that was watching her with sad, beautiful, stern eyes, the only one there was to approve or condemn what she did. Straight and slender and tall, with a look of sorrowful reproach on his handsome, melancholy face, General Kitchener fixed his wonderful eyes on her out of his gilt photograph frame on the dresser. Dulcie turned like an automatic doll to the landlady. "Tell him I can't go," she said dully. "Tell him I'm sick or something. Tell him I'm not going out." After the door was closed and locked, Dulcie fell upon her bed, crushing her black tip, and cried for 10 minutes. General Kitchener was her only friend. He was Dulcie's idea of a gallant knight. He looked as if he might have had a secret sorrow, and his wonderful mustache was a dream, and she was a little afraid of that stern yet tender look in his eyes. She used to have little fancies that he would call at the house sometime, and ask for her, with his sword clanking against his high boots. Once, when a boy was rattling a piece of chain against a lamp-post, she had opened the window and looked out. But there was no use. She knew that General Kitchener was away over in Japan, leading his army against the savage Turks, and he would never step out of his gilt frame for her. Yet one look from him had vanquished Piggy that night. Yes, for that night. When her cry was over, Dulcie got up and took off her best dress, and put on her old blue kimono. She wanted no dinner. She sang 2 verses of Sammy, Then she became intensely interested in a little red speck on the side of her nose, and after that was attended to, she drew up a chair to the rickety table and told her fortune with an old deck of cards. "That horrid impudent thing," she said aloud, "and I never gave him a word or a look to make him think it." At 9 o'clock Dulcie took a tin box of crackers and a little pot of raspberry jam out of her trunk and had a feast. She offered General Kitchener some jam on a cracker, but he only looked at her as the Sphinx would have looked at a butterfly, if there are butterflies in the desert. "Don't eat it if you don't want to," said Dulcie, "and don't put on so many airs and scold so with your eyes. I wonder if you'd be superior and snippy if you had to live on $6 a week." It was not a good sign for Dulcie to be rude to General Kitchener, and then she turned Benvenuto Cellini's face downward with a severe gesture. But that was not inexcusable, for she had always thought he was Henry VIII, and she did not approve of him. At 9:30 Dulcie took a last look at the pictures on the dresser, turned out the light, and skipped into bed. It was an awful thing to go to bed with a good-night look at General Kitchener, William Muldoon, the Duchess of Marlborough, and Benvenuto Cellini. This story really doesn't get anywhere at all. The rest of it comes later, some time when Piggy asks Dulcie again to dine with him, and she is feeling lonelier than usual, and General Kitchener happens to be looking the other way, and then— As I said before, I dreamed that I was standing near a crowd of prosperous-looking angels, and a policeman took me by the wing and asked if I belonged with them. "Who are they?" I asked. "Why," said he, "they are the men who hired working girls and paid 'em $5 or $6 a week to live on. Are you one of the bunch?" "Not on your immortality," said I. "I'm only the fellow that set fire to an orphan asylum and murdered a blind man for his pennies." End of An Unfinished Story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4 Million by O. Henry, Chapter 18, The Caliph, Cupid, and the Clock. Prince Michael of the Electorate of Valleluna sat on his favorite bench in the park. The coolness of the September night quickened the life in him like a rare tonic wine. The benches were not filled, for park loungers, with their stagnant blood, are prompt to detect and fly home from the crispness of early autumn. The moon was just clearing the roofs of the range of dwellings that bounded the quadrangle on the east. Children laughed and played about the fine-sprayed fountain. In the shadowed spots fauns and hamadryads wooed, unconscious of the gaze of mortal eyes. A hand-organ, Philomel by the grace of our stage-carpenter Fancy, fluted and droned in a side street. Around the enchanted boundaries of the little park, streetcars spat and mewed, and the stilted trains roared like tigers and lions prowling for a place to enter. And above the trees shone the great, round, shining face of an illuminated clock in the tower of an antique public building. Prince Michael's shoes were wrecked far beyond the skill of the carefulest cobbler. The ragman would have declined any negotiations concerning his clothes. The 2-week stubble on his face was gray and brown and red and greenish yellow, as if it had been made up from individual contributions from the chorus of a musical comedy. No man existed who had money enough to wear so bad a hat as his. Prince Michael sat on his favorite bench and smiled. It was a diverting thought to him that he was wealthy enough to buy every one of those close-ranged, bulky, window-lit mansions that faced him, if he chose. He could have matched gold, equipages, jewels, art treasures, estates, and acres with any Croesus in this proud city of Manhattan, and scarcely have entered upon the bulk of his holdings. He could have sat at table with reigning sovereigns. The social world, the world of art, the fellowship of the elect, adulation, imitation, the homage of the fairest, honors from the highest, praise from the wisest, flattery, esteem, credit, pleasure, fame, all the honey of life was waiting in the comb in the hive of the world for Prince Michael of the electorate of Valleluna, whenever he might choose to take it. But his choice was to sit in rags and dinginess on a bench in a park, for he had tasted of the fruit of the tree of life, and finding it bitter in his mouth, had stepped out of Eden for a time to seek distraction close to the unarmoured, beating heart of the world. These thoughts strayed dreamily through the mind of Prince Michael, as he smiled under the stubble of his polychromatic beard. Lounging thus, clad as the poorest of mendicants in the parks, he loved to study humanity. He found in altruism more pleasure than his riches, his station, and all the grosser sweets of life had given him. It was his chief solace and satisfaction to alleviate individual distress, to confer favours upon worthy ones who had need of succour, to dazzle unfortunates by unexpected and bewildering gifts of truly royal magnificence, bestowed, however, with wisdom and judiciousness. And as Prince Michael's eye rested upon the glowing face of the great clock in the tower, his smile, altruistic as it was, became slightly tinged with contempt. Big thoughts were the prince's, and it was always with a shake of his head that he considered the subjugation of the world to the arbitrary measures of time. The comings and goings of people in hurry and dread, controlled by the little metal moving hands of a clock, always made him sad. By and by came a young man in evening clothes, and sat upon the third bench from the prince. For half an hour he smoked cigars with nervous haste. Then he fell to watching the face of the illuminated clock above the trees. His perturbation was evident, and the prince noted in sorrow that its cause was connected in some manner with the slowly moving hands of the timepiece. His Highness arose and went to the young man's bench. "I beg your pardon for addressing you," he said, "but I perceive that you are disturbed in mind. If it may serve to mitigate the liberty I have taken, I will add that I am Prince Michael, heir to the throne of the electorate of Valleluna. I appear incognito, of course, as you may gather from my appearance. It is a fancy of mine to render aid to others whom I think worthy of it. Perhaps the matter that seems to distress you is one that would more readily yield to our mutual efforts." The young man looked up brightly at the prince. Brightly, but the perpendicular line of perplexity between his brows was not smoothed away. He laughed, and even then it did not. But he accepted the momentary diversion. "Glad to meet you, Prince," he said good-humouredly. "Yes, I'd say you were incog. all right. Thanks for your offer of assistance, but I don't see where your butting in would help things any. It's a kind of private affair, you know, but thanks all the same." Prince Michael sat at the young man's side. He was often rebuffed, but never offensively. His courteous manner and words forbade that. "Clocks," said the prince, "are shackles on the feet of mankind. I have observed you looking persistently at that clock. Its face is that of a tyrant. Its numbers are false as those on a lottery ticket. Its hands are those of a bunco steerer, who makes an appointment with you to your ruin. Let me entreat you to throw off its humiliating bonds, and to cease to order your affairs by that insensate monitor of brass and steel." "I don't usually," said the young man. "I carry a watch, except when I've got my radiant rags on." "I know human nature as I do the trees and grass," said the prince, with earnest dignity. "I am a master of philosophy, a graduate in art, and I hold the purse of a Fortunatus. There are few mortal misfortunes that I cannot alleviate or overcome. I have read your countenance, and found in it honesty and nobility, as well as distress. I beg of you to accept my advice or aid. Do not belie the intelligence I see in your face, by judging from my appearance of my ability to defeat your troubles." The young man glanced at the clock again, and frowned darkly. When his gaze strayed from the glowing horologe of time, it rested intently upon a 4-story red brick house in the row of dwellings opposite to where he sat. The shades were drawn, and the lights in many rooms shone dimly through them. 10 minutes to 9, exclaimed the young man, with an impatient gesture of despair. He turned his back upon the house and took a rapid step or two in a contrary direction. "Remain," commanded Prince Michael, in so potent a voice that the disturbed one wheeled around with a somewhat chagrined laugh. "I'll give her the 10 minutes, and then I'm off," he muttered. And then aloud to the prince, "I'll join you in confounding all clocks, my friend, and throw in women too." "Sit down," said the prince calmly. "I do not accept your addition. Women are the natural enemies of clocks, and therefore the allies of those who would seek liberation from these monsters that measure our follies and limit our pleasures. If you will so far confide in me, I would ask you to relate to me your story." The young man threw himself upon the bench with a reckless laugh. "Your Royal Highness, I will," he said in tones of mock deference. "Do you see yonder house? The one with 3 upper windows lighted? Well, at 6 o'clock I stood in that house with the young lady I was engaged to. I had been doing wrong, my dear prince. I had been a naughty boy, and she had heard of it. I wanted to be forgiven, of course. We are always wanting women to forgive us, aren't we, prince?" "I want time to think it over," said she. "There is one thing certain. I will either fully forgive you, or I will never see your face again. There will be no halfway business." "At 8:30, she said, "at exactly 8:30, you may be watching the middle upper window of the top floor. If I decide to forgive, I will hang out of that window a white silk scarf. You will know by that all is as it was before, and you may come to me. If you see no scarf, you may consider that everything between us is ended forever. That," concluded the young man bitterly, "is why I have been watching that clock. The time for the signal to appear has passed 23 minutes ago. Do you wonder that I am a little disturbed, my Prince of Rags and Whiskers?" "Let me repeat to you," said Prince Michael, in his even, well-modulated tones, "that women are the natural enemies of clocks. Clocks are an evil, women a blessing. The signal may yet appear." "Never on your principality!" exclaimed the young man hopelessly. "You don't know Marion, of course. She's always on time, to the minute. That was the first thing about her that attracted me. I've got the mitten instead of the scarf. I ought to have known at 8:31 that my goose was cooked. I'll go west on the 11:45 tonight with Jack Milburn. The jig's up. I'll try Jack's ranch a while, and top off with the Klondike and whiskey. Good night, Prince." Prince Michael smiled his enigmatic, gentle, comprehending smile, and caught the coat-sleeve of the other. The brilliant light in the prince's eyes was softening to a dreamier, cloudy translucence. "Wait," he said solemnly, "till the clock strikes. I have wealth and power and knowledge above most men, but when the clock strikes I am afraid. Stay by me until then. This woman shall be yours. You have the word of the hereditary prince of Valleluna. On the day of your marriage I will give you $100,000 and a place on the Hudson. But there must be no clocks in that palace. They measure our follies and limit our pleasures. Do you agree to that?" "Of course," said the young man cheerfully. "They're a nuisance anyway, always ticking and striking and getting you late for dinner." He glanced again at the clock in the tower. The hands stood at 3 minutes to 9. "I think," said Prince Michael, "that I will sleep a little. The day has been fatiguing." He stretched himself upon a bench with the manner of one who has slept thus before. "You will find me in this park on any evening when the weather is suitable," said the prince sleepily. "Come to me when your marriage day is set, and I will give you a check for the money." "Thanks, your Highness," said the young man seriously. "It doesn't look as if I would need that palace on the Hudson, but I appreciate your offer just the same." Prince Michael sank into deep slumber. His battered hat rolled from the bench to the ground. The young man lifted it, placed it over the frowsy face, and moved one of the grotesquely relaxed limbs into a more comfortable position. "Poor devil," he said, as he drew the tattered clothes closer about the prince's breast. Sonorous and startling came the stroke of 9 from the clock tower. The young man sighed again, turned his face for one last look at the house of his relinquished hopes, and cried aloud profane words of holy rapture. From the middle upper window blossomed in the dusk a wavy, snowy, fluttering, wonderful, divine emblem of forgiveness and promised joy. By came a citizen, rotund, comfortable, home-hurrying, unknowing in the delights of waving silken scarves on the borders of dimly lit parks. "Will you oblige me with the time, sir?" asked the young man. And the citizen, shrewdly conjecturing his watch to be safe, dragged it out and announced, 29½ minutes past 8, sir. And then, from habit, he glanced at the clock in the tower, and made further oration. "By George, that clock's half an hour fast. First time in 10 years I've known it to be off. This watch of mine never varies a—" But the citizen was talking to vacancy. He turned and saw his hearer, a fast-receding black shadow, flying in the direction of a house with 3 lighted upper windows. And in the morning came along 2 policemen on their way to the beats they owned. The park was deserted, save for one dilapidated figure that sprawled asleep on a bench. They stopped and gazed upon it. "It's Dopey Mike," said one. "He hits the pipe every night. Park bum for 20 years. On his last legs, I guess." The other policeman stooped and looked at something crumpled and crisp in the hand of the sleeper. "Gee," he remarked, "he's doped out on a $50 bill anyway. Wish I knew the brand of hop that he smokes." And then rap, rap, rap went the club of realism against the shoe soles of Prince Michael of the Electorate of Valleluna. End of Chapter 18. The Caliph, Cupid, and the Clock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4 Million by O. Henry. Chapter 19. Sisters of the Golden Circle. The Rubberneck auto was about ready to start. The merry top riders had been assigned to their seats by the gentlemanly conductor. The sidewalk was blockaded with sightseers who'd gathered to stare at sightseers, justifying the natural law that every creature on earth is preyed upon by some other creature. The megaphone man raised his instrument of torture. The inside of the great automobile began to thump and throb like the heart of a coffee drinker. The top riders nervously clung to the seats. The old lady from Valparaiso, Indiana, shrieked to be put ashore. But before a wheel turns, listen to a brief preamble through the cardiophone, which shall point out to you an object of interest on life's sightseeing tour. Swift and comprehensive is the recognition of white man for white man in African wilds. Instant and sure is the spiritual greeting between mother and babe. Unhesitatingly do master and dog commune across the slight gulf between animal and man. Immeasurably quick and sapient are the brief messages between one and one's beloved. But all these instances set forth only slow and groping interchange of sympathy and thought beside one other instance which the Rubberneck coach shall disclose. You shall learn, if you have not learned already, what 2 beings of all earth's living inhabitants most quickly look into each other's hearts and souls when they meet face to face. The gong whirred, and the glaring at Gotham car moved majestically upon its instructive tour. On the highest rear seat was James Williams of Cloverdale, Missouri, and his bride. Capitalize it, friend, typo, that last word of words in the epiphany of life and love, the ascent of the flowers, the booty of the bee, the primal drip of spring waters, the overture of the lark, the twist of lemon peel on the cocktail of creation, such is the bride. Holy is the wife, revered the mother, Galiptious is the summer girl, but the bride is the certified check among the wedding presents that the gods send in when a man is married to mortality. The car glided up the Golden Way. On the bridge of the great cruiser the captain stood, trumpeting the sights of the big city to his passengers. Wide-mouthed and open-eared, they heard the sights of the metropolis thundered forth to their eyes. Confused, delirious with excitement and provincial longings, they tried to make ocular responses to the megaphonic ritual. In the solemn spires of spreading cathedrals they saw the home of the Vanderbilts. In the busy bulk of the Grand Central Depot they viewed wonderingly the frugal cot of Russell Sage. Bidden to observe the highlands of the Hudson, they gaped, unsuspecting, at the upturned mountains of a new-laid sewer. To many the elevated railroad was the Rialto, on the stations of which uniformed men sat and made chop suey of your tickets. And to this day in the outlying districts many have it that Chuck Connors, with his hand on his heart, leads reform, and that but for the noble municipal efforts of one Parkhurst, a district attorney, the notorious Bishop Potter gang would have destroyed law and order from the Bowery to the Harlem River. But I beg you to observe Mrs. James Williams, Hattie Chalmers that was, once the belle of Cloverdale. Pale blue is the bride's, if she will, and this color she has honored. Willingly had the moss rosebud loaned to her cheeks of its pink, and as for the violet, her eyes will do very well as they are, thank you. A useless strip of white chaff, oh no, he was guiding the autocar, of white chiffon, or perhaps it was grenadine or tulle, was tied beneath her chin, pretending to hold her bonnet in place. But you know as well as I do that the hat-pins did the work. And on Mrs. James Williams's face was recorded a little library of the world's best thoughts in 3 volumes. Volume number 1 contained the belief that James Williams was about the right sort of thing. Volume number 2 was the essay on the world, declaring it to be a very excellent place. Volume number 3 disclosed the belief that in occupying the highest seat in a rubberneck auto they were traveling the pace that passes all understanding. James Williams, you would have guessed, was about 24. It will gratify you to know that your estimate was so accurate. He was exactly 23 years, 11 months, and 29 days old. He was well built, active, strong-jawed, good-natured, and rising. He was on his wedding trip. Dear kind Fairy, please cut out these orders for money and 40 H.P. touring cars and fame and a new growth of hair and the presidency of the boat club. Instead of any of them, turn backward. Oh, turn backward and give us just a teeny-weeny bit of our wedding trip over again. Just an hour, dear Fairy, so we can remember how the grass and the poplar trees looked, and the bow of those bonnet strings tied beneath her chin, even if it was the hat-pins that did the work. Can't do it? Very well. Hurry up with that touring car and the oil stock, then. Just in front of Mrs. James Williams sat a girl in a loose tan jacket and a straw hat adorned with grapes and roses. Only in dreams and milliners' shops do we, alas, gather grapes and roses at one swipe. This girl gazed with large blue eyes, credulous, when the megaphone man roared his doctrine that millionaires were things about which we should be concerned. Between blasts she resorted to Epictetan philosophy in the form of pepsin chewing gum. At this girl's right hand sat a young man about 24. He was well built, active, strong-jawed, and good-natured. But if his description seems to follow that of James Williams, divested of anything Cloverdalian, this man belonged to hard streets and sharp corners. He looked keenly about him, seeming to begrudge the asphalt under the feet of those upon whom he had looked down from his perch. While the megaphone barks at a famous hostelry, let me whisper you through the low-tuned cardiophone to sit tight, for now things are about to happen, and the great city will close over them again as over a scrap of ticker tape floating down from the den of a Broad Street bear. The girl in the tan jacket twisted around to view the pilgrims on the last seat. The other passengers she had absorbed. The seat behind her was her Bluebeard's chamber. Her eyes met those of Mrs. James Williams. Between two ticks of a watch they exchanged their life's experiences, histories, hopes, and fancies. And all, mind you, with the eye, before two men could have decided whether to draw steel or borrow a match. The bride leaned forward low. She and the girl spoke rapidly together, their tongues moving quickly like those of two serpents, a comparison that is not meant to go further. 2 smiles and a dozen nods closed the conference. And now, in the broad, quiet avenue in front of the Rubberneck car, a man in dark clothes stood with uplifted hand. From the sidewalk another hurried to join him. The girl in the fruitful hat quickly seized her companion by the arm and whispered in his ear. That young man exhibited proof of ability to act promptly. Crouching low, he slid over the edge of the car, hung lightly for an instant, and then disappeared. Half a dozen of the top riders observed his feat wonderingly, but made no comment, deeming it prudent not to express surprise at what might be the conventional manner of alighting in this bewildering city. The truant passenger dodged a hansom and then floated past, like a leaf on a stream between a furniture van and a florist's delivery wagon. The girl in the tan jacket turned again, and looked in the eyes of Mrs. James Williams. Then she faced about and sat still while the Rubberneck auto stopped at the flash of the badge under the coat of the plain-clothes man. "What's eatin' you?" demanded the megaphonist, abandoning his professional discourse for pure English. "Keep her at anchor for a minute," ordered the officer. "There's a man on board we want. A Philadelphia burglar called Pinky McGuire. There he is on the back seat. Look out for the side, Donovan." Donovan went to the hind wheel and looked up at James Williams. "Come down, old sport," he said pleasantly. "We've got you. Back to Sleepytown for yours. It ain't a bad idea hidin' on a Rubberneck, though. I'll remember that." Softly through the megaphone came the advice of the conductor. "Better stop off, sir, and explain. The car must proceed on its tour." James Williams belonged among the level heads. With necessary slowness he picked his way through the passengers down to the steps at the front of the car. His wife followed, but she first turned her eyes and saw the escaped tourist glide from behind the furniture van and slip behind a tree on the edge of the little park, not 50 feet away. Descended to the ground, James Williams faced his captors with a smile. He was thinking what a good story he would have to tell in Cloverdale about having been mistaken for a burglar. The Rubberneck coach lingered out of respect for its patrons. What could be a more interesting sight than this? "My name is James Williams, of Cloverdale, Missouri," he said kindly, so that they would not be too greatly mortified. "I have letters here that will show—" "You'll come with us, please," announced the plain-clothesman. "Pinky McGuire's description fits you like flannel washed in hot suds. A detective saw you on the Rubberneck up at Central Park and phoned down to take you in. Do your explaining at the station house." James Williams' wife, the bride of 2 weeks, looked him in the face with a strange, soft radiance in her eyes and a flush on her cheeks, looked him in the face and said, "Go with him quietly, Pinky, and maybe it'll be in your favor." And then, as the glaring at Gotham car rolled away, she turned and threw a kiss. His wife threw a kiss at someone high up on the seats of the Rubberneck. "Your girl gives you good advice, McGuire," said Donovan. "Come on now." And then madness descended upon and occupied James Williams. He pushed his hat far upon the back of his head. "My wife seems to think I'm a burglar," he said recklessly. "I've never heard of her being crazy, therefore I must be. And if I'm crazy, they can't do anything to me for killing you 2 fools in my madness." Whereupon he resisted arrest so cheerfully and industriously that cops had to be whistled for, and afterwards the reserves, to disperse a few thousand delighted spectators. At the station house the desk sergeant asked for his name. McDoodle the Pink, or Pinky the Brute, I forget which, was James Williams's answer. But you can bet I'm a burglar, don't leave that out. And you might add that it took 5 of 'em to pluck the pink. I'd especially like to have that in the records. In an hour came Mrs. James Williams, with Uncle Thomas of Madison Avenue, in a respect-compelling motor car, and proofs of the hero's innocence, for all the world like the third act of a drama backed by an automobile manufacturing company. After the police had sternly reprimanded James Williams for imitating a copyrighted burglar, and given him an honorable a discharge as the department was capable of, Mrs. Williams rearrested him, and swept him into an angle of the station house. James Williams regarded her with one eye. He always said that Donovan closed the other while somebody was holding his good right hand. Never before had he given her a word of reproach or of reproof. "If you can explain," he began rather stiffly, "why you—" "Dear," she interrupted, "listen. It was an hour's pain and trial to you. I did it for her. I mean the girl who spoke to me on the coach. I was so happy, Jim, so happy with you that I didn't dare to refuse that happiness to another. Jim, they were married only this morning, those two, and I wanted him to get away. While they were struggling with you, I saw him slip from behind his tree and hurry across the park. That's all of it, dear. I had to do it." Thus does one sister of the plain gold band know another, who stands in the enchanted light that shines but once and briefly for each one. By rice and satin bows does mere man become aware of weddings. But bride knoweth bride at the glance of an eye, and between them swiftly passes comfort and meaning in a language that man and widows wot not of. End of Chapter 19. Sisters of the Golden Circle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4 Million by O. Henry. Chapter 20. The Romance of a Busy Broker. Pitcher, confidential clerk in the office of Harvey Maxwell, broker, allowed a look of mild interest and surprise to visit his usually expressionless countenance when his employer briskly entered at 9:30 in company with his young lady stenographer. With a snappy "Good morning, Pitcher," Maxwell dashed at his desk as though he were intending to leap over it, and then plunged into the great heap of letters and telegrams waiting there for him. The young lady had been Maxwell's stenographer for a year. She was beautiful in a way that was decidedly unstenographic. She forewent the pomp of the alluring pompadour. She wore no chains, bracelets, or lockets. She had not the air of being about to accept an invitation to luncheon. Her dress was gray and plain, but it fitted her figure with fidelity and discretion. In her neat black turban hat there was the gold-green wing of a macaw. On this morning she was softly and shyly radiant. Her eyes were dreamily bright, her cheeks genuine peach blow, her expression a happy one tinged with reminiscence. Pitcher, still mildly curious, noticed a difference in her ways this morning. Instead of going straight into the adjoining room, where her desk was, she lingered, slightly irresolute, in the outer office. Once she moved over by Maxwell's desk, near enough for him to be aware of her presence. The machine sitting at that desk was no longer a man. It was a busy New York broker, moved by buzzing wheels and uncoiling springs. "Well, what is it? Anything?" asked Maxwell sharply. His opened mail lay like a bank of stage snow on his crowded desk. His keen gray eye, impersonal and brusque, flashed upon her half impatiently. "Nothing," answered the stenographer, moving away with a little smile. "Mr. Pitcher," she said to the confidential clerk, "did Mr. Maxwell say anything yesterday about engaging another stenographer?" "He did," answered Pitcher. "He told me to get another one. I notified the agency yesterday afternoon to send over a few samples this morning. It's 9:45 o'clock, and not a single picture hat or piece of pineapple chewing gum has shown up yet." "I will do the work as usual, then," said the young lady, "until someone comes to fill the place." And she went to her desk at once and hung the black turban hat with the green gold macaw wing in its accustomed place. He who has been denied the spectacle of a busy Manhattan broker during a rush of business is handicapped for the profession of anthropology. The poet sings of the crowded hour of glorious life. The broker's hour is not only crowded, but the minutes and seconds are hanging to all the straps and packing both front and rear platforms. And this day was Harvey Maxwell's busy day. The ticker began to reel out jerkily its fitful coils of tape. The desk telephone had a chronic attack of buzzing. Men began to throng into the office and call at him over the railing, jovially, sharply, viciously, excitedly. Messenger boys ran in and out with messages and telegrams. The clerks in the office jumped about like sailors during a storm. Even Pitcher's face relaxed into something resembling animation. On the Exchange there were hurricanes and landslides and snowstorms and glaciers and volcanoes, and those elemental disturbances were reproduced in miniature in the broker's office. Maxwell shoved his chair against the wall and transacted business after the manner of a toe dancer. He jumped from ticker to phone, from desk to door, with the trained agility of a harlequin. In the midst of this growing and important stress, the broker became suddenly aware of a high-rolled fringe of golden hair under a nodding canopy of velvet and ostrich tips, an imitation sealskin sack, and a string of beads as large as hickory nuts, ending near the floor with a silver heart. There was a self-possessed young lady connected with these accessories, and Pitcher was there to construe her. "Lady from the stenographer's agency to see about the position," said Pitcher. Maxwell turned half around, with his hands full of papers and ticker tape. "What position?" he said with a frown. "Position of stenographer," said Pitcher. "You told me yesterday to call them up and have one sent over this morning." "You are losing your mind, Pitcher," said Maxwell. "Why should I have given you any such instructions? Miss Leslie has given perfect satisfaction during the year she has been here. The place is hers as long as she chooses to retain it. There's no place open here, madam. Countermand that order with the agency, Pitcher, and don't bring any more of 'em in here." The silver heart left the office, swinging and banging itself independently against the office furniture as it indignantly departed. Pitcher seized a moment to remark to the bookkeeper that the old man seemed to get more absent-minded and forgetful every day of the world. The rush and pace of business grew fiercer and faster. On the floor they were pounding half a dozen stocks in which Maxwell's customers were heavy investors. Orders to buy and sell were coming and going as swift as the flight of swallows. Some of his own holdings were imperiled, and the man was working like some high-geared, delicate, strong machine, strung to full tension, going at full speed, accurate, never hesitating, with the proper word and decision, and act ready and prompt as clockwork. Stocks and bonds, loans and mortgages, margins and securities. Here was a world of finance, and there was no room in it for the human world or the world of nature. When the luncheon hour drew near, there came a slight lull in the uproar. Maxwell stood by his desk with his hands full of telegrams and memoranda, with a fountain pen over his right ear and his hair hanging in disorderly strings over his forehead. His window was open, for the beloved janitress Spring had turned on a little warmth through the waking registers of the earth, and through the window came a wandering, perhaps a lost odor, a delicate sweet odor of lilac that fixed the broker for a moment immovable. For this odor belonged to Miss Leslie. It was her own and hers only. The odor brought her vividly, almost tangibly before him. The world of finance dwindled suddenly to a speck, and she was in the next room, 20 steps away. "By George, I'll do it now," said Maxwell half aloud. "I'll ask her now. I wonder I didn't do it long ago." He dashed into the inner office with the haste of a short trying to cover. He charged upon the desk of the stenographer. She looked up at him with a smile. A soft pink crept over her cheek, and her eyes were kind and frank. Maxwell leaned one elbow on her desk. He still clutched fluttering papers with both hands, and the pen was above his ear. "Miss Leslie," he began hurriedly, "I have but a moment to spare. I want to say something in that moment. Will you be my wife? I haven't had time to make love to you in the ordinary way, but I really do love you. Talk quick, please. Those fellows are clubbing the stuffing out of Union Pacific." "Oh, what are you talking about?" exclaimed the young lady. She rose to her feet and gazed upon him round-eyed. "Don't you understand?" said Maxwell restively. "I want you to marry me. I love you, Miss Leslie. I wanted to tell you, and I snatched a minute when things had slackened up a bit. They're calling me for the phone now. Tell 'em to wait a minute, Pitcher. Won't you, Miss Leslie?" The stenographer acted very queerly. At first she seemed overcome with amazement. Then tears flowed from her wondering eyes. Then she smiled sunnily through them, and one of her arms slid tenderly about the broker's neck. "I know now," she said softly. "It's this old business that has driven everything else out of your head for the first time. I was frightened at first. Don't you remember, Harvey? We were married last evening at 8 o'clock in the little church around the corner." End of The Romance of a Busy Broker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4 Million by O. Henry, Chapter 21. After 20 Years. The policeman on the beat moved up the avenue impressively. The impressiveness was habitual and not for show, for spectators were few. The time was barely 10 o'clock at night, but chilly gusts of wind, with a taste of rain in them, had well-nigh depeopled the streets. Trying doors as he went, twirling his club with many intricate and artful movements, turning now and then to cast his watchful eye adown the Pacific thoroughfare, the officer, with his stalwart form and slight swagger, made a fine picture of a guardian of the peace. The vicinity was one that kept early hours. Now and then you might see the lights of a cigar store or of an all-night lunch counter, but the majority of the doors belonged to business places that had long since been closed. When about midway of a certain block the policeman suddenly slowed his walk. In the doorway of a darkened hardware store a man leaned, with an unlighted cigar in his mouth. As the policeman walked up to him, the man spoke up quickly. "It's all right, officer," he said reassuringly. "I'm just waiting for a friend. It's an appointment made 20 years ago. Sounds a little funny to you, doesn't it? Well, I'll explain if you'd like to make certain it's all straight. About that long ago there used to be a restaurant where this store stands, Big Joe Brady's restaurant. Until 5 years ago," said the policeman. "It was torn down then." The man in the doorway struck a match and lit his cigar. The light showed a pale, square-jawed face with keen eyes, and a little white scar near his right eyebrow. His scarf-pin was a large diamond, oddly set. 20 years ago tonight," said the man, "I dined here at Big Joe Brady's with Jimmy Wells, my best chum, and the finest chap in the world. He and I were raised here in New York, just like two brothers together. I was 18 and Jimmy was 20. The next morning I was to start for the West to make my fortune. You couldn't have dragged Jimmy out of New York. He thought it was the only place on earth. Well, we agreed that night that we would meet here again exactly 20 years from that date and time, no matter what our conditions might be, or from what distance we might have to come. We figured that in 20 years each of us ought to have our destiny worked out and our fortunes made, whatever they were going to be." "It sounds pretty interesting," said the policeman. "Rather a long time between meets, though, it seems to me. Haven't you heard from your friend since you left?" "Well, yes, for a time we corresponded," said the other. But after a year or two we lost track of each other. You see, the West is a pretty big proposition, and I kept hustling around over it pretty lively. But I know Jimmy will meet me here if he's alive, for he always was the truest, staunchest old chap in the world. He'll never forget. I came 1,000 miles to stand in this door tonight, and it's worth it if my old partner turns up." The waiting man pulled out a handsome watch, the lids of it set with small diamonds. 3 minutes to 10, he announced. It was exactly 10 o'clock when we parted here at the restaurant door. "Did pretty well, West, didn't you?" asked the policeman. "You bet. I hope Jimmy has done half as well. He was a kind of plodder, though, good fellow as he was. I've had to compete with some of the sharpest wits going to get my pile. A man gets in a groove in New York. It takes the West to put a razor edge on him." The policeman twirled his club and took a step or two. "I'll be on my way. Hope your friend comes around all right. Going to call time on him sharp?" "I should say not," said the other. "I'll give him half an hour at least. If Jimmy is alive on earth, he'll be here by that time. So long, officer." "Good night, sir," said the policeman, passing on along his beat, trying doors as he went. There was now a fine cold drizzle falling, and the wind had risen from its uncertain puffs into a steady blow. The few foot passengers astir in that quarter hurried dismally and silently along with coat collars turned high and pocketed hands. And in the door of the hardware store the man who had come 1,000 miles to fill an appointment, uncertain almost to absurdity, with the friend of his youth, smoked his cigar and waited. About 20 minutes he waited, then a tall man in a long overcoat, with collar turned up to his ears, hurried across from the opposite side of the street. He went directly to the waiting man. "Is that you, Bob?" he asked doubtfully. "Is that you, Jimmy Wells?" cried the man in the door. "Bless my heart!" exclaimed the new arrival, grasping both the other's hands with his own. "It's Bob, sure as fate. I was certain I'd find you here if you were still in existence. Well, 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 20 years is a long time. The old restaurant's gone, Bob. I wish it had lasted, so we could have had another dinner there. How has the West treated you, old man?" "Bully, it has given me everything I asked it for. You've changed lots, Jimmy. I never thought you were so tall by 2 or 3 inches." "Oh, I grew a bit after I was 20. Doing well in New York, Jimmy?" "Moderately. I have a position in one of the city departments. Come on, Bob, we'll go around to a place I know of and have a good long talk about old times." The two men started up the street, arm in arm. The man from the West, his egotism enlarged by success, was beginning to outline the history of his career. The other, submerged in his overcoat, listened with interest. At the corner stood a drug store, brilliant with electric lights. When they came into this glare, each of them turned simultaneously to gaze upon the other's face. The man from the West stopped suddenly and released his arm. "You're not Jimmy Wells," he snapped. 20 years is a long time, but not long enough to change a man's nose from a Roman to a pug." "It sometimes changes a good man into a bad one," said the tall man. "You've been under arrest for 10 minutes, Silky Bob. Chicago thinks you may have dropped over our way and wires us she wants to have a chat with you. Going quietly, are you? That's sensible. Now, before we go on to the station, here's a note I was asked to hand you. You may read it here at the window. It's from Patrolman Wells." The man from the West unfolded the little piece of paper handed him. His hand was steady when he began to read, but it trembled a little by the time he'd finished. The note was rather short. "Bob, I was at the appointed place on time. When you struck the match to light your cigar, I saw it was the face of the man wanted in Chicago. Somehow I couldn't do it myself, so I went around and got a plain clothes man to do the job. Jimmy." End of After 20 Years. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4 Million by O. Henry. Chapter 22, Lost on Dress Parade. Mr. Towers Chandler was pressing his evening suit in his hall bedroom. One iron was heating on a small gas stove. The other was being pushed vigorously back and forth to make the desirable crease that would be seen later on extending in straight lines from Mr. Chandler's patent leather shoes to the edge of his low-cut vest. So much of the hero's toilette may be entrusted to our confidence. The remainder may be guessed by those whom genteel poverty has driven to ignoble expedient. Our next view of him shall be as he descends the steps of his lodging-house immaculately and correctly clothed, calm, assured, handsome, in appearance the typical New York young clubman setting out, slightly bored, to inaugurate the pleasures of the evening. Chandler's honorarium was $18 per week. He was employed in the office of an architect. He was 22 years old. He considered architecture to be truly an art, and he honestly believed, though he would not have dared to admit it in New York, that the Flatiron Building was inferior to design to the great cathedral in Milan. Out of each week's earnings Chandler set aside $1. At the end of each 10 weeks, with the extra capital thus accumulated, he purchased one gentleman's evening from the bargain counter of stingy old Father Time. He arrayed himself in the regalia of millionaires and presidents. He took himself to the quarter where life is brightest and showiest, and there dined with taste and luxury. With $10 a man may, for a few hours, play the wealthy idler to perfection. The sum is ample for a well-considered meal, a bottle bearing a respectable label, commensurate tips, a smoke, cab fare, and the ordinary et ceteras. This one delectable evening culled from each dull 70 was to Chandler a source of renascent bliss. To the society bud comes but one debut. It stands alone sweet in her memory when her hair has whitened. But to Chandler each 10 weeks brought a joy as keen, as thrilling, as new as the first had been. To sit among bons vivants under palms in the swirl of concealed music, to look upon the habitués of such a paradise and to be looked upon by them, what is a girl's first dance and short-sleeved tulle compared with this? Up Broadway Chandler moved with the vespertine dress parade. For this evening he was an exhibit as well as a gazer. For the next 69 evenings he would be dancing in chavois and worsted at dubious table d'hôte at whirlwind lunch counters, on sandwiches and beer in his hall bedroom. He was willing to do that, for he was a true son of the great city of razzle-dazzle, and to him one evening in the limelight made up for many dark ones. Chandler protracted his walk until the 40s began to intersect the great and glittering Primrose Way, for the evening was yet young, and when one is of the beau monde, only one day in 70, one loves to protract the pleasure. Eyes bright, sinister, curious, admiring, provocative, alluring were bent upon him, for his garb and air proclaimed him a devotee to the hour of solace and pleasure. At a certain corner he came to a standstill, proposing to himself the question of turning back toward the showy and fashionable restaurant in which he usually dined on the evenings of his especial luxury. Just then a girl scuttled lightly around the corner, slipped on a patch of icy snow, and fell plump upon the sidewalk. Chandler assisted her to her feet with instant and solicitous courtesy. The girl hobbled to the wall of the building, leaned against it, and thanked him demurely. "I think my ankle is strained," she said. "It twisted when I fell." "Does it pain you much?" inquired Chandler. "Only when I rest my weight upon it. I think I will be able to walk in a minute or two." "If I can be of any further service," suggested the young man, "I will call a cab or—" "Thank you," said the girl, softly but heartily. "I am sure you need not trouble yourself any further. It was so awkward of me. And my shoe heels are horridly common sense. I can't blame them at all." Chandler looked at the girl and found her swiftly drawing his interest. She was pretty in a refined way, and her eye was both merry and kind. She was inexpensively clothed in a plain black dress that suggested a sort of uniform such as shop girls wear. Her glossy dark brown hair showed its coils beneath a cheap hat of black straw, whose only ornament was a velvet ribbon and bow. She could have posed as a model for the self-respecting working girl of the best type. A sudden idea came into the head of the young architect. He would ask this girl to dine with him. Here was the element that his splendid but solitary periodic feasts had lacked. His brief season of elegant luxury would be doubly enjoyable if he could add to it a lady's society. This girl was a lady. He was sure her manner and speech settled that, and in spite of her extremely plain attire he felt that he would be pleased to sit at table with her. These thoughts passed swiftly through his mind, and he decided to ask her. It was a breach of etiquette, of course, but oftentimes wage-earning girls waived formalities in matters of this kind. They were generally shrewd judges of men, and thought better of their own judgment than they did of useless conventions. His $10, discreetly expended, would enable the two to dine very well indeed. The dinner would no doubt be a wonderful experience, thrown into the dull routine of the girl's life, and her lively appreciation of it would add to his own triumph and pleasure. "I think," he said to her with frank gravity, "that your foot needs a longer rest than you suppose. Now I'm going to suggest a way in which you can give it that, and at the same time do me a favor. I was on my way to dine all by my lonely self when you came tumbling around the corner. You come with me, and we'll have a cozy dinner and a pleasant talk together, and by that time your game ankle will carry you home very nicely, I'm sure." The girl looked quickly into Chandler's clear, pleasant countenance. Her eyes twinkled once very brightly, and then she smiled ingeniously. "But we don't know each other. It wouldn't be right, would it?" she said doubtfully. "There's nothing wrong about it," said the young man candidly. "I'll introduce myself. Permit me, Mr. Towers Chandler. After our dinner, which I will try to make as pleasant as possible, I will bid you good evening, or attend you safely to your door, whichever you prefer." "But dear me," said the girl, with a glance at Chandler's faultless attire, "in this old dress and hat?" "Never mind that," said Chandler cheerfully. "I'm sure you look more charming in them than anyone we shall see in the most elaborate dinner toilette." "My ankle does hurt yet," admitted the girl, attempting a limping step. "I think I will accept your invitation, Mr. Chandler. You may call me Miss Marion." "Come then, Miss Marion," said the young architect gaily, but with perfect courtesy. "You will not have far to walk. There is a very respectable and good restaurant in the next block. You will have to lean on my arm, so, and walk slowly. It is lonely dining all by oneself. I'm just a little bit glad that you slipped on the ice." When the two were established at a well-appointed table, with a promising waiter hovering in attendance, Chandler began to experience the real joy that his regular outing always brought to him. The restaurant was not so showy or pretentious as the one further down Broadway, which he always preferred, but it was nearly so. The tables were well filled with prosperous-looking diners. There was a good orchestra, playing softly enough to make conversation a possible pleasure, and the cuisine and service were beyond criticism. His companion, even in her cheap hat and dress, held herself with an air that added distinction to the natural beauty of her face and figure, and it is certain that she looked at Chandler, with his animated but self-possessed manner, and his kindling and frank blue eyes, with something not far from admiration in her own charming face. Then it was that the madness of Manhattan, the frenzy of fuss and feathers, the bacillus of brag, the provincial plague of pose, seized upon Towers Chandler. He was on Broadway, surrounded by pomp and style, and there were eyes to look at him. On the stage of that comedy he had assumed to play the one-night part of a butterfly of fashion and an idler of means and taste. He was dressed for the part, and all his good angels had not the power to prevent him from acting it. So he began to prate to Miss Marion of clubs, of teas, of golf and riding, and kennels, and cotillons, and tours abroad, and threw out hints of a yacht lying at Larchmont. He could see that she was vastly impressed by this vague talk, so he endorsed his pose by random insinuations concerning great wealth, and mentioned familiarly a few names that were handled reverently by the proletariat. It was Chandler's short little day, and he was wringing from it the best that could be had, as he saw it. And yet, once or twice he saw the pure gold of this girl shine through the mist of his egotism had raised between him and all objects. "This way of living that you speak of," she said, "sounds so futile and purposeless. Haven't you any work to do in the world that might interest you more?" "My dear Miss Marion," he exclaimed, "work! Think of dressing every day for dinner, of making half a dozen calls in an afternoon, with a policeman at every corner ready to jump into your auto and take you to the station if you get up any greater speed than a donkey cart's gait. We do-nothings are the hardest workers in the land." The dinner was concluded, the waiter generously fed, and the two walked out to the corner where they had met. Miss Marion walked very well now. Her limp was scarcely noticeable. "Thank you for a nice time," she said frankly. "I must run home now. I liked the dinner very much, Mr. Chandler." He shook hands with her, smiling cordially, and said something about a game of bridge at his club. He watched her for a moment, walking rather rapidly eastward. Then he found a cab to drive him slowly homeward. In his chilly bedroom Chandler laid away his evening clothes for a 69 days' rest. He went about it thoughtfully. "That was a stunning girl," he said to himself. "She's all right, too. I'd be sworn, even if she does have to work. Perhaps if I'd told her the truth instead of all that razzle-dazzle we might. But, confound it, I had to play up to my clothes." Thus spoke the brave, who was born and reared in the wigwams of the tribe of the Manhattans. The girl, after leaving her entertainer, sped swiftly cross town until she arrived at a handsome and sedate mansion 2 squares to the east, facing on that avenue which is the highway of Mammon and the auxiliary gods. Here she entered hurriedly and ascended to a room where a handsome young lady in an elaborate house dress was looking anxiously out the window. "Oh, you madcap!" exclaimed the elder girl when the other entered. "When will you quit frightening us this way? It is 2 hours since you ran out in that rag of an old dress and Marie's hat. Mamma has been so alarmed. She sent Louis to the auto to try to find you. You are a bad, thoughtless puss." The elder girl touched a button, and a maid came in a moment. "Marie, tell Mamma that Miss Marion has returned." "Don't scold, sister. I only ran down to Madame Theo's to tell her to use mauve insertion instead of pink. My costume and Marie's hat were just what I needed. Everyone thought I was a shop girl, I'm sure." "Dinner is over, dear. You stayed so late." "I know. I slipped on the sidewalk and turned my ankle. I could not walk, so I hobbled into a restaurant and sat there until I was better. That is why I was so long." The two girls sat in the window seat, looking out at the lights and the stream of hurrying vehicles in the avenue. The younger one cuddled down with her head in her sister's lap. "We will have to marry some day," she said dreamily, "both of us. We have so much money that we will not be allowed to disappoint the public. Do you want me to tell you the kind of a man I could love, sis?" "Go on, you scatterbrain," smiled the other. "I could love a man with dark and kind blue eyes, who is gentle and respectful to poor girls, who is handsome and good and does not try to flirt. But I could love him only if he had an ambition, an object, some work to do in the world. I would not care how poor he was if I could help him build his way up. But, sister dear, the kind of man we always meet, the one who lives an idle life between society and his clubs, I could not love a man like that, even if his eyes were blue, and he were ever so kind to poor girls whom he met in the street." End of Lost in Dress Parade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4,000,000 by O. Henry. Chapter 23 by Courier. It was neither the season nor the hour when the park had frequenters, and it is likely that the young lady, who was seated on one of the benches at the side of the walk, had merely obeyed a sudden impulse to sit for a while and enjoy a foretaste of coming spring. She rested there, pensive and still. A certain melancholy that touched her countenance must have been of recent birth, for it had not yet altered the fine and youthful contours of her cheek, nor subdued the arch though resolute curve of her lips. A tall young man came striding through the park, along the path near which she sat. Behind him tagged a boy carrying a suitcase. At the sight of the young lady, the man's face changed to red and back to pale again. He watched her countenance as he drew nearer, with hope and anxiety mingled on his own. He passed within a few yards of her, but he saw no evidence that she was aware of his presence or existence. Some 50 yards further on he suddenly stopped and sat on a bench at one side. The boy dropped the suitcase and stared at him with wondering, shrewd eyes. The young man took out his handkerchief and wiped his brow. It was a good handkerchief, a good brow, and the young man was good to look at. He said to the boy, "I want you to take a message to that young lady on that bench. Tell her I am on my way to the station, to leave for San Francisco, where I shall join that Alaska moose hunting expedition. Tell her that, since she has commanded me neither to speak nor to write to her, I take this means of making one last appeal to her sense of justice, for the sake of what has been. Tell her that to condemn and discard one who has not deserved such treatment, without giving him her reasons or a chance to explain, is contrary to her nature as I believe it to be. Tell her that I have thus, to a certain degree, disobeyed her injunctions, in the hope that she may yet be inclined to see justice done. Go and tell her that." The young man dropped a $50 into the boy's hand. The boy looked at him for a moment with bright, canny eyes, out of a dirty, intelligent face, and then set off at a run. He approached the lady on the bench a little doubtfully, but unembarrassed. He touched the brim of the old plaid bicycle cap perched on the back of his head. The lady looked at him coolly, without prejudice or favor. "Lady," he said, "dat gent on the oder bench sent a young song and dance by me. If yer don't know de guy and he's tryin' to do de Johnny act, say de word, and I'll call a cop in 3 minutes. If yer does know him and he's on de square, why I speel yer de bunch of hot air he sent yer." The young lady betrayed a faint interest. "A song and dance," she said, in a deliberate street voice that seemed to clothe her words in a diaphanous garment of impalpable irony. "A new idea in the troubadour line, I suppose. I used to know the gentleman who sent you, so I think it will hardly be necessary to call the police. You may execute your song and dance, but do not sing too loudly. It is a little early yet for open-air vaudeville, and we might attract attention." "Ah," said the boy with a shrug down the length of him, "yer know what I mean, lady. 'Tain't a turn, it's wind. He told me to tell yer he's got his collars and cuffs and dat grip for a scoot clean out to Frisco, then he's goin' to shoot snowbirds into Klondike. He says yer told him not to send round no more pink notes nor come hangin' over de garden gate, and he takes dis means of puttin' yer wise. He says yer referred him out like a has-been, and never give him no chance to kick at de decision. He says yer swiped him and never said why." The slightly awakened interest in the young lady's eyes did not abate. Perhaps it was caused by either the originality or the audacity of the snowbird hunter in thus circumventing her express commands against the ordinary modes of communication. She fixed her eye on a statue standing disconsolate in the dishevelled park, and spoke into the transmitter. "Tell the gentleman that I need not repeat to him a description of my ideals. He knows what they have been and what they still are. So far as they touch on this case, absolute loyalty and truth are the ones paramount. Tell him that I have studied my own heart as well as one can, and I know its weakness as well as I do its needs. That is why I decline to hear his pleas, whatever they may be. I did not condemn him through hearsay or doubtful evidence. And that is why I made no charge. But, since he persists in hearing what he already well knows, you may convey the matter. Tell him that I entered the conservatory that evening from the rear to cut a rose for my mother. Tell him I saw him and Miss Ashburton beneath the pink oleander. The tableau was pretty, but the pose and juxtaposition were too eloquent and evident to require explanation. I left the conservatory, and at the same time the rose and my ideal. You may carry that song and dance to your impresario. I'm shy on one word, lady. Jux. Put me wise on dat, will ye? Juxtaposition, or you may call it propinquity, or if you like, being rather too near for one maintaining the position of an ideal. The gravel spun from beneath the boy's feet. He stood by the other bench. The man's eyes interrogated him hungrily. The boy's were shining with the impersonal zeal of the translator. The lady says that she's onto the fact de gals is dead easy when a feller comes spielin' ghost stories and tryin' to make up, and that's why she won't listen to no soft soap. She says she caught you dead to rights, huggin' a bunch of calico in de hothouse. She sidestepped in to pull some posies, and yer was squeezin' at de oder gal to beat de band. She says it looked cute, all right, but it made her sick. She says you'd better get busy and make a sneak for de train. The young man gave a low whistle, and his eyes flashed with a sudden thought. His hand flew to the inside pocket of his coat, and he drew out a handful of letters. Selecting one, he handed it to the boy, following it with a silver dollar from his vest pocket. "Give that letter to the lady," he said, "and ask her to read it. Tell her that it should explain the situation. Tell her that, if she had mingled a little trust with her conception of the ideal, much heartache might have been avoided. Tell her that the loyalty she prizes so much has never wavered. Tell her I am waiting for an answer." The messenger stood before the lady. "De gent says he's had de ski bunk put on him without no cause. He says he's no bum guy, and lady, you read that letter, and I'll bet he's a white sport all right." The young lady unfolded the letter somewhat doubtfully and read it. "Dear Dr. Arnold, I want to thank you for your most kind and opportune aid to my daughter last Friday evening, when she was overcome by an attack of her old heart trouble in the conservatory at Mrs. Waldron's reception. Had you not been near to catch her as she fell and to render proper attention, we might have lost her. I would be glad if you would call and undertake the treatment of her case. Gratefully yours, Robert Ashburton." The young lady refolded the letter and handed it to the boy. "De gent wants an answer," said the messenger. "What's de word?" The lady's eyes suddenly flashed on him, bright, smiling, and wet. "Tell that guy on the other bench," she said with a happy, tremulous laugh, "that his girl wants him." End of Chapter 23 by Courier. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4,000,000 by O. Henry. Chapter 24 The Furnished Room. Restless, shifting, fugacious as time itself is a certain vast bulk of the population of the red brick district of the lower West Side. Homeless, they have 100 homes. They flit from furnished room to furnished room, transients forever, transients in abode, transients in heart and mind. They sing Home Sweet Home in ragtime. They carry their lair and penate in a bandbox. Their vine is entwined about a picture hat. A rubber plant is their fig tree. Hence the houses of this district, having had 1,000 dwellers, should have 1,000 tales to tell, mostly dull ones, no doubt, but it would be strange if there could not be found a ghost or two in the wake of all these vagrant guests. One evening after dark, a young man prowled among these crumbling red mansions, ringing their bells. At the 12th he rested his lean hand-baggage upon the step and wiped the dust from his hat-band and forehead. The bell sounded faint and far away in some remote hollow depth. To the door of this, the 12th house, whose bell he had rung, came a housekeeper who made him think of an unwholesome surfeited worm that had eaten its nut to a hollow shell and now sought to fill the vacancy with edible lodgers. He asked if there was a room to let. "Come in," said the housekeeper. Her voice came from her throat. Her throat seemed lined with fur. "I have the 3rd floor back, vacant since a week back. Should you wish to look at it?" The young man followed her up the stairs. A faint light, from no particular source, mitigated the shadows of the halls. They trod noiselessly upon a stair carpet that its own loom would have forsworn. It seemed to have become vegetable, to have degenerated in that rank, sunless air to lush lichen or spreading mosses that grew in patches to the staircase and was viscid under the foot like organic matter. At each turn of the stairs were vacant niches in the wall. Perhaps plants had once been set there in them. If so, they had died in that foul and tainted air. It may be that statues of the saints had stood there, but it was not difficult to conceive that imps and devils had dragged them forth in the darkness and down to the unholy depths of some furnished pit below. "This is the room," said the housekeeper, from her furry throat. "It's a nice room. It ain't often vacant. I had some most elegant people in it last summer, no trouble at all, and paid in advance to the minute. The water's at the end of the hall. Sprowls and Mooney kept it 3 months. They done a vaudeville sketch. Miss Bretta Sprowls, you may have heard of her. Oh, that was just the stage names. Right there over the dresser is where the marriage certificate hung, framed. The gas is here, and you see there is plenty of closet room. It's a room everybody likes. It never stays idle long." "Do you have many theatrical people rooming here?" asked the young man. "They comes and goes. A good proportion of my lodgers is connected with the theatres. Yes, sir, this is the theatre district. Actor people never stays long anywhere. I get my share. Yes, they comes and they goes." He engaged the room, paying for a week in advance. He was tired, he said, and would take possession at once. He counted out the money. The room had been made ready, she said, even to towels and water. As the housekeeper moved away he put, for the 1000th time, the question that he carried at the end of his tongue. "A young girl, Miss Vashner, Miss Eloise Vashner, do you remember such a one among your lodgers? She would be singing on the stage, most likely. A fair girl, of medium height and slender, with reddish gold hair, and a dark mole near her left eyebrow." "No, I don't remember the name. Them stage people has names they change as often as their rooms. They comes and they goes. No, I don't call that one to mind." No, and always no. 5 months of ceaseless interrogation and the inevitable negative. So much time spent by day in questioning managers, agents, schools, and choruses. By night among the audiences of theatres from all-star casts down to music halls so low that he dreaded to find what he most hoped for. He, who had loved her best, had tried to find her. He was sure that since her disappearance from home this great water-girt city held her somewhere, but it was like a monstrous quicksand, shifting its particles constantly, with no foundation, its upper granules of today buried tomorrow in ooze and slime. The furnished room received its latest guest with a first glow of pseudo-hospitality, a hectic, haggard, perfunctory welcome, like the spacious smile of a demi-rep. The sophistical comfort came in reflected gleams from the decayed furniture, the ragged brocade upholstery of a couch and 2 chairs, a foot-wide cheap pier glass between the 2 windows, from 1 to 2 gilt picture frames, and a brass bedstead in a corner. The guest reclined, inert, upon a chair, while the room, confused in speech as though it were an apartment in Babel, tried to discourse of him of its divers tenantry. A polychromatic rug, like some brilliant flowered rectangle tropical islet, lay surrounded by a billowy sea of soiled matting. Upon the gay papered wall there were pictures that pursue the homeless from one house to house. The Huguenot lovers, the first quarrel, the wedding breakfast, Psyche at the fountain. The mantel's chastely severe outline was ingloriously veiled behind some pert drapery drawn rakishly askew like the sashes of the Amazonian ballet. Upon it was some desolate flotsam, cast aside by the rooms marooned when a lucky sail had borne them to a fresh port, a trifling vase or two, pictures of actresses, a medicine bottle, some stray cards out of a deck. One by one, as the characters of a cryptograph become explicit, the little signs left by the furnished room's procession of guests developed a significance. The threadbare space in the rug in front of the dresser told that lovely woman had marched in the throng. Tiny fingerprints on the wall spoke of little prisoners trying to feel their way to sun and air. A splattered stain, raying like the shadow of a bursting bomb, witnessed where a hurled glass or bottle had splintered with its contents against the wall. Across the pier glass had been scrawled with a diamond in staggering letters the name Marie. It seemed that the succession of dwellers in the furnished room had turned in fury, perhaps tempted beyond forbearance by its garish coldness, and wreaked upon it their passions. The furniture was chipped and bruised. The couch, distorted by bursting springs, seemed a horrible monster that had been slain during the stress of some grotesque convulsion. Some more potent upheaval had cloven a great slice from the marble mantel. Each plank in the floor owned its particular cant and shriek as from a separate and individual agony. It seemed incredible that all this malice and injury had been wrought upon the room by those who had called it for a time their home. And yet it may have been the cheated home instinct surviving blindly, the resentful rage at false household gods that had kindled their wrath. A hut that is our own we can sweep and adorn and cherish. The young tenant in the chair allowed these thoughts to file, soft-shod, through his mind, while there drifted into the room furnished sounds and furnished scents. He heard in one room a tittering and incontinent slack laughter, in others the monologue of a scold, the rattling of dice, a lullaby, and one crying dully, above him a banjo tinkled with spirit. Doors banged somewhere. The elevated trains roared intermittently. A cat yowled miserably upon a black fence. And he breathed the breath of the house, a dank savor rather than a smell, a cold, musty effluvium as from underground vaults, mingled with the reeking exhalations of linoleum and mildewed and rotten woodwork. Then suddenly, as he rested there, the room was filled with the strong, sweet odor of mignonette. It came as upon a single buffet of wind with such sureness and fragrance and emphasis that it almost seemed a living visitant, and the man cried aloud, "What, dear?" as if he had been called, and sprang up and faced about. The rich odor clung to him and wrapped him around. He reached out his arms for it, all his senses for the first time confused and commingled. How could one be peremptorily called by an odor? Surely it must have been a sound. But was it not the sound that had touched, that had caressed him? "She has been in this room," he cried, and he sprang to wrest from it a token, for he knew he would recognize the smallest thing that had belonged to her or that she had touched. This enveloping scent of mignonette, the owner that she had loved and made her own, whence came it? The room had been but carelessly set in order. Scattered about the flimsy dresser's scarf were half a dozen hairpins, those discreet, indistinguishable friends of womankind, feminine of gender, infinite of mood, and uncommunicative of tense. These he ignored, conscious of their triumphant lack of identity. Ransacking the drawers of the dresser, he came upon a discarded, tiny, ragged handkerchief. He pressed it to his face. It was racy and insolent with heliotrope. He hurled it to the floor. In another drawer he found odd buttons, a theatre program, a pawnbroker's card, 2 lost marshmallows, a book on the divination of dreams. In the last was a woman's black satin hair bow, which halted him, poised between ice and fire. But the black satin hair bow also is femininity's demure, impersonal, common ornament, and tells no tales. Then he traversed the room like a hound on the scent, skimming the walls, considering the corners of the bulging matting on his hands and knees, rummaging mantel and tables, the curtains and hangings, the drunken cabinet in the corner, for a visible sign, unable to perceive that she was there beside, around, against, within, above him, clinging to him, wooing him, calling him so poignantly through the finer senses that even his grosser ones became cognizant of the call. Once again he answered loudly, "Yes, dear," and turned, wild-eyed, to gaze on vacancy, for he could not yet discern form and colour and love and outstretched arms in the odour of mignonette. O God, whence that odour? And since when have odours had a voice to call? Thus he groped. He burrowed in crevices and corners, and found corks and cigarettes. These he passed in passive contempt, but once he found in a fold of the matting a half-smoked cigar, and this he ground beneath his heel with a green and trenchant oath. He sifted the room from end to end. He found dreary and ignoble small records of many a peripatetic tenant, but of her whom he sought, and who may have lodged there, and whose spirit seemed to hover there, he found no trace. Then he thought of the housekeeper. He ran from the haunted room downstairs, and to a door that showed a crack of light. She came out to his knock. He smothered his excitement as best he could. "Will you tell me, madam," he besought her, "who occupied the room I have before I came?" "Yes, sir, I can tell you again. 'Twas Sprowls and Mooney, as I said. Miss Bretta Sprowls it was in the theatres, but Miss Mooney she was. My house is well known for respectability. The marriage certificate hung, framed, on a nail over—" "What kind of a lady was Miss Sprowls? In looks, I mean." "Why, black-haired, sir, short and stout, with a comical face. They left a week ago Tuesday." "And before they occupied it?" "Why, there was a single gentleman connected with the draying business. He left owing me a week. Before him was Mrs. Crowder and her 2 children, that stayed 4 months. And back of them was old Mr. Doyle, whose sons paid for him. He kept the room 6 months. That goes back a year, sir, and further I do not remember." He thanked her and crept back to his room. The room was dead. The essence that had vivified it was gone. The perfume of mignonette had departed. In its place was the old, stale odour of mouldy house furniture, an atmosphere in storage. The ebbing of his hope drained his faith. He sat staring at the yellow, singing gaslight. Soon he walked to the bed and began to tear the sheets into strips. With the blade of his knife he drove them tightly into every crevice around windows and door. When all was snug and taut, he turned out the light, turned the gas full on again, and laid himself gratefully upon the bed. It was Mrs. McCool's night to go with the can for beer, so she fetched it and sat with Mrs. Purdy in one of those subterranean retreats where housekeepers foregather and the worm dieth seldom. "I rented out my 3rd floor back this evening," said Mrs. Purdy, across a fine circle of foam. "A young man took it. He went up to bed 2 hours ago." "Now did ye, Mrs. Purdy, ma'am?" said Mrs. McCool with intense admiration. "You do be a wonder for rentin' rooms o' that kind. And did ye tell him, then?" she concluded in a husky whisper laden with mystery. "Rooms," said Mrs. Purdy in her furriest tones, "are furnished for to rent. I did not tell him, Mrs. McCool." "'Tis right ye are, ma'am. 'Tis by renting rooms we kape alive. Ye have the rale sense o' business. There may be many people will reject the rentin' of a room if they be told a suicide has been after dyin' in the bed of it." "As you say, we has our living to be making," remarked Mrs. Purdy. "Yis, ma'am, 'tis true. 'Tis just 1 week ago this day that I helped ye lay out the 3rd floor back. A pretty slip of a colleen she was to be killin' herself with the gas. A swate little face she had, Mrs. Purdy, ma'am." "She'd ha' been called handsome, as you say," said Mrs. Purdy, assenting but critical, "but for that mole she had a growin' by her left eyebrow. Do you fill up your glass again, Mrs. Cool?" End of The Furnished Room. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marion Brown, Toronto, Canada. The 4,000,000 by O. Henry. Chapter 25. The Brief Debut of Tildy. If you do not know Bogle's Chop House and Family Restaurant, it is your loss. For if you are one of the fortunate ones who dine expensively, you should be interested to know how the other half consumes provisions. And if you belong to the half to whom waiters' checks are things of moment, you should know Bogle's, for there you will get your money's worth, in quantity at least. Bogle's is situated in that highway of bourgeoisie, that boulevard of Brown, Jones, and Robinson, 8th Avenue. There are 2 rows of tables in the room, 6 in each row. On each table is a castor stand, containing cruets of condiments and seasons. From the pepper cruet you may shake a cloud of something tasteless and melancholy, like volcanic dust. From the salt cruet you may expect nothing, though a man should extract a sanguinary stream from the pallid turnip, yet will his prowess be balked when he comes to wrest salt from Bogle's cruets. Also upon each table stands the counterfeit of that benign sauce, made from the recipe of a nobleman in India. At the cashier's desk sits Bogle, cold, sordid, slow, smouldering, and takes your money. Behind a mountain of toothpicks he makes your change, files your check, and ejects at you, like a toad, a word about the weather. Beyond a corroboration of his meteorological statement you would better not venture. You are not Bogle's friend. You are a fed, transient customer, and you and he may not meet again until the blowing of Gabriel's dinner horn. So take your change and go, to the devil if you like. There you have Bogle's sentiments. The needs of Bogle's customers were supplied by 2 waitresses and a voice. One of the waitresses was named Aileen. She was tall, beautiful, lively, gracious, and learned in persiflage. Her other name? There was no more necessity for another name at Bogle's than there was for finger bowls. The name of the other waitress was Tildy. Why do you suggest Matilda? Please listen this time. Tildy. Tildy. Tildy was dumpy, plain-faced, and too anxious to please. Repeat the last clause to yourself once or twice, and make the acquaintance of the duplicate infinite. The voice at Bogle's was invisible. It came from the kitchen, and did not shine in the way of originality. It was a heathen voice, and contented itself with vain repetitions of exclamations emitted by the waitresses concerning food. Will it tire you to be told again that Aileen was beautiful? Had she donned a few $100 worth of clothes, and joined the Easter parade, and had you seen her, you would have hastened to say so yourself. The customers at Bogle's were her slaves. 6 tables full she could wait upon at once. They who were in a hurry restrained their impatience for the joy of merely gazing upon her swiftly moving, graceful figure. They who had finished eating ate more that they might continue in the light of her smiles. Every man there, and they were mostly men, tried to make his impression upon her. Aileen could successfully exchange repartee against a dozen at once, and every smile that she sent forth lodged, like pellets from a scatter-gun, in as many hearts. And all this while she could be performing astounding feats with orders of pork and beans, pot roasts, ham and sausage and the wheats, and any quantity of things on the iron and in the pan, and straight up and on the side. With all this feasting and flirting and merry exchange of wit, Bogle's came mighty near being a salon, with Aileen for its Madame Récamier. If the transients were entranced by the fascinating Aileen, the regulars were her adorers. There was much rivalry among many of the steady customers. Aileen could have had an engagement every evening. At least twice a week some one took her to a theatre or to a dance. One stout gentleman whom she and Tildy had privately christened the Hog presented her with a turquoise ring. Another one, known as Freshy, who rode on the Traction Company's repair wagon, was going to give her a poodle as soon as his brother got the hauling contract in the 9th. And the man who always ate spare ribs and spinach, and said he was a stockbroker, asked her to go to Parsifal with him. "I don't know where this place is," said Aileen, while talking it over with Tildy, "but the wedding ring's got to be on before I put a stitch into a travelling dress. Ain't that right? Well, I guess. But Tildy—" In steaming, chattering, cabbage-scented Bogle's there was almost a heart tragedy. Tildy, with the blunt nose, the hay-colored hair, the freckled skin, the bag-o'-meal figure, had never had an admirer. Not a man followed her with his eyes when she went to and fro in the restaurant, save now and then when they glared with the beast hunger for food. None of them bantered her gaily to coquettish interchanges of wit. None of them loudly jollied her of mornings as they did Aileen, accusing her, when the eggs were slow in coming, of late hours in the company of envied swains. No one had ever given her a turquoise ring, or invited her upon a voyage to mysterious, distant Parsifal. Tildy was a good waitress, and the men tolerated her. They who sat at her table spoke to her briefly with quotations from the bill of fare, and then raised their voices in honeyed and otherwise flavored accents, eloquently addressed to the fair Aileen. They writhed in their chairs to gaze around and over the impending form of Tildy, that Aileen's pulchritude might season and make ambrosia of their bacon and eggs. And Tildy was content to be the unwooed drudge if Aileen could receive the flattery and the homage. The blunt nose was loyal to the short Grecian. She was Aileen's friend, and she was glad to see her rule hearts and wean the attention of men from smoking pot pie and lemon meringue. But deep below our freckles and hay-colored hair, the unhandsomest of us dream of a prince or a princess, not vicarious, but coming to us alone. There was a morning when Aileen tripped into work with a slightly bruised eye, and Tildy's solicitude had almost enough to heal any optic. "Fresh guy," explained Aileen, "last night as I was going home at 23rd and 6th. Sashayed up, so he did, and made a break. I turned him down cold, and he made a sneak, but followed me down to 18th and tried his hot air again. Gee, but I slapped him with a good one side of the face. Then he give me that eye. Does it look real awful, Till? I should hate that Mr. Nicholson should see it when he comes in for his tea and toast at 10. Tildy listened to the adventure with breathless admiration. No man had ever tried to follow her. She was safe abroad at any hour of the 24. What bliss it must have been to have had a man follow one and black one's eye for love. Among the customers at Bogle's was a young man named Cedars, who worked in a laundry office. Mr. Cedars was thin and had light hair, and appeared to have been recently rough-dried and starched. He was too diffident to aspire to Aileen's notice, so he usually sat at one of Tildy's tables, where he devoted himself to silence and boiled weak fish. One day, when Mr. Cedars came in to dinner, he had been drinking beer. There were only 2 or 3 customers in the restaurant. When Mr. Cedars had finished his weak fish, he got up, put his arm around Tildy's waist, kissed her loudly and impudently, walked out upon the street, snapped his fingers in the direction of the laundry, and hied himself to play pennies in the slot machines at the amusement arcade. For a few moments Tildy stood petrified. Then she was aware of Aileen shaking at her an arch forefinger and saying, "Why, Till, you naughty girl, ain't you gettin' to be awful, Miss Sly Boots? First thing I know you'll be stealing some of my fellows. I must keep an eye on you, my lady." Another thing dawned upon Tildy's recovering wits. In a moment she had advanced from a hopeless, lowly admirer to be an Eve sister of the potent Aileen. She herself was now a man-charmer, a mark for Cupid, a Sabine who must be coy when the Romans were at their banquet boards. Men had performed for her a miraculous piece of one-day laundry work. He had taken the sackcloth of her uncomeliness and washed, dried, starched, and ironed it, and returned it to her sheer embroidered lawn, the robe of Venus herself. The freckles on Tildy's cheeks merged into a rosy flush. Now both Circe and Psyche peeped from her brightened eye. Not even Aileen herself had been publicly embraced and kissed in the restaurant. Tildy could not keep the delightful secret. When trade was slack, she went and stood at Bogle's desk. Her eyes were shining. She tried not to let her words sound proud and boastful. "A gentleman insulted me today," she said. "He hugged me around the waist and kissed me." "That's so," said Bogle, cracking open his business armor. "After this week you get $1 a week more." At the next regular meal, when Tildy set food before customers with whom she had acquaintance, she said to each of them modestly, as one whose merit needed no bolstering, "A gentleman insulted me today in the restaurant. He put his arm around my waist and kissed me. The diners accepted the revelation in various ways, some incredulously, some with congratulations. Others turned upon her the stream of badinage that had hitherto been directed at Aileen alone, and Tildy's heart swelled in her bosom, for she saw at last the towers of romance rise above the horizon of the grey plain in which she had for so long travelled. For 2 days Mr. Cedars came not again. During that time Tildy established herself firmly as a woman to be wooed. She bought ribbons and arranged her hair like Aileen's, and tightened her waist 2 inches. She had a thrilling but delightful fear that Mr. Cedars would rush in suddenly and shoot her with a pistol. He must have loved her desperately, and impulsive lovers are always blindly jealous. Even Aileen had not been shot at with a pistol, and then Tildy rather hoped that he would not shoot at her, for she was always loyal to Aileen, and did not want to overshadow her friend. At 4 o'clock on the afternoon of the 3rd day Mr. Cedars came in. There were no customers at the tables. At the back end of the restaurant Tildy was refilling the mustard pots, and Aileen was quartering pies. Mr. Cedars walked back to where they stood. Tildy looked up and saw him, gasped, and pressed the mustard spoon against her heart. A red hair-bow was in her hair. She wore Venus's 8th Avenue badge, the blue bead necklace with the swinging silver symbolic heart. Mr. Cedars was flushed and embarrassed. He plunged one hand into his hip pocket and the other into a fresh pumpkin pie. "Miss Tildy," said he, "I want to apologize for what I done the other evenin'. Tell you the truth, I was pretty well tanked up, or I wouldn't have done it. I wouldn't do no lady that-a-way when I was sober. So I hope, Miss Tildy, you'll accept my 'pology, and believe that I wouldn't have done it if I'd known what I was doin' and hadn't have been drunk." With this handsome plea, Mr. Cedars backed away and departed, feeling that reparation had been made. But behind the convenient screen Tildy had thrown herself flat upon a table among the butter chips and the coffee cups and was sobbing her heart out and back again to the grey plain wherein travel they with blunt noses and hay-colored hair. From her knot she had torn the red hair-bow and cast it upon the floor. Cedars she despised utterly. She had but taken his kiss as that of a pioneer and prophetic prince, who might have set the clocks going and the pages to running in fairyland. But the kiss had been made maudlin and unmeant. The court had not stirred at the false alarm. She must forevermore remain the Sleeping Beauty. Yet all was not lost. Aileen's arm was around her, and Tildy's red hand groped among the butter chips till it found the warm clasp of her friend's. "Don't you fret, Till," said Aileen, who did not understand entirely. "That turnip-faced little clothespin of a Cedars ain't worth it. He ain't anything of a gentleman, or he wouldn't ever have apologized." End of The Brief Debut of Tildy.